there you see the beautiful nation's capital. That's right, Washington, D.C., which is right now not just the capital of our country, it's the center of the boxing universe. So much great talent. Jimmy Smith inside Care First Arena here in Washington, D.C., alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Holly Malinaji. You know how it is right here on ProBox TV. The first 3 fights of the night are future stars portion of the show. You can see that up-and-coming talent, the next star on ProBox TV, and then we get into the Contender series, and we talk about 50-50 all-action fights. That's what's on tap tonight. A lot of fights, Chris. When you're making that face, this is a tough one.
Top to bottom, this card is sink or swim.
Yeah.
It's one of those cards we put together where our matchmakers do such a great job of getting guys that are going to fight, and they're going to fight hard. But really, anyone can win in any one of these fights. They truly are 50-50 matchups tonight. We got some great fights, and really, whoever can get the win here moves up in the rankings very, very much so.
And Paulie, so many of the fighters kind of forged in the gym wars here in the D.C. area. So much talent right now. You talk about that D.C. style, slick, in the pocket, great countering, great boxing, Paulie.
A lot of pride in their boxing and in their history and so on and so forth. And this modern generation of DC fighters also holds that on their shoulders as well, proudly. You know, they wear that badge proudly. And you're gonna, you know, we're gonna be looking to see guys like Jordan White and we know we've already seen on the undercard Lamont Roche's brother Jordan also, you know, perform. It is a terrific local flavor, a lot of good fights, and like I said, that Contender, like we were talking about, that Contender series. That Contender series is that. I mean, that when we get to that part of our show tonight, you guys are going to see a lot of action, a lot of live underdogs. It's 50-50 fights, the way we like them.
That's what we love. And one of those fights, our future fight, Jonathan Cardoso, the Brazilian sensation, versus Luis Torres. This is a guy, Chris, who was kind of brought up in our system. He knows what pro box is all about. But, Paul, you say it all the time. He's the kind of guy that gets offended if you don't hit him. We'll see if he has the complete game to rise up. Right now, 18-1, looking fantastic.
Yeah, Cardoso has a great record, 18-1, 15 knockouts. He gets stoppages, he's strong. But he's kind of hovering at around a certain level because he's so hittable that he hasn't been able to sort of perform to the level where you say, okay, with a sparkling record like this, we can put him right into a huge, huge fight. He still tends to struggle a little bit because he gets hit so much. He gets guys out of there, but he gets hit a lot. So, you know, we're going to be looking to see if he can really have adjusted that tonight because he's got a tough guy in front of him, a guy that if he hasn't made those adjustments, he's not going to be stepping up anywhere because he's going to get beat tonight. So we're going to see. It's a good fight and one of those 50-50 matches we're talking about.
I've used the quote many times. I have no problem stealing things from Chris Algieri. Gunslingers get shot. You say it all the time. You take risks to be great. Is that the line in this fight to you?
Yeah, absolutely. With Cardoso, like, you know, listen, he's been stopped in the first round before. Fluke. It could have been a fluke. It could be that's something that could happen down the line as well. He's fighting a step-up fight tonight. But like you said, he goes out there. He's super aggressive. He tried to box a little bit last time. It wasn't working out great for him. He had to go back to the gunslinging in order to get that fight, pull that fight out of the fire. And after he went back to that, volume guy, great gas tank, throws a ton of punches, big for the weight class. When he fights that way, not only is he exciting, but he's effective.
Yeah. And Jimmy, one of those things about Cardoso, because we're talking about him like this way, it may seem like a little bit of criticism, makes him a lot of fun to watch.
Yes.
He's great. He's great TV.
He's never been in a bad fight that I've seen so far. Even when he got himself stopped in the first round, you were shocked, you know. So he's one of those. He gets there, he's gonna go, but and a lot of times he's the one getting you, but in a good fight.
And he understands what is at stake tonight. He has been training in Plant City with the rest of the ProBox TV team. What's he think about his chances? Let him tell you.
Yes, I come from some really tough fights that were very, very, very good. So I'm happier and happier with my work and proud of everything I've been doing in boxing, building my career. I'm really motivated, very prepared, and very confident for this fight. I like the best fights, the toughest fights, because they take me to another level mentally, spiritually, everything. So I have to prepare myself more and more each time, and that keeps pushing me to another level. So I trained a lot. I'm very focused. I've been training more and more. When I think that today I'm all ready, I'm good like this. I'm eating better. I'm sleeping well. I'm training well. And it just keeps getting better and better. And I've been improving a lot. So I'm more and more ready and prepared for this fight. Yes, I am very prepared, very focused physically, mentally, spiritually, always with God. Because I've been working really hard all my life, throughout the whole camp, working better each time, working smarter each time, and getting more physically prepared. So, whatever comes, I am very, very ready and very prepared. I know that Mexicans give us the best fights, So I like to fight because you like to fight over there too. So, everyone also knows that when Cardoso and a Mexican are in the ring, there's going to be a fight, a real fight. So, of course, I am very ready and very prepared for this fight. I don't like to talk about my plans for the fights. It depends on what they bring over there, because, I have several ways to fight. I can fight on the inside, and I like to fight on the inside, because of the pressure, trading punches, but I also know how to box, so it depends. I can fight on the outside, a little bit back, in the middle, at close range, and at long distance. And I'm very, very prepared and very confident that I can use all these ways to fight against them and win that battle.
Well, he clearly knows what is at stake, but tactically, Chris, what does he need to do in this fight? We know about his defensive lapses. He's fighting a guy who's going to come at him. Torres can come in and bang Mexican style.
Yeah, and Torres, he's a guy, he can start fast, and he can punch. So there's that little bit of worry in the beginning rounds with Cardoso because he has been stopped early. He has been blown out in the first round. So it wouldn't be the worst thing for him to actually try to box a little bit early on, maybe give up a round or two, get his feet underneath him. But once he gets going, he's got to really, really push. And I think setting a torrid pace is going to be important. He's big for the weight class. He's a great volume puncher, and he hits hard. So I think he needs to start a little slow, but then really build the pace as the fight wears on.
Yeah, but Torres, of course, stopped Nicholas Walters on our air in Long Beach, a former world champion, faded former world champion. But Torres has to have confidence coming in here.
Yeah, it may have been a faded former world champion in Nicholas Walters, but he had been on a pretty good run himself in his little short stint of a comeback he had been having. To that point, it was actually Torres' stoppage win of him that's ended that whole spiel, that whole adventure of Nicholas Walters returning, right? So a solid win for Torres nonetheless. And like Champ said, he starting fast. He started fast in that fight. He got off to a good start, took control of it right away, put Walters in the back foot, and Walters wanted no more part of it. And I think he'd be probably better off to do that here as well. Listen, Cardoso knows he may have to be boxing a little bit at times. He's admitted it himself that he gets hit a little too much, and sometimes he may want to be boxing a little bit to add to the power game that he has. But when he's tried to box, it's like we said, it hasn't gone well for him. So maybe Torres may be best suited to start fast like he did against Walters and let Cardoso know, hey, listen, you're not going to box tonight. Either you're going to fight the way you usually fight and hope to win, but I'm going to be tagging you, and then that box is not going to work. I think that's what Torres is probably going to be looking to do, looking to get off on that front foot and put Cardoso on the back foot.
And from what Cardoso said in that interview, it seems like he'll oblige.
Yeah,
he's going to fight, I'm going to fight.
And that's exactly what I think you want to do to Cardoso. Cardoso wants to work on his boxing, but if you don't give him the confidence to do so, you force him into that firefight that he himself tends to wind up in himself.
Let's talk about pacing our co-main event, Brian Aosta versus Suleiman Sagawa. Brian Aosta, one of those guys, came in against Ramon Cardenas and almost scored the upset, dropped him late, but just didn't start fast enough. This idea that Aosta feels that his opportunity slipped away. What do you think of this guy's mentality coming in, Paulie?
I think he's confident as it's going to be. I think, it's clear that he was confident going into the Cardenas fight. We were talking about before the Cardenas fight, Cham had mentioned a great point that, he'd been in two camps, not one, but two camps in a way prior to that. Just the monster.
Right? Monster from Japan.
So, it's crazy. Cham made a good point. He said, if you go back twice, that means you're doing work. You're not.
You get
invited
back.
Yeah, they're not going to bring
you back.
They're
paying to bring you out there too. This is
so.
Local.
And from that point he said, he could be in a real fight here with Cardenas. And sure enough, it was. Yeah, he got off to a late start, but he dropped Cardenas, and Cardenas had to hold on for the victory. And then Cardenas winds up in a fight with none other than Inoue the Monster. And, holds a good account of himself. He drops Inoue and then loses, but he ends up getting knocked down, so he, ups his status in the sport. And, of course, by that means, Acosta's performance against Cardenas has to mean something. It gives him some momentum. It gives him some confidence. So now he's got to live up to it. But it's not easy on ProBox TV. We'll bring you back, but you don't get brought back in easy fights. And that's where Sagawa comes in.
And this idea that one little step up and he could be right there, letting it, I don't want to say slip away, but being right there. What's that emotional edge? Does he believe he's that elite? Is that the question, Chris?
So I had a chance to speak to Aosta after the Cardenas fight via social media, back and forth, DMing. And he'd sent a message because he saw Cardenas was getting the Inoue fight, and it was like the tear emoji. And I'm like, hey, buddy, don't be like that, because you were close to winning that fight. See how close you are to getting one of these big fights. And I think he understands that now too. He's like, he thinks that he thought he won that fight against Cardenas. He knows he thinks he could beat a guy like Cardenas. Cardenas was in that fight with Inoue. He thinks that he should be right there as well. And that's the mindset you have to have when you're here. And you're also going to need that against a guy like Sagawa, because he's not coming to lay down. This is a real 50-50 fight, and that's a superb test for Aosta. If he's real, he wins this fight. If he's not, he's going to lose.
One thing about the ProBox TV platform, and Brian Aosta knows it well, you get one opportunity. You make the most of that, and you'll be back. Is he ready this time mentally? Let him tell you.
Es un peleador que yo he estado estudiando bien, un peleador que me gusta para esta pelea, me gusta porque me va a exigir mi máximo, así como lo hice con Cárdenas. Creo que he corregido los errores que cometí con Cárdenas. Esa pelea me sirvió mucho para mejorar, más que nada, y no me gusta quedarme con yo gané, no, lo que pasó y por algo pasó así, y hay que darle vuelta a la hoja, y estamos aquí para esta pelea con Suleiman Sagawa. Soy un peleador que me adapto a la pelea, un peleador que si me conviene estar en la corta, me quedo en la corta, si me conviene el contraataque, pues utilizo el contraataque, si me conviene boxear, moverme en el ring, lo hago. El son de música que me ponga Suleiman es el que voy a bailar, entonces depende de la pelea que él me brinde y la pelea que yo le voy a brindar para contrarrestar eso y salir avante de esa pelea. Lo que puedo decir es que voy bien preparado, voy bien mentalizado y voy a ganar esa pelea. Porque yo sé muy bien que las que vienen después de esta pelea van a ser muy buenas y va a quedar mi nombre escrito ahí en la historia. Yo sé muy bien.
Now, Paulie, it's not just him being brought up tough in ProBox TV, but he also very, very long, wiry, has good power. Is it just a matter of starting earlier and getting that punching going early? What's the key to this fight to you?
Yeah, it's no respect. You know, you got to give no respect. You got to do a little bit of the Rodney Dangerfield and give no respect there. You know, I think with Cardenas, it was a step up. It was a name. It was a guy who had been performing well himself. So I think maybe Aosta feeling a little young, maybe a little out of his element, saying, I want to work my way into this fight. Found out as the fight went on that he belonged in there, and he started growing in confidence, and like we talked about, scored the knockdown. So I think you passed that point now. You saw what Cardenas, you saw what you did against Cardenas, and you saw what Cardenas can do at world-class level. So I think from there has to come in with that chip on your shoulder, the no respect, and you need to have it against a guy like Sagawa, because Sagawa can really give you a lot of problems if you don't get off on the right foot.
Yeah, and this idea that Aosta wants to join some very elite company, you talk about missing that opportunity. Cardenas now, of course, great fight against Inoue, might have an interim title fight coming up soon. The idea that he wants to get his foot in the door. Is it about maybe hurting your opponent early? Can you put a little too much on your shoulders if you're Aosta, Chris?
With Aosta, I mean, and I'm going to go to bat for him a little bit for that last fight in terms of why he started slow. That was down at 122.
Yes.
And he's, like you mentioned, he's tall, he's long. The fact that he was able to make 122 was very surprising to me. And I felt early on, as I was watching him in that Cardenas fight, the reason he was starting slow was because he struggled to make the weight. And that's why he came on later. He started to realize, get the juices flowing, your blood goes to circulate, you start to feel better as the fight wears on sometimes when you cut that weight. Now he's back up at 26. So at this weight, is he going to be stronger? Is his endurance going to be better? Is he going to start faster? If it does, I mean, he's a really well-rounded fighter in that case. If he fights that whole fight like he did the last 6 rounds, I mean, the kid is world-class. So if he can do that against a guy like Sagawa, then we're really talking.
What are the strengths of Suleiman Sagawa? Paulie, this is a guy, you talk about being brought up tough. He's fought some really tough guys, got some close decisions, never on the A side. One of those guys brought up very, very tough. Mentally, he's got it up here, Paulie.
He does got it up there, and I'll tell you what, he's given some A sides some very good runs for their money, sometimes even losing controversially. He's a guy who knows how to make things uncomfortable, and he will make things uncomfortable if you let him get off on the right foot.
Yeah, and also talks about inside aggression against the taller guy. You know, if you're of a certain age, and let's face it, we all are, we know some great African fighters. Ike Corte, absolutely outstanding. Azuma Nelson, he considers himself part of that class. And what he says is, African fighters, we don't back up. We come from nothing. We fight very, very aggressively. Is that the key tonight for him?
It is, but also Sagawa has something a little different than those guys. He's not that high guard of pressure deep. He's actually pretty crafty the way that he gets in. He's learned along the way in all those tough fights that he's had. We got to speak with him, and I remember I telling him, I've been watching you for a long time. You're getting better when you're fighting all these guys. He's learning from these fights, even if he's taking tough losses. I think we're going to see the best version of Suleiman Sagawa tonight, and I don't think it's just about being aggressive. I think it's about he needs to be very tricky and deceptive on the way in, because Acosta's long, man. He gets that jab going. He's picking at you from the outside. He can make this a really tough night if Sagawa isn't deceptive on the way in.
Yeah, we talk about the mental side, not just of Aosta, who was almost there against Ramon. Cardenas came up a little bit short, started a little bit late, but also Suleiman Sagawa, the kiss of death in this sport, is what we call the happy to be here's. They just want to be under the big lights. Not Suleiman Sagawa. He is happy for this opportunity, but he wants to show everyone what he has in the ring once the bell rings.
The mindset behind this type of thing. So when I was learning boxing, I learned to fight the best. I don't pick and choose. That's not my thing. I just want to fight the best. That's me. That has always been me. The only thing I feel that has changed is maturing in the game. The more you stay in the game, the more you mature, the more you understand other ways to do things. As I was coming to the game, I knew what to do, but sometimes you could get nervous in between the rounds. Those are things that you gain with experience. The more you stay in the game, the more you learn other things.
So you've been learning on the job, learning in the ring.
Exactly. I've been learning on the job as well. I don't know much about him, but I've seen some YouTube fights of him. He's a great fighter. I can't take away nothing from him. He's a great fighter. He's a good fighter. He's well organized. So I'm seeing a tough fight, but I now come out victorious. I'm very familiar because I've been watching most of your fights you put in the DMV. Because me and No Excuse, we've been working for almost like 8 years. So most of the shows that you've been throwing up in the DMV area, I've always been watching them. I've always been part of them.
Oh, Suleiman Sagawa definitely understands what is on the line, but Paulie, tactically against a longer guy, a guy in Aosta who has a couple different gears, we know he has power. What do you think is the key here for Sagawa?
I think, you got to be crafty, but I think you got to make Aosta uncomfortable physically as well, Aosta will be lured into a firefight. He's not shy about it. He may be long, he may have that, that long jab, and he with the ability to use it, but I think...
Are you calling him a Mexican fighter?
I might be accusing him of that. I may just be accusing him of that. And so, I don't think that Sagawa is going to have to press too much to get that out of Aosta, which is why I also like this fight, and which is why it's on ProBox TV. There's crafty matchmaking here at ProBox TV, and you guys know the matchups are solid, and it's not just two good fighters whose styles tend to blend very well, and you guys get excited about it when you watch it. And I think that's why this fight was made here. I don't think you have to really pull Acosta's leg to drag him into a little bit of a firefight. He may want to use that height and reach. At 126, he may feel stronger, though. And also, if Sagawa presses him in a certain way, he may oblige and say, all right, bro, I'm stronger at 126. Let's go.
Now, the slow start that we talked about for Aosta, part of it, Chris, could have been the power of Ramon Cardenas. He has excellent left hook, but this idea that Sagawa may have to come in and get that kind of respect early, would that be key to you?
I don't think Sagawa has the kind of power that we see in that left hook from Cardenas, and but we did learn something about Aosta in the fight. He's got a hell of a chin, because he took some bombs from Cardenas and took them well throughout the whole night. He got hit with a lot of shots. Cardenas was actually very sharp, especially early on in that fight, and we saw what Cardenas' left hook was able to do that night. Anyway, didn't hurt Brian Aosta. So the chin is there for him. He's a true Mexican gritty fighter. You can crack him on the chin. He's gonna wave you in and want some more. So I think that's why I keep saying that Suleiman Sagawa needs to be crafty on the inside. I think he needs to get to that long torso. You got a taller guy. You get on the inside. You're deceptive on the way in. Once you're there, work that body, work your way up. I think that's going to be the key for Sagawa. I think he needs to be tricky and crafty on the way in and the way out.
Paulie, how important is pace here? Because if you want to maintain a certain range, and you were a range fighter yourself, it can take a lot of gas to constantly get in that wheelhouse and stay there. Sagawa's got to keep the pressure on, perhaps for the whole fight. How important is that endurance in this fight, you think?
It's important. African fighters tend to have a lot of endurance, so I wouldn't really be worried about Sagawa's endurance based on, the region of the world that he's from. But there's also different ways you can put pressure. You can apply physical pressure as well as mental pressure. If you're cutting off the ring correctly, if you're backing off your opponent, if you're backing him up, and now you're starting to cut off the ring, now the pressure increases because he's backing up, and now you're leaving him less space to where he can back to if you cut off the ring correctly. So, yes, pressure can be tiring, but it can also be tiring if you force a guy to go backwards all the time and put him into flight. So, we'll see if he can get him to do that, because, like I said, Aosta tends to oblige and start fighting as well. He may not become a runner.
Yeah, this idea that it could be a lot of different angles, so many different ways that the co-main and main event could go, but that's not it. A lot to talk about when we come back to the DMV. We're back in DC in just a minute.
ProBox TV heads to the nation's capital on September 5th for an all-action fight card headlined by world-rated super featherweight contender Jordan White against the dangerous contender Rene Tellez Giron. White, 19-1 with 12 knockouts of Washington, D.C., is looking to earn his 16th straight victory. In his way is Tellez, 21-5, 13 knockouts, whose world-class experience promises to give White his toughest test. In the co-main event, Suleiman Sagawa will face Brian Aosta, 20-1, 8 wins by knockout in a 10-round featherweight showdown. While Brazilian lightweight contender Jonathan Cardoso faces Luis Torres Valenzuela from Mexico in another 10-round fight. The rest of the card will feature exciting prospects from the DMV region. Get your tickets now.
Welcome back to the ProBox TV Contender Series pre-show live. You know, it's one of those times where it's great to be in ProBox TV because what are they fighting for? They're fighting for huge opportunities, and so many fighters on the ProBox TV stable have huge opportunities in front of them right now. Lester Martinez taking on Christian Mbili. We know that's coming. Ramon Cardenas getting an interim title opportunity later in the year. Also, of course, we have Lamont Roach taking on Isaac Pitbull Cruz. And let's not even mention, of course, everything going on with Erickson Lubin taking on Ortiz Jr. was going to be a mega fight in November. It's easy to tell people, watch our program because the winners go on to great things. It's an excitement that every fighter feels, Chris.
Yeah, ProBox TV used to be just a great platform, and it was, you know, to showcase your skills. Now it's become a springboard. We're seeing more and more of our guys stepping up to the championship level. Angelo Leo started on our air, was out of the ring for 2.5 years, came back, got 3 wins on our air. Next thing you know, you see him on ESPN getting knockout of the year, upset of the year, and becoming a world champion once again. Now he's got big fights. He just fought in Japan. So now you're seeing more and more of these guys. You mentioned all those great fighters that we also have in the stable that are stepping up to that next level. We used to be sub-championship level. Now we're actually at the championship level. We're seeing more and more of the ProBox TV talent taking their talent on the road, going up the ladder.
Paulie has no problem putting fighters on the spot, so I'm going to put him on the spot. When you look at the amazing fights coming up for the ProBox TV stable, what stands out to you? What are you looking forward to?
I know what he's going to say.
Well, I'll tell you what. I like Lester Martinez and Mbili. That's my favorite one. But there's a lot of good things happening. You know, Lester, you know, like you were just talking about, you cut your teeth on ProBox. It's a springboard. And Lester's one of those guys we've seen cut his teeth on ProBox impressively every single time. You're not supposed to be here and win as dominantly as Lester has consistently won here on ProBox TV. Yet Lester has been so dominant each and every time that what else do? You graduate from ProBox and you go on to that big world-class stage. And has Lester ever done that? Right now he's in training camp with Terrence Crawford, who's helping as the main sparring partner, helping him prepare for what is in boxing the biggest fight of the year, Canelo versus Crawford. He's in camp with Crawford right now, and he's going to be on that undercard against Christian Mbili in a title eliminator. And Mbili, obviously a well-known super middleweight contender, very exciting style himself. Lester, known as a very exciting fighter, very exciting style himself, big puncher, brings a lot to the table. That styles making fights type of thing that they like to talk about, that's the one right there for me. And it's a yet another big opportunity for Lester to impress, and I think he's got the right style in front of him to do that.
And to piggyback off something that you said, Champ, you know, the CEO of ProBox TV says, listen, we make these 50-50 fights. When guys blow out the competition, all right, they're ready for the next level. And Lester Martinez has continually done that. Yeah. He's been in what's supposed to be tough fights, and then they're not. He makes tough fights easy at this level, which is why we're seeing him step up.
And who was doing that on ProBox TV? Angelo Leo, if you remember.
Special,
Angelo Leo, we would put him in with fights we thought were tough on ProBox, and he was blowing guys out. What does he do? He winds up in a world title fight, and he wins a world title, and right now he's a world champion.
Ramon Cardenas was another one. We kept seeing him in tough fights, and then he'd end up getting stoppages, knocked them out, you know, late. Yeah, he struggled a little bit at times, but then once he found his rhythm, he's getting rid of guys.
The struggling in the Acosta fight for Cardenas may have gotten him the in way. You know, sometimes sometimes it works the other way around. People see he looks really good, but he's also a little bit beatable. I want to defend against him. You know, maybe you pick him as an opponent. You get the opportunity.
I got a little insider information on that one. I was in the fighter meeting for the Interface Cardenas fight, and he said that. He was talking about Brian Acosta, and he was like, hey, he's my sparring partner. He didn't really hit that hard, and he went down in that fight. So I think I'll be okay. You know,
and tough fight.
That's what happened. Exactly.
Well, speaking of very tough fights, Jordan Short Dog White, of course, in our main event tonight. You talk about his talent, his ability, but as we have seen, Paul, you pointed out, tends to maybe go into cruise control at certain times. You talk about these tough 50-50 fights. You can't do that in the main event tonight.
Can't do that in the main event, and tonight against
Tellez.
Rene
Tellez Giron.
I want to say Tellez. All right. Yeah. Either way, thanks guys. But you know, against Giron, it's not only a tough fight, but it's one of those things where you see Short Dog enough, White, and you see that he's really, really a good fighter. But he tends to maybe be a little bit of a front runner.
and not so much fade late, but sort of going to a cruise control kind of late. And you got to be careful with that as you step up in level of competition. You got to stay in control. You got to keep your foot on the accelerator and be the boss in the ring the entire fight. Because if you risk letting a guy at the higher level get back into the fight, they will. They will take that opportunity. So that's where the mindset of an opponent, as opposed to the mindset of a higher class fighter, comes into play. Higher class opponents, once you're in the ring with them, they take the opportunity to get back in the fight, even if you've been dominant early on. Against other opponents, they mentally start to fade away. Now you're getting to the point where it risks if you're not consistent for the entire duration of the fight, or unless you get your guy out of there.
Yeah, and the crowd tonight is going to be behind all these DMV fighters. No one more than Jordan Short Dog White. He knows the pressure of having a city behind him, but pressure is earned, and this is a guy, through the amateurs, knows all about it. Here he is.
Camp is great. Every camp, you work harder. You do the extra mile that you didn't do last camp, or, do a little bit more than you did last camp. Camp is going great. We're making adjustments as we should, and we training hard. Ready for September 5th. I definitely want to show the power. We're moving up this time to 135. Definitely doing a lot more training pertaining to strength. Definitely keep the speed there, but we just training to move up to the next level and show the world what Short Dog is made of. I feel like a lot of fights been working on showing everything in camp. That way when I get in the ring, that I can give y'all everything that I have. Styles make fights. Just because he went at everybody else doesn't mean that he's going to make the same decision with me. I plan to go in there, dominate like I usually do, and adjust to whatever I need to adjust to. If he come forward, I got some bricks for him to stay still, so we here. I'm a puncher and I'm a boxer. Whatever I need to do, I'm going to do both of them, and we're going to make it happen.
Well, it's a cliche, but it could be one of those things, Chris. Styles make fights. Could Short Dog White have the kind of guy in front of him who's going to make him fight and not let him get into cruise control? Could it be the right opponent for him?
Absolutely. No, to what the champ was saying earlier, this is the kind of guy you can't go in cruise control with Garron. He fought Floyd Schofield, who has been looking spectacular lately. Guess what? He dropped him late in the 11th round. By the 12th, Schofield was holding on to get to the finish. Won the fight handily on the scorecards, but was tested late. If Short Dog starts to fall asleep on his laurels, he might actually fall asleep in the ring, get knocked out, because Garron has big power. He's aggressive. He brings that power with him late, and he doesn't get frustrated. He's not one of those guys who's going to give in and just take that silent agreement like, okay, you got it tonight. I'll get you next time. No. He's going to fight to the final bell. So Short Dog's going to have to stay sharp all night long.
A theme tonight has been starting on time, but could the theme of this fight being finish strong? Is that another side of the pacing balance that may be on display in the main event?
Yeah, I think so. With Short Dog, he's looked like the goods throughout his career. It's that one thing we're not sure of yet, right? So in a fight against this guy, against Garron, if you show that consistency, you show that missing link that people may have been wondering about you. Now you put it together with all the other good things you've shown throughout your career, which is good power, good boxing ability, and now you say, okay, we keep it consistent against good fighters. Now he's ready. He's sort of a more complete package. Now we're ready to step up to world-class level. Until you show that you can do that in that way, you're probably going to still hover around that ProBox TV level, which ain't bad for us, right? We're going to keep putting you in tough fights, good fights, entertaining fights. But, everybody wants to graduate to that championship level.
Yeah, and that is the goal of everyone on our card, is to impress not just the crowd here in D.C., not just the names here at ProBox TV, but impress the people who are deciding who gets title opportunities. Coming up next, we get it started. That's right, our Future Stars kicks off. Ben Johnson, who is an absolute monster. Can he keep his undefeated record going? That is the question. It's going to be an incredible night of fights here at the DMV. So just like the DMV, get in line.
It's Friday night and the Contender Series rolls into our nation's capital for another night of action-packed 50-50 fights. In our main event, Washington's very own Jordan Short Dog White puts his 15-fight win streak on the line when he battles Mexico's Rene Tellez. Whose hand will be raised in victory? Stay tuned and find out. In our co-main event of the evening, Brian Aosta from Hermosillo, Mexico, tries to avenge the first loss of his professional career versus Ramon Cardenas when he takes on the challenge of Suleiman Sagawa, a veteran of many memorable wars. It's 8 o'clock and you know what time it is. It's time for action, excitement, and the best that the sport of boxing has to offer from Washington, D.C. It's a Contender Series, and it starts now.
ProBox TV main event is on now. Your winner by knockout.
Welcome into the Contender Series. It is Friday night in the DMV. That's right, DC, Maryland, Virginia. What do you think we think the DMV? Long lines. Well, that's what we have here, a long line of talent from Sugar Ray Leonard to the Roach family. Unbelievable night of fights. We start out, of course, with Jonathan Cardoso versus Luis Torres. That's right, from Sao Paulo, Brazil, 18-1. Torres, 21-1. 12 of those wins by knockout. Cardoso goes in and he bangs. Will that be the right strategy tonight against the heavy-handed fighter from Mexico? And our co-main event of the evening, Suleiman Sagawa from here in Silver Springs, Maryland, 17-5-1. He has faced some of the best in the world. His opponent, Brian Aosta, his performance against Ramon Cardenas got him this opportunity, but that was the first loss of his career at 21-1. Can he bounce back? He's looking just like Cardenas to make a huge opportunity out of his performance tonight. And in our main event, Jordan Short Dog White versus Rene Tellez Giron. Jordan White, 19-1, 12 wins by knockout. So much support here in the DMV area, but his opponent, Rene Giron, 21-5, 13 wins by knockout, is going to make it aggressive. He wants a brawl tonight against the boxer from the DMV in front of his hometown crowd. Welcome inside the arena, Jimmy Smith, of course, alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. Great to have you with us. When I look at this main event, Short Dog White, incredibly talented, but Giron coming in to make it a battle. Chris, what kind of fight do you see going down in this main event?
I think this is a perfect clash of styles. You've got Short Dog White, who's a fantastic boxer, come from this area. You know, he's one of those guys who'll stay in the pocket, he'll make you miss, he'll make you pay for it. He'll slow down the pace, he'll control you. He's all about control. And then you got Giron, who's basically a bull. You can't control a bull. White wants to be the matador tonight. Giron wants to be the bull, but the guy pressures. He puts tons of power in those shots when he comes forward. He's got late power as well. We saw him when he was able to hurt and drop Floyd Schofield a couple fights ago. Losing effort, but put on. And he's one of those guys, he's going to test you from the beginning, from the opening bell until the final bell. So Jordan White needs to stay sharp all night long.
Yeah, we love talent here on ProBox TV, but Paulie, you want to see talent tested. You want to see talent dig deep. Short Dog White, you've talked about it before, his tendency to kind of go into cruise control and coast to the victory. Giron, not going to allow that tonight.
Not going to allow that, and that's what I'm talking. What the champ is talking about, where Giron Tellez Giron is a guy who won't make you comfortable, won't allow you to have that cruise control. You might want to go into that cruise control. You might have a tendency to go into that cruise control, but this guy won't allow you. That's why we're stepping up White to this level, and that's really, like we talked about, sort of a missing link we want to see in Jordan White. If he can show that he can be consistent against a guy like this who's going to have possibly a late surge and continue to test him, and of course if he's still around, because White does have early power, but Giron also has never been stopped, so it will be a big feather in his hat if he's able to stop Giron. But if he does go late, you got to show that consistency that sometimes has been lacking, because Giron won't let you slack.
Well, when you talk about showing your best, Brian Aosta in our co-main event against Ramon Cardenas, his last time out, impressed everybody with that performance. Dropped Cardoso late, but started a little bit late and let the fight slip away. In his mind, he was right there. Paulie, can he bring that edge into the fight tonight in our co-main event?
Oh, he's going to have to. He's going to have to not only bring that edge, but I think he's going to want to as well. You know, he's a guy who feels like he was right there. So what happened to Cardenas after that fight he had against Cardenas? Cardenas went into the big time with the Inoue fight, championship level, and Cardenas knew how to take advantage of that. Didn't win, got the knockdown, and has stayed on that level now. You know, his next fight is also a big fight. So Acosta's telling himself, man, I was right there. So I think he's going to definitively be hungry, but he doesn't have an easy guy in front of him.
Yeah, Suleiman Sagawa, a guy who has fought some incredible names, Chris. A great pocket fighter, very aggressive. He believes in his conditioning and his ability to control the range in this fight. Is that what he's going to have to do?
Yeah, I mean, he's a super crafty guy. He's got to be really smart with the taller, younger Acosta, who throws a lot of punches, has good power that he showed in the Cardenas fight. So he's got to be smart on the way in. And when he gets that real estate that he wants, he's got to take advantage. He's got to go to the body, that long torso of Acosta, who's tall for this weight class. Even though he's moving up, he's still tall for 126. That's how crazy he was at 22.
That's why he was moving up, right?
Exactly. He was counting himself to being 122. Now he's at 126. He says he feels stronger. He feels like his endurance is going to be better. His punch resistance is going to be better, although his punch resistance looked phenomenal against Cardenas. But for Sagawa, he's a guy who's been learning on the road. He's a true road warrior. Has fought on B-sides against super tough guys. Is never an easy night. And to speak to what you were saying, Champ, about Acosta, you know he's motivated because he's coming off his first loss. He could have easily gotten a gimme, gone down to Mexico, a bounce-back fight. No, he's in with a guy like Suleiman Sagawa because he believes, like what you said, he belongs in the top of the sport, and he wants to get back there fast.
And just so you know, the first 3 fights of the night on our Future Stars card, you see that hungry, up-and-coming talent, and then we transition to the Contender Series, the all-action 50-50 fights that ProBox TV is known for. Well, let's talk about one of our Future Stars, Ben Johnson. Whatever it is, Johnson has that.
He's got it.
He's one of Chris, what do we say behind the scenes? If this guy can fight, he's going to be a millionaire, right? He has every intangible.
Right before his pro debut, we're interviewing him, and he leaves the room after the fighter meeting, and we look at Jimmy, and I go, if this kid can fight, he's a star. I mean, he's got it all. He's got the smile. He talks the right way. He fights the right way. He's got the amateur background. You name it, this kid's got it. He's definitely a prospect to watch out for.
Yeah, but it's that idea that so much pressure is on your shoulders when you have all that. I mean, look at Chris. We want to punch him almost every single day. This idea that that's on your shoulders, Paul, you know it's true.
But you know what? It's also when you're a fighter on the come up like that and you have all that baggage, so to speak, that you have to live up to, you almost love it, though. You know what I mean? You know you're good. That's why you have the expectation for you. People see you're good. You know you're good because you're the one putting in the work every day looking to get to those expectations. Listen, nobody walks into a boxing gym and says, you know, especially as a kid, and goes, you know, one day I hope to be the best opponent I can be. No, they all have dream aspirations of big dreams, world championships, Hall of Fame, so on and so forth. You know, most people don't get there. But when you start to see you're on that path and people start talking about you and people start to, you know, bring up your reputation without you needing to do it yourself, now you start to feel yourself a little bit and you start to really get even more hungry if you're a good fighter, if you're in the right mental mindset. And we feel that Johnson is that.
As we get ready for our first fight, I got to say, Francois Scarro Jr., when we interviewed him in our fighter meeting, you know what he said? He said, pressure is earned, and he said, pressure creates diamonds, and I'm here to shine on this event. This idea, Chris, that Paulie just said of, look, I didn't come here to not have pressure on my shoulders. You don't get into football to not play in the Super Bowl. This idea that these guys can handle pressure, talk about that because the DMV is so full of talent. You don't make it into the gym the next day if you don't have talent.
Well, just like the champ was saying, when you're good and you're young, you want that pressure. I want to shoulder everything. A guy like Scarborough, who brings a ton of people here tonight, and he does every time we fight here in the DMV. He loves it. He loves putting on for his people. He loves putting on for his city. You know, he wants that on his back, and he goes out there. He's a performer. He's got a tough fight tonight. But all of these guys, like you said, those guys in the DMV, those guys they're all in the gyms together too. All these guys, they're all competitive in the gym. They're also competitive here. They want to outdo each and every one of their teammates every night. Oh, you got the second round knockout? I'm going to get the first round knockout. Oh, you got the first round knockout? I'm going to get 30-second knockout. How about that? That's just the mentality that these guys have. It's a dog-eat-dog competitive world, but it makes for better fighters.
We've talked about how the ProBox TV stable is doing so well. Lamont Roach, of course, taking on Isaac Pitbull Cruz. Later on in the year, Paulie, when you talk to these DMV fighters, they go, I want to be him. I want to be Gervonta Davis. I want to be the guys. I want to be Sugar Ray Leonard, the guys that came from here and ended up being great. How motivating is that?
It's motivating because every generation DC and the DC-Baltimore area has a lot of really good fighters. You know, I remember my generation, there were guys like Keith Holmes and Sean B. Mitchell.
Yep.
You know, then you go past behind that, you know, you got the Ray Leonards of the world and so on and so forth. William Joppy was also my generation, I can remember. You know, so there's always guys in from this area of the world. This area of the world produces very good boxing talent. So the young fighters, they have aspirations to be like the guys that came before them. They want to live up to those expectations themselves, you know, because they say, okay, I want to be the next great star, the next big fighter, the next championship level fighter from this area. So in order for me to live up to that, I can't just be an average champion. I need to be among the best, because those guys were all among the best.
Also, before we were on air tonight, of course, you know about the Roach family. We also know about Jordan Roach continued his undefeated streak. Not just winning first-round knockout, Chris, not known as a knockout guy. It was destruction in round number 1.
Yeah, and he fought a guy with a ton of experience, too, and a guy who normally goes the distance, and he's able to completely overwhelm him in the first round, put him down twice, I believe. You know, TKO victory in round number 1, which is great for Jordan. He talked about how much better he's been getting in the gym, and he wanted to show it, and tonight he certainly did.
What does DC style mean to you? You can hear our fighters getting ready to make their walk. That DC style, what are the fans going to see a lot of tonight, Paulie?
I think DC fighters tend to be exciting but smart boxers. You know, they tend to want to bring pressure. If they don't bring pressure, they tend to have a high output. You know, I mentioned a guy like Sean B. Mitchell. He wasn't a pressure fighter, but he was a speed fighter, a lot of combinations. So, you know, and then you think of a guy like Lamont Roach, who may not, you know, throw those speed combinations, but he's in your face. He boxes intelligently right from where he is. So I think the DC boxing style will test you mentally and physically, but they're boxer punches with exciting mindsets.
Also impressive every single time is the crowd reaction here in DC. They scream for their fighters. It's just packed in here tonight. Can you handle the pressure? That's a question a lot of these fighters have to answer. Take a look at the tail of the tape. As we go into the ring, it is Ben Johnson. 6 rounds in the welterweight division. A mere 20 years old, 12 years younger than his opponent. 6 feet tall, 2-inch reach advantage. He is a giant. Let's see how his opponent from Puerto Rico, Luis Ramos, handles it. Lupe Contenders is ready to get us started right here in the DMV.
Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to Care First Arena in the nation's capital, Washington, D.C. This is another edition of ProBox TV being presented in association with Lamont Roach Sr.'s No Excuse Promotions. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on with tonight's event, we'd like to take this moment to mark the passing of a member of the DC boxing family. She was a longtime supporter of the sport and did everything she could to promote the sweet science, as well as a hardcore fan who attended almost every bout. Unfortunately, she was taken from us way too soon. As we do with all members of the boxing family, if you would be so kind to please rise as we honor their memory with boxing's traditional 10 count. In honor of a community leader, a beloved wife, a caring sister, and a loving mother, please hold a count of 10 and a moment of silence in honor of Carlen Ake. Thank you, and may she rest in peace. We start off the action with this bout set for 6 rounds in the welterweight division. Arrancamos con este duelo pactado a 6 vueltas en la división peso welter. Los jueces son, the judges are Paul Wallace, Vincent Santino, along with Tammy Jenkins. Presenting first, the fighter standing in the blue corner, presentando la esquina azul, vestido de plateado con vivos verdes. He steps in wearing silver with green trim on the scale. He registered an official 149 1/4 pounds. Sobre la báscula, marcó un peso oficial de 149 libras y un cuarto. A nivel profesional, mantiene un récord de 7 victorias, 6 derrotas, un empate, con todas sus 7 victorias por la vía del knockout as a professional. He maintains a record of 7 victories against 6 losses, 1 bout even. All 7 victories coming by way of KO. From Trujillo Alto, Puerto Rico, Luis Caraballo. His counterpart in the red corner, su contrincante en la esquina roja, vestido de negro con plateado. He steps in wearing black with silver trim. He weighed in at a ripped and ready 149.5 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 149 libras y media. Esta noche lo arriesga todo, incluyendo su récord invicto de 4 victorias. Todas sus victorias por la vía del knockout tonight. He risks it all, puts it all on the line, including his undefeated record of 4 victories. All 4 victories coming by way of KO. Repping the DMV, Springdale, Maryland, Ben Johnson. Our referee, Brent Bovell.
All right, protect yourselves at all times, obey my commands at all times. Let's touch them up.
Ready to get underway. Round number 1. Benjamin Johnson, you saw it, 4-0, 4 wins by knockout. That's a kid who gets it done early. As we said, he can fight. He's going to be a superstar. Articulate young man, only 20 years old. See if he gets done in round number 1. There's Johnson in the black trunks. His opponent, Luis Caraballo, is in the white and green.
Sharp Johnson already getting the timing with the right hand over the top of the jab within seconds of a fight.
And champ, that's the reason why we've never seen Ben Johnson past the first round. 4 first-round knockouts in his first 4 pro fights.
Guy just throws power in everything he has very, very fast.
He's got caught with a right hand there over the top and a good stiff jab.
Holds his ground, though. I guess that's going to happen at times. Doesn't give ground a lot, holds position, which allows him to have that speedy returning of fire as he holds that position well. But, of course, hold position too much, sometimes make a mistake and get hit like he did a few seconds ago.
Caraballo Ramos certainly didn't come here to lose, throwing heat in return, something Johnson hasn't seen a whole lot of. Ramos already hanging on. Veteran of 14 pro fights is Ramos. 7 wins by knockout.
And Ramos has fought a lot of top prospects on the way up. Actually went the distance with a good-looking prospect. Eric Tudor is a Golden Boy prospect. So this is a good test here for see what Johnson can do. It looks like he's overwhelming him already.
Johnson's hurt him to the body, and he's got some swelling around the left eye of as well.
Offensive storm early from Johnson.
Wow, this is very impressive.
Tight, sharp punches.
Against a very experienced opponent. This is supposed to be a step-up type fight where we're going to see some rounds, and Johnson is treating him like anyone else.
Ramos trying to get some respect with that right hand.
Oh, that body shot again. Left hook to the liver from Johnson.
The gentleman just fluid combinations.
But watch his feet. His feet are very, very well balanced. He's always ready to punch with power. Keeps going back to that body, too.
He's sharp, doubling with the right hand to the body, to the head.
There it is again.
We're talking about man strength coming in your late 20s. Johnson has it at 20.
And you see how he also mixes the variation with the punches, uses touch punches to set up the harder punches, changes speed on the combinations. So it makes it difficult to time, makes it difficult to defend.
Stays super relaxed. You can tell he's not wasting any energy.
Have a good right hand there by Ramos.
Yeah. Johnson walked right through it.
We're seeing veteran stuff. Ramos holding on. Other opponents have just had to kind of take the punches. Ramos at least having the wherewithal to clinch.
Really good comprehensive work here from Johnson. Head, body, mixing up the punches. Great punch variation. Staying calm.
We will see a round number 2.
You're breaking them down already. Everything's hurting, all right? But play a little bit more punch placement, okay? Deep breath.
Looking in the corner of Benjamin Johnson. Seeing a second round, gentlemen. Can you believe it? Didn't think we'd see that early on in this fight, but Ramos doing a couple little veteran tricks to stay in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, I expect to get some rounds out of Ramos tonight. That's why he was chosen for an opponent here for Ben Johnson.
But we almost didn't.
But we almost didn't. But that's how good Ben is.
Can Ramos go to 6, though?
That is the question. We're starting round number 2. Let's do one round at a time, Paul.
Yeah,
We're round number 2 here.
Yeah.
Ramos taking some big punches, especially to the ribs, gentlemen. You know that starts paying off later in a fight.
You know, already we've seen some new folds from Ben Johnson because we haven't had to see that much yet because the guys have been folding so early. But we saw some really dedicated body work, set-up punches, good balance, good offensive defense mixed together.
And Paulie, that DMV style, you talk about it all the time, where they stay in the pocket, yet still hard to hit. Right? It's not they overmove that much, but they plant their feet, can be hard to hit in the pocket, Paulie.
Yeah, it's another one of those guys that, you know, he has a great sense of positioning. I noticed it right from the opening bell. He's holding position, and that allows him to both put mental pressure on as well as fight back and punch back right off of the offense of the opponent, as well as, of course, being able to lead.
But also those guys, they stay in the pocket. And you're going to get touched when you're in the pocket, but it just seems like they make just the fine adjustments just at the end, so they're not getting hit that clean, which makes for more exciting fights.
Also, when you're that close, you have a lot of options to throw punches and different combinations and whatnot. And so we get to see the creativity of the fighter. And Ben Johnson, I'm very creative with his punch selection and the way he sets things up as well.
Nice feint. Good hard feint there from Johnson. Ooh, good work there, good counter. Parry jab. That's one thing I always talk about, the high-level amateurs that turn pro. It's always the eyes. I always watch the eyes because you can see that they're aware of everything going on, picking their spots, analyzing. Ooh, good left hook over the top.
Ramos trying to counter with the right hand, ended up taking a left hook.
Ramos is tough. He's taking some hard, clean shots.
Yeah, and he's trying to fight back himself, too.
Nothing about Ben Johnson's style is he is big for 147 pounds. We saw it 6 feet tall, and he's a thick guy.
And I had asked him about that. He's like, nah, make the weight easy. I'm like, okay. For now, it's good to be young.
Oh, to be 20 again, right, Chris?
Right.
Doesn't get easier. A little bit of a clash of heads on the inside, and if you're Ramos, you want to make it a rougher kind of fight.
Ramos is not folding yet. He's still in this fight very much. You saw that it was a break, and he came right at Ben, and now he's ripping shots to the head and the body. Blood from the eye now of Ramos.
Cut around the nose of Ramos, and Ben Johnson unloading. Good right hand.
Ref looking close.
Good defensive awareness from Ramos, though, gentlemen. Hands up high.
Good smothering as well from Ramos.
But he's coming back good as well.
He's trying to punch back, knowing Johnson has to recover from that combination.
Listen, Ramos is a veteran. He's got a lot of experience, and he's been in with a lot of top prospects.
And Johnson going back on the jab. He punched himself out a little bit, so intelligently going back on the jab, using that skill.
¿Cómo te sientes? Bien, la plancha. Bien máquina. Pues vamos a meterle un par de manos a este tipo, papi. Ese tipo no tiene la patilla.
Well, Benjamin Johnson getting pushed, certainly, heading into round number 3. He's been the aggressor. We saw some offensive fireworks in the last round, gentlemen.
Yeah, we got to see him unload shots. You know, in his punch selection, where he's placing the shots, the precision. Did a great job of piercing the guard, going around the gloves as well. But Ramos showing some real veteran tactics to survive that onslaught.
And I like that he didn't panic when he didn't get the stoppage there, because he was punched out a little bit. He went back on the back foot and started jabbing to close out the round, keep the domination going, keep the control of the round going, and keep also the psychology that he's in control going as well.
Yeah, certainly in control of this fight as we begin round number 3.
And these are the things we wanted to see. This is why we asked. We want to see him in more rounds, because you want to see his arsenal on full display, but also how he deals with any kind of adversity.
Excellent job of that piston jab. Chris, you talked about the feints early on in the fight.
Yeah, we're seeing some of his boxing IQ now. He's setting shots up with the jab, hooking off the jab beautifully, trying to set up big shots like that.
Yeah, and I think, you start to realize how durable Ramos is, so you say, okay, let's go about things a different route. Set everything off the jab, control off the jab, throw combinations, but in between the combinations, use that jab to control the pace and re-oxygenate.
And that's the thing when you're a prospect coming up. There's a certain point you get to, it's like, wow, these guys aren't just going to go away.
Yeah.
You got to be creative and figure out ways to solve them.
And you also, you learn to get to a point where there's a pace you're comfortable with and can still be in control without punching yourself out.
Ramos complaining about the push. He said, hey, you held on to him. Ramos has been the one initiating a lot of clinches, trying to stifle the offensive Johnson.
But also, if we know anything about the MV fighters, that there's tons of hard sparring. Guys' conditioning are great when it comes to boxing. I wouldn't be...
good shot there.
Yeah.
Referee
I'm
calling that a
surprised he
slip.
didn't call that. It looked like a left hook to the ear.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a check hook there.
Yeah.
He fell in.
Oh, right back to the body. Oh, big shot there from Ramos over the top.
Yeah, one thing Ramos has been able to do is maybe showing us a little bit of a chink in the armor of Johnson. Is a little bit defensively susceptible to those big overhand rights. He's taken a few of them. He's taken them well, but nonetheless, you don't want to see a prospect take consistently clean shots.
You also don't love to see a guy get hit with the same shot over and over.
Yeah.
You want to see that adjustment.
Yeah.
It's important to keep in mind that this is the longest fight of Johnson's pro career. He's not used to a guy taking as many shots as he's thrown in these first 3 rounds and still be there.
No, like I said, Ramos went 8 rounds with Eric Tudor, who's a very good-looking prospect for Golden Boy. So the durability is there. Also, it looks like he's in great shape tonight as Ramos, because if not, he wouldn't be doing that. Coming forward off the break, coming forward, throwing shots. Very motivated is Ramos.
Deep breath and then moving forward as a fighter from Puerto Rico.
Sticking his tongue out.
Yep.
He's game. Game as they come is Ramos.
He's earning his paycheck tonight.
He's got his pride too, man.
Yeah, I met him in the hotel earlier. Seemed like a real nice guy, happy to be there. Oh, good right hand again.
A nice guy with a hard right hand as well.
And an iron chin.
Stubborn right hand. That won't stop using it.
What's that word you like? Pesky.
Pesky,
It's a pesky right hand.
Pesky enough to see a round number 4.
Big smile from Ramos. He looked right in the camera and smiled, pointed at me.
He said, I told you, Chris.
Yeah, no, I talked to him in the hotel room. He told me he was ready.
You talked about wanting to see what someone has. Here it is.
Yeah, and that's that pesky right hand we were talking about, Jim. Right there, off the defense. Sometimes Johnson fall in love a little bit too much with his attacking offensive mind. And, not really, I guess, based on the way he's finished so many guys early on, not used to seeing things come back in between his offense yet.
That was a well-timed shot for Ramos, though.
Yeah.
He didn't need to see where the punch was going. He knew where Ben Johnson's head was going to be. He took the shot and landed perfectly.
Oh, what do they tell you? Well, when you attack and get your head off center, Johnson didn't do that.
Didn't do that.
Well, this idea that in between rounds, gentlemen, are you telling him, yeah, that's what you're here for, Ben? Yeah, guys are getting tougher as you get more experience. This is normal. Did you kind of settle him down a little bit?
Yeah, I think you settle him down with just, tell him to get back on the jab a little bit, control the pace. He's doing that in some spots. I think he's understanding it on his own. He's seeing the guy's going to be still in front of him, and if he keeps trying to knock him out, he's going to punch himself out. So he does have the ability to box off the jab, and I think he's shown that in some spots here.
As we often say, educated lead hand. That's what Benjamin Johnson has.
I always like to compare it to a stick shift car. Most fights are going to be fought in 3rd gear. You're going to have to use that jab. There's times you elevate to 5th gear to try to get a stoppage. Maybe this 1st gear at the beginning of a fight when there's a feel-out process. But for the most part, knowing how to control a fight in that 3rd gear is important, because that's where most fights are. The time is spent driving, the speed at which the fight is being driven.
Seen a couple more things to work on from Ben Johnson. He got hit with another right hand at the beginning of this round, but also watch, he's following Ramos, so he's not cutting off the ring. He's following him around the ring. He's allowing Acosta ways to exit.
That's why you have these fights, right?
Exactly.
You continue to step up a level of opposition. You still look good. I mean, this is another praiseworthy performance from Johnson, because he's been dominant. But you also, the more rounds you go, you can see a couple of things that you might want to work on for future endeavors.
A great coach finds defeat in victory, gentlemen. They find the things you did wrong, even if you look great.
You got to understand, you're not looking for a perfect fighter in his 5th pro fight, so there are things to work on, go back to the drawing board about, and Ramos has been able to expose some of those tonight. Oh, good left hook there from Ramos. And Ramos is growing. He's starting to feel more and more comfortable. He's realizing he can take the shots. And he's realizing he can land leather. These kind of opponents, if they can touch you, they'll stay in the fight.
Well, they feel like maybe if they can get you to have punch yourself out a little bit, maybe Ramos knows that Johnson has had a lot of first-round knockouts, so he's thinking, if I can take some rounds, even if I can take some shots, maybe I'll make him suffer.
It looked like Johnson hurt him with the right hand and didn't follow up like he would have maybe in the first couple rounds. He's starting to realize this guy's got a chin on him. Don't want to waste too much energy trying to finish him.
I don't know about you, champ. You know, neither one of us were punchers or offensive the way that Johnson is. But when I fought opponents like Ramos, once I told them that showed them that they couldn't hit me, it really took the fight out of them. And those kind of guys in there just like, all right, I just want to get to the end. I'm not really going to try to win anymore. But Ramos is trying to win.
Yeah, Ramos is, I don't know if he's trying to win, but he's still trying to get Johnson off him. You know what it is? Johnson's still kind of looking for that stoppage. He hasn't settled into that jab style yet, where I guess he has more of a puncher's mentality, obviously. Like you said, we weren't punchers in that way. I used to settle into the jab pretty quickly.
Good body work.
Johnson's still looking for that
good body shot.
Destructive style.
Fighter going to the liver.
Ramos is hurt. Ramos is hurt to the body. He's looking to hold more than fire back now. He's moving a little more. Looking a little uncomfortable.
Some right hand,
though. Right hand
there again.
He can't miss with that thing.
We talked about it, Chris. No look right hand. Didn't even eyeball it.
And what's the problem, Chip? Is it Johnson too up high, not getting his head off center?
I just think he's so offensive-minded, he's not really thinking about anything coming back. I don't think he's had any pros thus far who are willing to stay in the pocket and throw with him. Ramos is taking the shots and firing.
Yeah, success with the right hand, but more success from Benjamin Johnson. Another offensive whirlwind in round 4.
That was a beautiful body shot. Set up with a little touch shot over the top, little touch there, and then, that's a little shot right there. You see.
Ramos is tough to take. That was right in the liver, man.
Not only take it, but he takes a deep breath like, I felt it.
Yeah.
You also saw those elbows go down, which is always a sign of a good body shot. Luis Ramos from Puerto Rico, 7-6-1. All of his wins by knockout.
Still smiling.
Yeah, he has faith in that right hand. About to get the penultimate round, round number 5. Uncharted territory for Benjamin Johnson.
The ref just warned Ramos for too much holding, probably based on the fact that he spent the second half of that round, getting over that body shot.
He's been holding strategically. He's turning away like he can't open his eye.
Oh, Johnson's coming out.
Might actually be hurt. He is blinking.
Yeah, Johnson's really coming out trying to put a finish here.
Yeah, Johnson's got that second win. That second win now.
But he's still not cutting off the ring. He's still following. He's allowing Ramos to live. Ramos is one of those guys. Not going to be one shot. You gotta. It's attrition. You got to keep beating on him. You got to make him. You got to smother him. Make sure he can't breathe. Get him out of there. But if you allow him a way out.
And he's complaining there's something in his eyes, but you cannot come in and have the eye wiped out.
Yeah, I don't know why he's telling his corner.
Yep. He says there's something in his eye. But from the beginning of the round, he was blinking like there was something in his eyes.
Yeah, we might be close to the end here.
No.
Look, he's holding on for dear life.
Yeah.
He's wiping his eyes still. That right eye, something's wrong. Could it be a break?
Could be a damage.
The corner's up. It is over. And he is upset. There's some extracurriculars after the fight.
Yeah, I think Ramos wanted a fight.
Yeah,
a little miscommunication.
It's very confusing, though. You shouldn't be trying to talk to the, because you're signaling to the corner that potentially you want out.
Yeah.
And maybe that wasn't what Ramos wanted, but it looked like the corner took it as that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but gentlemen, you see the towel is going to come up. Right there, corner is there, waving his hand, and Ramos upset. But gentlemen, you can't wipe out the eye in the middle of the fight unless you're Gervonta Davis. So what can you do? But turning your corner and saying, my eye, what do you want me to do about it? Except stop the fight. So,
maybe you should have tried the knee the knee to the corner move like Gervonta did. I don't know.
You can complain about miscommunication there, but
it's still a solid performance from Johnson. Credit to Ramos for allowing us to have seen Johnson for some more rounds. We saw the spectacular style of Johnson and a couple of things that we like to see him work on, but certainly par for the course for a prospect of the level of Johnson.
He got some work, however. We saw some different wrinkles, had to overcome some clinching, as you said, vulnerable to that blind overhand right. You know, a harder puncher, that would have been more of a concern. But, Paulie, you see the things, you go back to the gym and go, hey, fix these for that next level.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what you got to have a chance to do that. You know, Johnson already has a solid base of very good skills, solid power. He's got the psychological aspect of it. He's got a killer instinct, as we saw. Even with a guy who won't go away, he stays with that killer instinct. He's got to be a little smarter in the way he attacks at times, but certainly this looks like a blue chip prospect to me.
This is the kind of fight, the exact kind of opponent that you want at this stage of your career. You get rounds, but you still get the stoppage.
Get rounds, get deep water. Lupe Contreras in the ring. Let's make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, the blue corner informs referee Brent Bovell their fighter can no longer continue, forcing him to stop this contest with an official time of 1 minute 8 seconds of the 5th and penultimate round. Damas, caballeros, la esquina azul informa al referee Brent Bovell que su peleador no puede continuar, obligándolo a parar la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 1 minuto, 8 segundos del penúltimo y 5 asalto. Declarando el ganador por knockout técnico, declaring the winner by way of technical knockout. Still undefeated, Ben Johnson.
The undefeated streak continues for Ben Johnson. See that magic smile, Chris? That's what we mean. If he can fight, keep this streak going, man.
No, absolutely. And I really like what I saw tonight. Yes, there's some things to work on, but good. You within your 5th pro fight, you fought a tough guy in front of you. You got to see some rounds. We got to see some more of Ben Johnson. Still got the stoppage against a tough guy who's been the distance with other prospects. So I think this is a good test for Johnson. I think it's been a good litmus test based on the other prospects that Ramos has fought. And also, it gives Coach Roach some things to work on, which is probably a good thing.
Big, aggressive. We saw the technique. We saw the variety in attacks. But certainly that IQ was present in this fight. That'll take Ben Johnson far. You talk about the coaching. You talk about the ability. You talk about this guy having an incredibly bright future. And also here in the DMV, this place was absolutely rocking for Benjamin Johnson. Very, very passionate fight fans. Well, that's going to continue in our main event with Jordan Short Dog White. Very tough test in front of him. The best person to talk about this test and why it's happening is the boss, Gary Jonas, about why it was put together. Here he is.
We got to challenge Jordan. Jordan wants to be that guy who gets into those big fights. And our platform is supposed to give him 2 or 3 really statement fights that says, hey, he should be up there for a championship fight. So we had Magdaleno, and I thought that was going to be a great fight. And one that would allow Jordan White to really shine. He fell out, hurt his hand. He's got poly hands. So we ended up with Tellez, and he actually moved up. He decided after that to move up to 35. So we got Rene Tellez, who we think is that type of fight as well. So we're pretty happy about the alternative.
I see this fight, and I'm like, ooh, Tellez is he's a really tough forward Mexican-style fighter who can punch. You know, he gave Floyd Schofield all he could handle, dropped him late in the fight, did 12 rounds. The guy's got a lot of experience. He comes forward, super aggressive. He can punch. So how much of that, when you were side of this fight, you're like, I think this is a tougher fight than Magdaleno, honestly.
I did a little bit of that, but at the same time, Jordan White wants that fight. He wants to prove that he belongs, and he understands he has to cross that road. He has to take on these kind of fights to prove himself. So kudos to Jordan White and his people and his team, because they got a lot of confidence and they get it. They want this fight. They want to shine against this guy and make a statement that they belong, that they're every bit what Schofield is, and they belong at the highest level. So that's how these fights get made, and it's I'm excited about it.
Yeah, the kind of fighter that's going to come forward and make Jordan Short Dog White fight. Paulie, is that what he has in front of him right now?
Yeah, you know, he's got in front of him a guy that, you know, he's going to be stubborn. He's not going to be a guy who's just going to go away that easily. He's a guy who gets the knockdown early. We've seen White get the knockdown early, dominate early, and then sort of cruise control sometimes, you know, when he doesn't get you out of there. Well, this guy's not going to go away that easily. That's why we put him in with White. We want to find that out about him. And so that's what the kind of fight we expect tonight. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing White pushed a little bit in the middle rounds.
Now, Chris, Paulie knows all about Sicilian knife fighting. You don't put it in, you turn it. Once it's in, you turn it. You really finish the guy out. Is that the mentality we're looking for tonight in Short Dog White?
I don't think he has a choice. If he's going to win this fight, he's going to have to stay switched on the whole night. And listen, this might actually be the perfect opponent to show how good Jordan White is. Because if he goes out there and he dominates and controls a guy like Giron, like, all right, we got a now litmus test versus Floyd Schofield. Like, that's the level that we're at, you know, and that's why you get these kinds of opponents, especially when they fought those kinds of guys. You really want to know what you got? Fight a guy like Tellez Giron.
Now, we talk about it all the time here at ProBox TV. Action-packed 50-50 fights. That's what we have in our main event. But coming up next, Elijah Flores versus Luis Hernandez Ramos, welterweights, when we return to the DMV. Stay with us.
Fight fans, get ready for a night of 50-50 all-action fights. On Saturday, September 27th, ProBox TV returns to Kissimmee, Florida. In the main event, rising Puerto Rican star Nicholas Flores takes on rugged veteran Peter Dobson in a welterweight showdown. Plus, Puerto Rican sensation Najee Lopez will showcase his skills along with Orlando native Jarrell Blast Valsaint.
Welcome back. It's on the DMV. That's right. It is Care First Arena here in Washington, D.C. Unbelievable night of talent. Jimmy Smith alongside the champs, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. One of the things here at ProBox TV isn't just action-packed 50-50 fights. It is also, if you give us a great fight, you will be back. Living proof of that in our co-main event. Brian Aosta last time out against Ramon Cardenas. That was in Texas. This kid came out, Chris, when you researched Brian Aosta, you gave me that face. This is going to be a very, very tough one. You were right. That's why he's back.
You know, he was hard to research. There was not a lot of film of him. We were kind of looking. We were scrounging around, and then we found out about this nugget of information that he had done multiple camps in Japan with Naoya Inoue. And I started thinking, I'm like, multiple camps, not just one camp. That means you can fight. If they bring you back and they bring you across the world and they pay for all that, that means you can fight. So I was like, oh, this potentially, I remember telling Paul, I'm like, this potentially could be a really good fight. And sure enough, it was.
Yeah, but that idea that is kind of split in two to me. Number one, had a great performance, had Cardenas on the ropes, started a little bit too late, and let it slip away. So he had a great performance, but he was right there. And that edge of being right there, that stays with you. He will carry that frustration into the ring tonight. Check it out.
Es un peleador que yo he estado estudiando bien, un peleador que me gusta para esta pelea, me gusta porque me va a exigir mi máximo, así como lo hice con Cárdenas. Creo que he corregido los errores que cometí con Cárdenas. Esa pelea me sirvió mucho para mejorar, más que nada, y no me gusta quedarme con yo gané, no, lo que pasó y por algo pasó así, y hay que darle vuelta a la hoja, y estamos aquí para esta pelea con Suleiman Sagawa. Soy un peleador que me adapto a la pelea, un peleador que si me conviene estar en la corta, me quedo en la corta, si me conviene el contraataque, pues utilizo el contraataque, si me conviene boxear, moverme en el ring, lo hago. El son de música que me ponga Suleiman es el que voy a bailar, entonces depende de la pelea que él me brinde y la pelea que yo le voy a brindar para contrarrestar eso y salir avante de esa pelea. Lo que puedo decir es que voy bien preparado, voy bien mentalizado y voy a ganar esa pelea. Porque yo sé muy bien que las que vienen después de esta pelea van a ser muy buenas y va a quedar mi nombre escrito ahí en la historia. Yo sé muy bien.
This idea, Paulie, that he came just short last time out. And, of course, Cardenas getting the fight against the monster in a way. His sparring partner, that edge follows you into the ring.
That edge follows you into the ring, and it leaves you hungry, and it really makes you realize just how close you are to that goal. Not far off at all, but you need to keep performing. You need to stay hungry, and it'll keep you hungry.
And you see our next fighter in the ring. We're getting ready to go as things are rolling here in D.C. When you talk about unbelievable talent. Well, one of those in the ring entering right now. There is Elijah Flores, 9-0. Undefeated, looking to keep that streak going, which so far the undefeated fighters have. Let's see if he continues. Elijah Flores from the Bronx, New York, only 21 years old. Taller than his opponent, Luis Ramos. Also a sizable reach advantage. Can he use both of those things tonight against a very experienced opponent? Let's find out.
We continue inside the Care First Arena. This is ProBox TV being presented in association with Lamont Roach Sr.'s No Excuse Promotions. This contest, 8 rounds in the Super Welterweight division. Este duelo, 8 vueltas. División Peso Super Welter, los jueces, the judges. Tammy Jenkins, Anthony Lundy, and Dave Braslow. In the blue corner, en la esquina azul, vestido de negro con dorado, he steps in wearing black with gold trim. He weighed in at 158 3/4 pounds. Marcó un peso oficial de 158 libras y 3/4. En 30 combates a nivel profesional, mantiene un récord de 23 victorias, con 7 derrotas, 20 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. In 30 bouts as a professional, he maintains a record of 23 victories, against 7 losses, with 20 of those victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Chihuahua, Mexico, Luis Matador Hernández. Across the ring in the red corner, en la esquina roja, vestido de blanco con plateado, he steps in wearing white with silver. He weighed in at 156 3/4 pounds. Marcó un peso oficial de 156 3/4 de libra. Esta noche, ante su oposición más experimentada, pone en juego su récord invicto de 9 victorias. 3 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout tonight against his toughest opposition to date. He puts his undefeated record on the line of 9 victories. 3 of those victories coming by way of KO. From Redlands, California, Elijah Tutek Flores. Our referee, Eric Irizarry.
You receive the instructions in the locker room, obey my commands at all times, and protect yourself at all times, okay? Your bedline is okay, your bedline is okay. Touch him up.
Fighting out of California, originally from the Bronx, New York. 9-0. This kid brings a ton of talent into the ring. Future stars portion of our show, but fighting a very experienced fighter tonight. We're underway. Round number 1. Elijah Flores in the white trunks. Luis Ramos in the black and gold.
Flores is an interesting young prospect. He's 9-0, but he's fought and knocked off 2 prospects on the way up so far. Elijah Williams, very rare. Almost unheard of at this day and age. Elijah Williams was 6-0 when he beat him. And Omar Rosario, 13-1, his last fight. 2 guys that were highly touted coming out of the amateurs and were expected to do big things. And already within 9 fights, Flores has fought and beat both of them.
Yeah, and a fighter who's growing in confidence as he comes up the ladder, you know, getting better and better, puts the work in the gym. A serious kid, takes his boxing very seriously. And you can see in his body language each and every fight, he knows the wins that he gets have meant a lot, and has shown a lot to a lot of people about him, and he wants to continue to impress.
And Champ, he's also physically growing. Yeah. he's now at 56. He was fighting at 147 for the most of his other fights, even to under that. Now we're seeing him tonight coming in at a super welterweight.
Oh, nice shot, sneak right hand to the body.
This guy at 9 wins, only has 3 knockouts, but that could be, Chris, as you alluded to, his competition level has been very, very high.
And you saw that along the ropes, the way that he was able to evade those punches. I mean, offense and defense together. He wasn't sleeping. He knew the guy in front of him was going to punch back, and that's the thing. He's fought guys who fight back. A lot of prospects coming up in the first 10 fights don't fight anybody who fights back.
Not only did he fight guys who fight back, he fought guys that came to win.
Yeah. Well, he fought guys that expected to win.
Yeah.
Nothing like being the B-side.
Got hit with some shots there from Hernandez, finished to the body as well.
Hernandez, don't take the soft look, the soft stomach, make you think anything. He's 23-7. He's a 30-fight veteran. Flores, again, not being matched easy tonight.
Man, Flores' jab is sharp and hard.
Luis Hernandez Ramos out of Chihuahua, Mexico, 23-7. As you mentioned, 30 pro fights, 20 of those wins by knockout. He does have some power.
It's a ton of experience for a guy with less than 10 fights. I love that jab. The jab of Flores, very, very sharp tonight, and sets up shots like that.
And that's why he's able to be in an 8-rounder knowing his 10th pro fight, because a jab like that will, what they say, right hand wins fights, or a jab will take you around the world or something like that. Well,
right hand will take you around the block. A jab will take you around the world.
Thanks, champ, for adjusting that for me. but regardless, it is the punch you need to control. Nice, that right hand take you around the block, though. But that having a jab like that allows you to have the confidence to be able to be in control for a long fight if you need to go there.
That right hand from Flores made Hernandez take a walk around the block or the ring.
Yeah. But he will make it out of round number 1. More to come when we come back.
Good sharp work.
La distancia, Luis, le estás manejando la distancia, se está agarrando.
Right, you got to switch it up, use the feint, and then come right up top, and then follow up. Okay? Other than that, keep using his stick. He's there. He's right there. Be smart. Okay? Don't get.
¿Oíste? A verla. Dele agua.
New York, fighting out of Redlands, California. Did some good work in round number 1, gentlemen.
Did some beautiful work, and it came off the jab. In the beginning of the round, he established that jab right away. Big, hard, stiff, long jabs. Was able to set up shots like that one. Big overhand right. I mean, we could hear these shots ringside. Only 3 KOs in his 9 wins, but I don't know. For what I'm hearing and seeing, it looks like the kick.
It's also because of
competition.
That level of competition. You don't get to stack up those knockouts early on.
He's not following the old school route of, all right, we're going to have 15 no-hopers, 15 tomato cans for this kid to knock out and have a sterling record and knockout percentage. This kid's fighting real fights, and you see it in the way that he's performing out here tonight.
But also, it's one of the reasons we see well-rounded fighters with under 10 fights is they fight real opposition, as you gentlemen pointed out, that fights back. Your defense has to be there, movement has to be there, and for Flores, it's all there.
I want to see how Hernandez comes out here, because a lot of times when you got these guys, these veteran guys, for the first round when they're fighting young prospects, they start slow, they kind of reading you, seeing what you got. Let's see if Hernandez picks it up here in round 2. And already it seems like he is.
Flores turned pro at age 17. Got a young start in the sport.
Ooh, good left hook upstairs. And did you see the way he stepped around that? Throws the left
that
hook.
body shot. Hernandez hurt the body shot a little bit. Take a step back, took a deep breath, champ.
There it is again. He steps around.
Oh, that's a good
Does that? He frames with that lead hand, steps around the body, puts Hernandez back into the ropes. Classy
Ripping
stuff here from Flores.
Yeah, punch selection, very nice.
Nasty uppercuts. Those are slicing shots.
Shortens the shots on the inside. When the outside knows how to elongate them a little bit. Hernandez still fighting back though.
And Hernandez looking like he has the heavy hands. He's got those 20 KOs.
You talk about pesky punches, Paulie. Also, there are pesky styles. Guys who just know how to kind of stay in there.
Oh, yeah. That's, Hernandez is the kind of guy, when you back him up, he may take some steam off his punches, and that's what Flores is doing here. He's consistently backing up Hernandez more and more now.
Hernandez strikes me as one of those.
Oh, good right hand.
Again, you play with the distance, Hernandez. Flores, a nice sharp jab. Takes that half step back as Hernandez tries to step in and counters him with a right hand.
Hernandez is hurt, guys.
Hernandez
He's really
Ramos
hurt.
is
He's
hurt.
really rocked. Ooh, and right to the body goes Flores. Smart. Hernandez is really hurt. He's hurt the head and the body right now.
He's stumbling around. Referee taking a very close look.
All he's doing is grabbing now.
Oh, another good shot.
Another ripping right hand. This could be over in round number 2.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be there anymore. Yeah.
Takes the knee.
Smart knee there taken by Hernandez.
I don't think he had a choice, champ.
He could have got himself stopped. Looking to his corner.
Yeah, he wants it out of this fight.
The doctor
and that is it.
Yeah. Inspector stopped it.
Wow. Hernandez seemed to be in it for a couple rounds, but that last volley of punches had him stumbling.
Very, very impressive by Elijah Flores.
Listen, I know we got a lot of good prospects and talent in this card. That's going to be hard to top. That was fantastic.
And Ben Johnson looked good himself.
Ben Johnson looked great, but this was different. This is much more
poised,
much more controlled, much more mature.
Double the fights, right?
Yes.
But again, you see why Flores can be in an 8-rounder in his 10th pro fight. But understands the balance of when you need to up the ante a little bit and move up the gears, and then go back to that jab, control the pace a little bit, reoxygenate and control things. Saw Johnson doing that in some spots. He was trying to figure it out. He was figuring out in spots. But Flores, you can already see, has that much down pat.
Yeah, you know, I still spend a lot of time in the gyms along the East Coast, and a lot of people are asking me about, wait, when's Elijah Flores fighting? Numerous guys in different gyms, and we're seeing why. Look at these shots. Great punch selection. Had his man hurt.
Creates that space, too.
This is when Hernandez was hurt. You can see him really holding on. And it was the strength of that big, powerful right hand, that clubbing shot. And again, guys, ringside, I don't know if you guys can hear it at home the way we can. I mean, the way those right hands were thudding. Only 21 years of age, so you know, that man strength is obviously coming in.
One of those guys with an incredibly bright future. He moves to 10-0, getting the 4th knockout of his career. But from what we saw tonight, it's the level of opposition that has kept that knockout percentage low. He just fought tough guys. But man, this kid has power.
Yeah, I think we're going to see that knockout percentage
creep up. And terrific boxing style. He looks the part.
Yeah, he stayed switched on the whole time too. Yep. I know it only went 2 rounds, but he had a guy who was fighting back.
It's impressive stoppage, man. He got 23-7 with 20 knockouts. It wasn't a gimme.
That was incredibly impressive performance from Elijah Flores. Let's take a look at some of the numbers. And look at this, an absolute wipeout for Flores. Power punches, 50%. You know, when you get in that 50% range, you know it's a wipeout. And double the number of body punches. Guy worked the entire body. Ribs to the head. Beautiful stuff for the fighter from Brooklyn, New York. Now fighting out of Redlands, California. But what do you say? Remember the name. Lupe Contreras. Make it official.
Inside the ProBox TV ring, referee Eric Irizarry reaches a count of 10 with an official time of 2 minutes, 21 seconds of round number 2. El referee Eric Irizarry completa el conteo de 10 con un tiempo oficial de 2 minutos, 21 segundos del segundo episodio. Declarando el ganador por knockout, declaring the winner by way of KO. And still undefeated, Elijah Flores.
A name to keep your eye on. You said you have your finger on the pulse of what the East Coast fans, where he is from, Brooklyn, New York, are talking about. They're talking about this guy and what he can do, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, for good reason. We saw that skill set on display tonight. And listen, I can't wait to see more, because I see a ton of potential in this kid. He's still only 21 years of age. This is only his 10th pro fight, fighting guys with close to 30 fights and 20 knockouts. Definitely on the right track. And you see why the people in the gyms are excited. You see why our CEO, Gary Jonas, is excited about this prospect and his potential, because, listen, so far he's got the goods.
Yeah, he certainly has. And it's been an absolutely incredible performance so far, and we roll on. That's right, more future stars to come. Coming up in the lightweight division, Francois Scarro Jr. Kid has the attitude, he has the skills, but Kevin Pedraita coming in with a chip on his shoulder when we come back.
Fight fans, get ready for a night of 50-50 all-action fights. On Saturday, September 27th, ProBox TV returns to Kissimmee, Florida. In the main event, rising Puerto Rican star Nicholas Flores takes on rugged veteran Peter Dobson in a welterweight showdown. Plus, Puerto Rican sensation Najee Lopez will showcase his skills along with Orlando native Jarrell Blast Valsaint.
Well, you talk about skills, Scarborough has that. Also power in 10 wins, 8 wins by knockout. Don't have to be a math genius. 80% has power in both hands, but his opponent has never been KO'd. Pedraita has finished every fight on his feet, and also all of his losses to undefeated fighters, so he's been brought up tough. This is one of those guys where Pedraita has been in the fire before, and he has shown chin, he has shown resilience. The theme of the night so far, Chris, is guys who have a lot of talent, might be undefeated, but they've had to dig a little deeper tonight.
So, interesting story about Pedraita. Yeah. So he came and he fought Dominic Valle, and he gave Dominic a very tough fight and kind of teetered out at the end and ended up getting overtaken by Dominic Vai's volume punching, which, listen, a lot of guys, everyone does thus far. And he decided, he's like, I want to train with you guys. I want to train with Dominic. I want to spar with Dominic. He came to the Plant City ProBox TV gym to train, and since then has taken back-to-back short notice fights. Knocked the guy out in the first round, and then fought an undefeated guy in his hometown for a draw. Now he's here. You know, he's a road warrior. He believes in his conditioning. He believes in his coach now, Mark Foray, and training with these guys, and that he's ready for anything. So this is no easy task for Scarro Jr., who is super talented, as you said, and brings a crowd. And the crowd always dresses exactly like he does, which is always fun. But this is a real fight.
Interesting, though, when you get to fully focus on your boxing and not have distractions and other things that get in the way of life, how much better you can improve your performances. Pedraita coming to Plant City, to the training camp in Plant City, you know, has really had a positive impact on him, and it's mainly for his ability to fully focus on his boxing.
Yeah, and his second fight in 43 days. Another thing about being the road warrior, Chris, is you stay busy, you stay ready, you never know when the call is coming.
And you
his
stay
schedule's
paid.
been full. Yeah,
You stay paid.
You do. Has been the key to his success.
In here dancing in the ring, he's ready to go. And that's the thing, champ, when you can dedicate, the confidence level is different.
And you mentioned it, it's his third undefeated opponent in his last 4 fights. Always taking on the talented fighters. He has one in front of him tonight. You hear the growing roar. You know who's making his way to the ring? Francois Scarro Jr.
And I told you about the matching outfits.
Yep.
We see it all over the crowd. Half this crowd is yellow, just like their man.
Waving what looks, as a fan to me, like terrible towels. I'll take that. Looking like a Steeler Nation game here, but waving the towels. He brings the energy. Gotta love that kit, Paulie.
Yeah, I like it.
That's hot.
A little flashy. Steeler Nation got a big game this week.
You bet. That's what I'm talking about.
Quarterback swap.
Absolutely love it. Get ready. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. What do the numbers tell us about this fight? Francois Scarro Jr., 29 years old. His opponent, 25. You see the height advantage and the slight reach advantage as well. And Pedraita coming in a little bit heavy. Scarro Jr. was critical of that, but this was a late notice fight, so he came in a little bit heavy. That is normal when you get that late call. So,
but also Scarro is very big for 130, so I don't think it's going to play that big of a
yeah,
role.
very, very big. We'll see if the hometown hero can do it. Lupe, get it started.
We continue with the action inside the Care First Arena, Washington, D.C. This is another edition of ProBox TV being presented in association with Lamont Roach Seniors, No Excuses Promotions, along with Events DC. This contest, 8 rounds in the lightweight division. Este duelo a un límite de 8 vueltas, división peso ligero. Our judges at ringside, los jueces, Dave Braslow, Paul Wallace, along with Vincent Santino. Presenting first, in the blue corner, he enters wearing black with gold lettering en la esquina azul, vestido de negro con letras doradas. Su peso oficial, 135 libras y media. His official weight, 135 1/2 call. Tonight, he answers the call and takes on another undefeated opponent with a record of 10 victories against 3 losses, 1 bout even, 9 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche acepta el reto y se enfrenta a otro rival invicto con un récord de 10 victorias, 3 derrotas, 1 empate y 9 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Representando a Pereira, Colombia, Kevin Pica Piedra Pedraita. In the red corner, wearing yellow with white trim en la esquina roja, vestido de amarillo con blanco, detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 131 libras y media. He tipped the scales at an official 131 1/2 pounds. Tonight, in front of his people, he risks it all. Puts his undefeated record on the line, consisting of 10 victories. 8 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche lo arriesga todo, incluyendo su récord invicto de 10 victorias. 8 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Repping the DMV, Cleverly, Maryland, Francois Scarro Jr. Our referee, Sharon Sands.
received your instructions in the dressing room. I expect a good, clean fight. Protect yourself at all times. Obey all commands. Here's the line. Keep the punches up. Touch gloves and come out at the bell.
And the roar from the crowd in yellow. Francois Scarro Jr. in the canary trunks with the white trim, the glitter.
Got to shout out WBC champ Tiara Brown was in the corner of Scarborough, who wrested that belt from Sky Nicholson a couple months back.
Scarborough starting out with the jab.
One thing I really like about Scarborough, he understands that boxing is the entertainment business as well as a competition. He entertains, he brings out a big fan base, everybody matches, makes it an event.
He's a salesman. When we talked to him at the fighter meetings, he was all smiles about this.
Oof, nice combination on the inside there.
He took that weight miss personally of Pedraita.
And one thing we failed to mention about Pedraita when we were talking about, you know, his interesting story and how he got here, he's a big puncher. 9 KOs in his 10 wins. And a lot of those KOs he got down in Mexico. And I mean, with guys with winning records. It wasn't like he was fighting tin cans, tomato cans. He was fighting real guys and he knocked them out.
Oh, he would tin cans too.
Yeah, tin cans, I guess. he can shoot them too. Shoot them down pretty easy.
Scarborough Jr., when asked about the length of his camp, he said, I've pretty much been in camp in between fights. Yeah, I saw that. He said, I never really got out of camp.
Actually, the last time that I was working out over at the ProBox TV facility, Pedraita was sparring with Elijah Flores.
Yeah, I saw that too. Yeah, say Scarborough didn't leave camp, but I don't think Pedraita left camp either.
Doesn't look like it. Certainly bringing the physical pressure. Paul, you talk about all the ways you can make a fighter uncomfortable, and Pedraita's trying to do all of them right now.
Yeah, nice little short uppercut there by Scarborough.
And that's the second uppercut that Scarborough has landed tonight, which is really smart against a shorter guy who fights heavy over that front foot. That opportunity is going to be there. Picked it up early here in round 1.
Gentlemen, just to add a little pressure to you guys, Scarborough says, I listen to the commentary of you guys, and meaning, of course, Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi. He goes, I make adjustments based on what you guys tell me.
That's fantastic. I mean, that's what you should do as a young fighter. And another fighter on our air who does that quite a bit and always likes to tell us is Nicholas Flores.
Nicholas Flores,
who's one of the top welterweights in the world today.
I think one thing Scarborough should be doing here as he backs up in little steps is feinting. So that'll freeze Pedraita enough. Right now, he's just trying to fight off Pedraita's assault by mixing jabs, which is nice. Nice combinations, but sometimes those feints cause a freeze in your opponent and you're able to step around without having to punch all the time. Because right now, everything Scarborough wants to do, he's got to punch his way to it. Yeah, and that's an energy-burning style.
He's using a lot of energy, but he comes in great shape. I mean, he's an athlete. You see that in his style. Comes in great condition. But I think he's very smart going down to the body when you got a guy coming in on short notice who came in a little bit heavy. Touch that body early.
Yeah, Pedraita touched the body a couple seconds ago nicely with 2 shots.
And now you see Scarborough taking a lap.
Back and ready for round number 2. Francois Scarro Jr. playing the outside very, very well. But of course, Kevin Pedraita, no surprise, trying to make that ring small tonight. Say all the time, gentlemen, there's no bad build for boxing, but you have to box with the build you have. Pedraita fighting like a smaller guy. He's trying to get inside, make this an inside dogfight.
And he has at times, and he's landed some good shots. You know, the champ mentioned that he landed a good body shot at the end of the last round. But see, he's getting the real estate that he wants.
Scarborough again trying to fight him off, which is fine, but you got to have the energy to do that.
Ooh, good jab there from Pedraita.
Little clash of heads again there.
Both these guys are fighting with a lot of aggression.
Oh, nice uppercut.
Well-timed shot. He got caught with a jab himself, but that uppercut twisted the neck of Pedraita.
Yeah, Scarborough using that uppercut often, and Pedraita's giving him the opportunity to do it. Good headbutt there by Scarborough. I don't know if he did it on purpose, but the head got nice little right hand by Pedraita. This is getting rough in there.
Yeah, Scarborough needs to be careful. We mentioned the punching power of Pedraita. Even though on a short notice, a guy can punch.
Nice
body
jab. Yep.
Ooh, these guys are fighting, man. This is great.
It's a phone booth kind of fight.
And the thing is, this is the kind of fight Pedraita wants Scarborough to fight. It's up to Scarborough to figure out the crafty ways to make the fight easier.
At the fighter meeting, all he talked about was, I'm going to dominate. Scarborough Jr. didn't talk about, I'm going to box and angle. He said, I'm going to dominate physically. And it looks like that's what he's trying to do. And Pedraita ready to engage him in that kind of fight.
But that's Scarborough's style. He fights.
Yeah.
He's not going out there and trying to be a cutie. He wants to entertain. He wants to stand and bang with you. He's got a lot of pride in his abilities. So he's got a guy in front of him who's basically in the same position at this point. Riding high with confidence. Coming off some great performances. Is in shape, found a good camp. Good right-hand shot there from Scarborough on the inside.
That ripping uppercut.
And Pedraita trying to get right through them, muscling his way through, physically pushing. I don't know why there was a break there.
I don't think there should have been a stoppage. They were throwing
both
punches.
Working. And especially for the shorter guy who has to work so hard to get that real estate, you don't want to take that away from them. Oh, good left hook to the body.
Early clash of heads might have the referee overreacting a little bit to that, but
watch out for that uppercut again. Pedraita heavy over that front foot.
Pedraita trying to get on the inside. Scarborough trying to change his height. Good little uppercut there by Pedraita. Again, this is the risk of when you let the fight be carried too fast. Now
nice shot from Pedraita.
Big left hook.
Good
Scarborough in trouble.
Right hand over the top.
Scarborough's hurt.
And now Scarborough holding on.
That's what I was going to say. That's the risk of letting your opponent carry the fight too fast. Now you're stuck in a fight that's carried fast. Are you going to be able to handle that?
Still early.
Once it's committed to a fast pace, it's hard to get it back to the slow pace when you want it.
Pedraita talking to him.
And back comes Scarborough, man.
You see Pedraita, he's even cutting off the ring.
Yeah, Scarborough got hit with a big left hook and a right hand on
right combination.
This is a shootout, guys.
Woo!
Gentlemen, a fight has broken out.
I tell you, man. This is gonna be a rough one. 8 rounds.
Yeah, that's only 2 down, and look at the confidence.
Yeah.
Pedraita. Again, he doesn't look tired either, guys.
Again, this is why I was telling you, like, you want to make sure you take control of the pace of the fight early, because if you lose it, the earlier you lose control of the pace of the fight, the longer the fight is gonna feel like it's gonna drag. Now, is Scarborough ready for this kind of firefight?
But also, champ, you got a guy coming on late notice. You let him in the fight early. It's a lot more dangerous. If you start the fight in round 4 of an 8-rounder, when you pick them apart a little bit, made him miss, took a little bit of that gas tank out.
And that's why I was saying with Scarborough, you got to have other little intangible crafty moves in order to slow the pace early on, especially.
And Pedraita jawing at Francois Scarborough.
Those two were eyeing each other from 30 seconds before the bell rang to start the round. These guys want to fight.
But this idea where Pedraita is saying, I'm not scared of you. You're not intimidating to me. I don't care how many people came out here to see you.
Listen, a puncher with confidence is a very dangerous man.
And also, Pedraita, like I said, we talked about those last 2 fights he just had. Those are confidence-building fights, confidence-building results.
KO'd a 5-1 guy in 1 round, and then fought to a draw in the hometown of a 10-0 fighter.
Which usually tells you he won that fight too.
Exactly.
And we were saying he's been sparring with Elijah Flores, which is as high a level of a prospect as you're going to find.
And who's also 3 weight classes heavier than him.
Pedraita has fought in Mexico. He has fought in Colombia. He has fought in Venezuela. That road warrior mentality is serving him well tonight.
Nice shots there by Scarborough. He's trying to get Pedraita off him, but the problem is Pedraita doesn't go anywhere. He holds position.
He's very durable.
Nice shots there by Scarborough. But you see, when Pedraita doesn't go anywhere, it's up to Scarborough to move after those punches. Scarborough is staying there after he punches, so it allows Pedraita to find them right away. Scarborough needs to be getting those shots off and getting out of there. getting the fight back to center ring.
And also, yeah, exactly, champ. Center of the ring. Scarborough is doing all this work with his back against the ropes. Not where you want to be against a shorter man with power.
And that's the problem. You see, what happens is Pedraita doesn't give up ground there.
Ooh, big right hand, little pop there from Pedraita. But Scarborough with the nice eye-catching combinations, landing more shots early on, but it just seems like Pedraita with the power and the way he's able to catch some of those shots right on the money.
One thing he is not doing is allowing Scarro Jr. to build a psychological lead. Every time Scarro Jr. throws a good combination like this, Pedraita comes right back and fires again.
Let's pay attention to the clock here. So first 2 minutes, Scarborough has done a lot of really good work, but he's expended a tremendous amount of energy. What's going to happen here in the last minute?
Yeah, I think he's winning the round, but he's had to work very hard for it. And again, that stays with you.
Well, he needed it because he got rocked bad at the end of the last round. But he's had a nice get-back round here.
But it's taken a lot of work, and it's not over yet.
Scarborough's a warrior, man. He's... Ooh.
Good combinations. And Pedraita fighting back.
Good body shots by Scarborough. Well placed.
Smart. Very, very
felt
smart.
those at ringside, gentlemen.
That made him stop punching for a second.
Yeah, that's the first time I've seen him take a step back. Man, we got a banger here, boy.
The crowd here in D.C. getting their money's worth tonight. Stinging right hand.
Scarborough's like, you're tired? Let me hit you with this right here.
Come here. Get off the line. Get off the line. When you roll up, look, boom, come out with a short hook. Right? Look, tira ese gancho largo. 1, 2, 3. Bájate y luego te lo gancho.
Woo, if you're just joining us, lucky you, because you're in the middle of a war. Francois Scarro Jr. thought he would dominate tonight against Kevin Pedraita. Had a great round, but gentlemen, he earned it.
Yeah, he worked very hard that fight. Pedraita came forward, put a ton of pressure. Scarborough had a great round. It was a good get-back round because he got rocked at the end of the round before. But he came back. He scored a lot of really good shots to the head and to the body, but had to work so hard to do it, and there's still a lot of fight left.
That's right. This one's scheduled for 8 rounds as we begin round number 4. Francois Scarro Jr. in the yellow and white from here in the D.C. area. And when you see yellow shirts in the crowd, it's because they're supporting him tonight. Blistering right hand.
And he had landed that punch at the end of the last round as well. That got the attention of Pedraita, but he waves him in, says, come on.
Pedraita's still talking.
Pedraita, who has never been stopped, has nothing short of a granite chin.
Late punch there.
No warning.
No warning.
Right.
And Pedraita didn't...
Starting to get a little bit of a sense of a hometown here with this refereeing. In the early part of the fight, when she broke them for no reason, when Pedraita had Scarborough on the ropes, now that blatant shot on the break, didn't even get a warning.
Nice left hook.
Club and shot. Pedraita has a good left hook, man. That's what started the trouble.
Body shots again from Pedraita.
Look at the punches by round. Pedraita.
Shows you how close this fight is.
Yep. Shows you how close it is. Pedraita had a good round 2. Scarro Jr. had a great round 3.
And Pedraita's coming a good get back round 4 here so far. Again, another good right hand. Scarborough's got to be careful staying up high on those ropes.
Yeah, that's where he gets in trouble with the left hook and the right hands there. You know, Pedraita's gotten away from the body a little bit. He had some good success early on.
Scarborough with a good combination to the body there, though, champ.
Yeah, I love when he rips down low and builds up the body. Ooh, there you go. Good right hand over the top. And a stab jab for good measure.
You are seeing in this fight, Scarro Jr. can do more than Pedraita, but the punches Pedraita can throw, he's throwing them.
Yeah,
right? He's more limited, he's throwing them.
And he can punch, and he's very durable. Those right hands.
Working his way back into this round here. Solid last 30 seconds for Scarborough so far.
He's got to be thinking, what is it going to take this fighter out of Plant City, Florida to go away? Because he's not.
I don't know if he's going to go. I don't know if he's going to go away.
Yeah.
But Scarborough can still find a way to win. Scarborough can still find a way to win if he's crafty enough and tough enough, which he has been tough so far.
I think on the scorecard, Scarborough is definitely way ahead, but he's earning every round. Oof, big shots.
Oh, nice left hook from Pedraita.
Yeah, he's never out of it, Pedraita. Even when you're cracking him with combinations, he comes right back.
And we haven't seen that staggering shot, meaning Pedraita's taken some punches just like this, but his feet have been under him the entire time.
Yeah, but I mean, again, he took this on short notice. You can't get hit with such clean shots. These last 2 rounds, he's eaten some really big right hands.
Scarro Jr. separating himself a bit. But still, as you said, having to earn every round.
Ooh, combinations from Scarborough. Power shots from Pedraita.
And they're going to war again.
Great fight.
Did Scarborough get the round back in the last second half of the round?
I thought so. He landed really big right hands to start the round, too.
Both fighters, though, having to dig deep. You see it here, gentlemen.
I mean, honestly, for me, I've only given Pedraita that one round, round 2.
Yeah.
You know, every round has been hard, but I just feel like Scarborough has done more.
But if you gave him round 2, it means it's 3-1 after 4. It's still
it's still very much in the air.
That's why Scarborough cannot let off the gas here.
The good thing for Scarborough is he's got fantastic conditioning, and he's shown that in past fights in our air. And also he's got a guy who's coming in on short notice. So what kind of gas tank? Even if you're in camp, you're not in training for a fight. It's different.
Yeah, never believe the guys. I'm always in shape. Yeah. Well, no, you're not always in fight shape. Your body will break down. It can't handle it.
But also, maybe
kind of shape.
When someone tells you that, it's like maybe you've never actually been in fight shape.
Yeah, exactly. If you can stay in it all the time, you're not in fight shape. Round number 5. And it looks like every other round of this fight. Good short combinations from Francois Scarro Jr.
Scarborough's being real smart here. He's fighting really well at mid-distance. He's not allowing Pedraita to close that distance where he can unload that big power. But back comes Pedraita, of course.
Scarro Jr. said the DMV has some of the best boxers, pro and amateur in the world, and I'm part of that. Beautiful uppercut.
He's made a nice adjustment. He's throwing some nice short punches.
Look at the power punches. Scarro Jr. starting to separate himself in that last round.
And I'll tell you, Scarborough, not only one of the better fighters in the DMV, but certainly showing he's one of the more exciting ones as well.
Oh, that's no question. I told you, he's an entertainer, man, and he's got a lot of grit to him.
No surprise, he's got such a good sustainment from his crowd.
Take my money anytime Francois Scarro Jr. fights.
Yeah, but this is why he has so many people here. Ticket sellers are fun to watch. People don't just show up because they like you.
And give Pedraita credit, man. He's making Scarborough work every second of every round. And Scarborough's obliging.
Pedraita is here to win. There's no question about that. I don't think he looks at himself as an opponent at all these days, especially because he's come in and keeps knocking off these so-called prospects.
Nice lead right hand.
Again, Scarborough got to be careful being up high on the ropes where he gets himself caught.
And they are right in front of us. Banging away in that corner. Now against the ropes.
So dangerous to pull straight back along the ropes like that. Scarborough getting away with it with his athleticism.
Gotta be careful though, because you pull back. When the guy throws a straight punch, there's nowhere to pull back.
Takes your head off,
That's why he gets hit with those.
Yeah, that sharp 1-2 has been a great weapon for Pedraita. Just like that.
Yep. Scarborough sometimes relaxes a bit too much on the ropes defensively. Still throws a lot of good punches, but on the defensive side is a little bit of lapsing. Again, there it is again.
Yeah, and that's something, if Scarborough is going to get past this level, he's going to need to find the jab. Because he doesn't really throw the jab. He doesn't control the pace in the ring. He just fights.
Yeah, and make himself a small target on the ropes. When you go up high too much, you make the target bigger.
And Paulie, you said it. Pedraita has been able to control the pace of this fight. The jab is how you control the pace.
Yeah, he's been able to force Scarborough to fight at a pace that's uncomfortable. Scarborough is obliged, he's in great shape, but do you want to make every fight this tough?
Also, Scarborough, for the last couple rounds, I haven't seen him close his mouth once. Maybe he has an injured jaw. A lot of times when you get hit with a good shot in the jaw, you can't close your mouth.
Maybe he's tired.
of action in the last round. Beautiful right uppercut. Pops the head up.
Ready to begin round number 6 in what has been an all-action fight. You think that Kevin Pedraita was a short-notice opponent. He's given everything he's got there, especially against the ropes.
Yeah, at the end of the rounds, especially, Pedraita has been able to really pour it on. You know, not really enough to win these rounds in my scorecard, because Scarro has been landing some beautiful combinations and fighting hard. But Pedraita is still very much in this fight, and he's still trying to win.
Good uppercuts on the inside. Brutal combinations from Scarro.
You know, this is not a showcase fight. Pedraita's not a showcase opponent. Like, this is a hotly contested contender type fight.
Call it future stars, but this could definitely be one of our Contender Series fights. Look at that.
ProBox is still ProBox. Yes.
Yeah, ProBox is ProBox, gentlemen.
Our matchmakers do a brilliant job of making fights with guys that styles mesh the right way.
Again, a combination from Scarro, but champ, you made a good point. He's not using the jab. He's trying to fight Pedraita off of him, not using any other method at this point. At this point, he's sort of in a cruise control as far as his mind is only one track minded, and I'm going to fight this guy off me. I'm not going to box him. I'm not going to try anything else.
He tries to control you with tenacity rather than using a jab or controlling the space. But not a lot of ring generalship, just really fighting.
But how far can a guy go up the ladder if he doesn't add those other wrinkles to himself?
That's why I mentioned, if you want to get past this level, you gotta have a jab. You gotta be able to control guys, because you got guys like Pedraita, except they're not 10-3, they're 20-3, and you know, they've got a full training camp, and they come you know, really prepared for you specifically. Ooh, good body shot.
It's one of the reasons the power punch counts have been so high in this fight is the lack of jabs. They've have to rely on their power punches.
The only thing they're throwing is power punches, right?
You know, most of this fight has been fought in the range that would, where Pedraita would want to be. But honestly, this is, I think, where Scarro wants to be too. He likes this kind of exchange.
Grazing uppercut from Pedraita with that left hand.
These guys have thrown some good uppercuts in this fight.
Counter right hand.
Good body too.
May have Pedraita hurt for the first time.
The head and the body. Smart.
You see how he let Pedraita circle around him and put him on the ropes there? That was totally unnecessary, especially you just took the advantage with the good shots landed. Why would you let Pedraita just casually walk around and put you on the ropes?
You know, and Pedraita was having a good round until he got hit with that right hand and good left hook to the body. Oh, man.
Scarro again getting his numbers up.
Some chin from Pedraita, man. He's taking some big shots again on short notice against a guy who can punch.
He has granite.
But it's keeping,
where his chin should be.
It's keeping Scarro on the back foot, maybe taking away some of the power of Scarro.
Potentially, but still, he's landing some big ones when he's not on the front foot. And those uppercuts, I don't care where you are. Those are big shots popping your head up.
Oh, what a left hook!
Speaking of popping your head up,
Pedraita just walks him down.
You can't get hit with a harder shot than that, and Pedraita walked right through it.
Wow. Concrete from the neck up. That's all I can say about Kevin Pedraita.
Oof. I'm tired watching this fight.
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
Wow.
It's a counter uppercut there you're talking about.
And then the body shot right there. You couldn't see it from that camera angle, but that was there.
The good thing about Scarro
there was the left hook
at the bell. The thing about Scarro is a lot of times he follows up well. You know, we say he fights too much and doesn't use his jab enough, but that also translates to when he does land good punches, he constantly follows up with more punches.
Well, a lot of that comes from his conditioning. His conditioning is phenomenal. He's got a very good gas tank. He's able to throw hard combinations over and over and over again and follow up, which a lot of times punchers don't.
Take a deep breath, fans, because it has been an incredible fight so far, and this is what we expect to continue in round 7, scheduled for 8. Oh, chopping right hand.
And that was set up by the jab.
Yeah.
See Scarborough establishing a little bit of distance.
Oh,
set
and
that
an
right hand up.
Chris,
He's using it this round.
Yeah, you were worried about Pedraita taking these clean shots throughout this fight. Could the sand be running out of the hourglass a little bit?
You took the words right out of my mouth, Jimmy. It's like you heard my brain thinking. Yeah. You know, this is when you start to worry about a guy getting hit with such big, clean shots late in a fight, coming in on short notice. He's had a lot of tough fights in a row.
He wasn't able to cut in camp, so the dehydration tends to be a little worse. You're doing kind of at the end, right before the fight.
Yeah, there you go. Scarborough is using that jab now. A bit of a pawing, pushing jab, but it's blinding Pedraita.
Yeah. And establishing some kind of distance at least. They must have given those instructions in the corner because he's been using it all of a sudden.
This has been a barn burner when you look at the total punches landed.
But even at mid-range, Scarborough has such an advantage with the hand speed and the length.
153 for Scarro Jr. Pedraita past 100 himself.
Ooh, nice jab there, and especially if Pedraita's tired, he's not going to be able to move his head out of the way of that jab. Of course, Scarborough got greedy there, looked for the big right hand, but that jab, right, he can win this round just on the jab if he's smart with it. Good short little shots, so he can take the power off the shots at this point. Pedraita is tired.
Fantastic adjustment here from Team Scarborough. You got a guy, you know, it's basically like the bull in the matador. You know, you stick the bull over and over and over, get those tiny cuts, and it slows it down, bleeds it out slowly over time. And now you're able to control a beast.
Pedraita still coming forward. It's all he knows. Now, Scarborough, see what happens? The difference, Scarborough gets low on the ropes, takes away the target from Pedraita. Also, intelligent smother there.
You know, Scarborough said that he listens to our commentary. I didn't realize he listened to it during the fight. He's made all the adjustments that we were talking about.
Someone lost the mouthpiece. It's Pedraita, I believe.
Scarborough was nice enough to give him a break, and Pedraita was going to attack him. You see that?
Yeah.
You got to wait for the action. Scarborough didn't have to stop
Protect yourself at all times, gentlemen. And those jabs setting up the rest of the offense on a slowing Kevin Pedraita.
Yeah, it's like Pedraita said, we don't have mouthpieces in the street. I don't care. Let's go. Oh!
Just missed it. Pedraita rolling with that one.
Yeah, a little rubbernecking on that one.
I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna do it right now. Here. Vete, agua. Dale agua. Yeah, we need a round. Make it unanimous, okay? Okay. Keep the jab. Look, fast hands. And slam the last punch with a hook. All right, pop, boom, squat down and turn. Don't stay there. You get on your rope, don't do it like this.
Eighth and final round. Feels like the 8th and final year of a war, because that's what this has been from round number 1.
Jimmy, if you're not watching ProBox TV, what are you doing?
I don't know.
What are you doing? How are you going to miss fights like that? How do you
call yourself a boxing fan?
I don't even know.
How do you sleep at night?
What are you doing? Go call your friends. Tell them to tune in.
Totally. Jesus. I'm exhausted getting ready for this 8th round. I feel like I've called 3 fights.
For real.
In this one fight. 3 12-rounders.
The amount of clean shots landed by both these guys, the ebbs and flows, the output. I mean, Scarborough has been working hard, redlining all night long.
Well, Pedraita has made him do that. He's had no choice.
Scarborough's conditioning has really been put to the test tonight, and it's passed with flying colors. Boxing skill, not quite as much, but conditioning for sure. Gas tank, absolutely.
Pedraita doing everything he can to make this a fight on the ropes and in the corner.
Nice feint there.
Appalling jabs and feints have been the difference the last couple rounds.
That's the adjustment that was needed. And getting low on the ropes, he's doing that too.
Just tenacity, tons of tenacity from Scarborough.
Yeah, give credit to Pedraita You know, not giving in the entire fight, continuing to try, really force Scarborough to work hard for and earn this win tonight.
He never made that silent agreement. Like, all right, this is your night. I came in last minute.
Round 8, he's still trying to move forward and throw big punches. Had Scarborough hurt in round number 2, can't deny that. Scarborough has rallied back since then.
Little arm weary here.
Yeah, you can't really blame them, right?
No, not at all.
I'm arm weary watching this.
The output has been tremendous all night long from these two. And power punches too. I mean, these guys have not been jabbing back and forth. They've been throwing bombs in combination as well. This is one of those fights I feel like you're going to look at the scorecards on BoxRec and be like, easy win.
That's right.
But
is anything but.
Anything but a walkover with a local fighter, Francois Scarro Jr. The yellow shirts in the crowd indicating his support. And he has had to earn that support tonight.
Yes, these last 2 rounds have been really good for Scarborough, man. He's taking a little bit of pop off the shots. He's boxing better. He's using his jab. He's being elusive, staying low along the ropes, like you said, champ. And a good counter right off the ropes right there. 2-3-2 off the ropes. Pedraita's still game, still trying to win. Just not a lot of gas left in the tank.
He went for it the whole time, though.
But Pedraita has shown guts, he has shown tenacity and an iron chin.
And an iron will.
End of this 8-round fight. Amazing.
Good fight. That's a ProBox TV fight.
Hell yeah. I like both these guys a lot.
Crowd got their money's worth. There a lot of support for Scarborough. They're going to have seen their guy win, and they're going to have gotten to see a very good fight fought by their guy and his opponent.
Pedraita still on his feet in the corner. Unbelievable effort, unbelievable tenacity. Looks disappointed in himself, but man, what an entertaining fight. Doesn't get a whole lot better than that, gentlemen.
Yeah, and honestly, I understand being disappointed in yourself. You know, you came in, you've had a really good run lately. Took another fight on short notice, 3 fights back-to-back against hometown guys, but just a bridge a little too far tonight.
This crowd should be grateful of what both these gentlemen brought. Smile on the face of Francois Scarro Jr. Heavily favored in this fight, but man, he had to earn it.
Yeah, he was in a fight tonight. Both these guys are going to wake up tomorrow like, wow, that was a hell of a fight.
Hey, they should sleep all day tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. The power punch count that was simply off the chart. Judge fights for entertainment value. That was an incredible display. Crowd here got its money's worth. A reminder, after the show, we get an exclusive interview with Erickson Lubin about his upcoming fight against Virgil Ortiz Jr. That is set for November. Scorecards are taking a while to tabulate. You know, one of those that tough fight, but I don't think scorecards can be particularly close, Chris. Like, you only gave Pedraita round number 2. Tenacious rounds for sure, but
yeah, I mean, certainly. Curious to see the copy box numbers on this fight, see if it tells a story. Yeah, I mean, you see the closeness of the fight, the back and the forth.
Power punch totals really stand out here.
Yeah, 150 landed at 45% clip from Scarro Jr. But listen, right behind him, Pedraita with 112, just under 41% in terms of power punches landed. Both guys going to the body quite well.
Are you sweating in Scarborough's corner? It's taking a while to add this up.
I don't think so. I wouldn't. I would be very surprised.
Usually they don't rob the local guy. Local undefeated fighter generally doesn't happen. And I see the judge handing in his last sheet. I believe Lupe Contenders finally has the scorecards to end the suspense in what has been an incredible fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, after going all 8 rounds, the official scorecard reads as follows. Damas y caballeros, después de 8 vueltas, esta es la decisión oficial. El juez Santino anotó 78-74. Judge Santino scores it 78-74. El juez Braslow 77-73. Judge Braslow scores it 77-73. And Judge Wallace scores the bout 79-74. El juez Wallace anotó 79-74. A favor del vencedor por decisión unánime, in favor of the winner, by way of unanimous decision. From the DMV, the franchise, Francois Scarro Jr.
Delivers yet again the undefeated. Francois Scarro Jr. moves to 11-0, 8 wins by knockout.
Yeah, earned it a hard way tonight.
Yeah, gut check.
But it's certainly a gut check, and it's a good lesson to take going forward as well. You know, you need these character checks going forward, and these moments where you need to dig a little bit, so it's just so you know you can do it against the better opposition as you keep moving up the ladder.
And Chris, as you like to point out, a lot of things to go back to the gym and go, okay, we've got to fix this, this, and this for that next level opposition.
I mean, yeah, it depends. I mean, if Scarborough wants to be just an exciting fighter or fights at a certain level, he doesn't have to change a thing because he's got that down pat. But if he wants to be world class, he wants to step up to the next level, you're going to have to find that jab. You're going to have to be a little more controlling, a little more defensively savvy, and you can have spurts like this, but for the most part, you got to be able to control guys like that.
I like that he did make some adjustments as the fight wore on. You know, his corner, maybe him, they did make some of the necessary adjustments. You want to sharpen up on those things that he made adjustments with, but he did a good job.
Coming over to our table.
I listen to you on the TV. I want to hear face to face.
We're on air though, Francois. So,
he wants to know what we said about him.
Man, but it was a good fight, man.
But I weighed in at 130 and he weighed in at 136. So
yeah,
I mean, hey,
that weight difference helps. I'm sure.
Nobody ain't claimed me as OG. I'm just saying that.
No, of course, of course.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Francois. We'll see you after the fight, my man.
Good performance.
Fantastic performance. Francois Scarro coming over. Having a conversation right now. Coming up next, that's right, Jonathan Cardoso versus Luis Torres Venezuela lightweights when we come back to the DMV. What a night so far.
Fight fans, get ready for a night of 50-50 all-action fights. On Saturday, September 27th, ProBox TV returns to Kissimmee, Florida. In the main event, rising Puerto Rican star Nicholas Flores takes on rugged veteran Peter Dobson in a welterweight showdown. Plus, Puerto Rican sensation Najee Lopez will showcase his skills along with Orlando native Jarrell Blast Valsaint.
Welcome back to the DMV, Care First Arena here in Washington, D.C. What an incredible night of fights, and it is going to continue. Jonathan Cardoso versus Luis Torres, the Brazilian sensation, in for a very tough fight tonight. No other way to say it. 18-1, 15 knockouts. This is a fighter that boxing fans have had their eye on for a long time. Incredible fighter. He has appeared before on our air. He knows what the ProBox TV opportunity means, and not just that, he knows how to entertain. Come forward, throws a lot of big punches, and after the fight we just saw between Francois Scarro Jr. and Kevin Pedraita, The bar here has been set very, very high. Let's take a look at Cardoso and some of his highlights. Gentlemen, a lot of times his weakness is his strength. He comes forward, he comes to fight.
Yeah, no, he's a volume guy. He's a gas tank guy. He's big for the weight class. He's tall. He's long. You would think he would have good boxing skill, or boxing would help him because he does have the length and size, but it tends to slow him down. He's more of a momentum fighter, and again, he sets a pace on you that guys have trouble dealing with, and that's where he's at his best.
Now, when he unloads and when he throws power punches, that is when he has had success on ProBox TV. He's a man who goes to war. That has been a big part of not just his success, but his entertainment value. See him getting the stoppage in a bloody fight on our air. This idea that he comes forward and he is extremely aggressive. A lot of times, Paulie, his offense is his defense.
Yeah, I'd say that's what is his defense. You know, I think that's, if there's one thing that Cardoso has to work on more than anything else, it's probably his ability to defend sharply. You know, we can all defend in ways that, you know, can be average, but you got to not only defend sharply, you got to defend sharply without sacrificing your explosive offense, because he does have explosive offense. You don't want to improve defense at the expense of your offense. You want to improve defense in conjunction with your offense, and that's what can create a world-class fighter for Cardoso, because he's got offense that is world-class, but his defense is very, very poor.
And the step up tonight, Luis Torres, of course, an outstanding fighter in his own right. 21-1, 12 of those wins by knockout. A win over Nicholas Walters last time out in Long Beach, California. That was his last fight, and that was here on ProBox TV. But he can be an offensive whirlwind himself.
This was a guy I was really excited about, and you know, he ended up catching this strange third-round TKO loss to a fighter from Argentina who's not a big puncher. And prior to that, I really liked what I saw in the fights that we've had in our air. You know, that fight with Misael Cabrera Urias was, I mean, it was an awesome fight. We're seeing clips of that right now. Back and forth stuff with another young, hungry guy. I was really impressed with him. But then, boom, he takes this weird early round loss. And honestly, him and Jonathan Cardoso have a lot in common in that way. They both have been stopped early against fighters that they were supposed to beat. They both have one loss. They both have a great engine and good punching power. So this is a great head-to-head matchup.
Yeah, we want all action fights 50-50. That's really the best way to describe this kind of fight. These are two guys who only have one speed, one gear, and that's forward, Paulie.
Yeah, they do. And that's why it's another ProBox TV fight, and it's another one that we're excited about. It's two good fighters. We're trying to see if they can reach world-class level, and that's why we put them up against one another. Similar styles, very attack-minded.
This fight could be a main event. Yeah. Honestly, like it's that good of a matchup on air, and I do believe it's gonna pay off. But that's the level of fighters that we have on ProBox TV.
It's keys to victory for Jonathan Cardoso. Paulie, what does he need to do to win?
He's got to establish that height and jab in intelligent ways, and that means don't be careless when you're in attack mode. You know, you got your height, you got your jab. You do like to throw power punches, and Cardoso can punch, but a lot of times when he goes into attack mode, it's at the expense of his defense. He's got to still keep in mind that punches do come back when you attack, so he's got to time it right and choose his moments correctly, and of course be subtle with the jab.
And this idea that Cardoso is on the cusp of greatness, but needs another great performance tonight against another great young up-and-coming fighter. Let's take a look at the numbers on the tail of the tape. What do they tell us about this fight? Cardoso out of Brazil, 26 years old, getting right in those man strength years. But his opponent from Sonora, Mexico, only 23. Height exactly the same, just a 2-inch reach advantage for Cardoso, but a lot of times he takes that away, being so aggressive and moving forward. This fight will be all about tactics. I don't see either fighter having a ton of physical advantages. It's about who makes the right adjustments at the right time. That could be the difference in what just about everyone sees as a make or break fight, Chris, when it comes to the next level. That is the question. You see the Brazilian flag waving. Lupe Contreras, get us going.
We continue inside Care First Arena, Washington, D.C. This is ProBox TV. being presented in association with Lamont Roach Jr.'s No Excuse Promotions. Also, in association with Events DC, this contest. 10 rounds on the line. The WBA Continental North America Lightweight Title. Este duelo, 10 vueltas en juego. El título continental norteamericano de la AMB. President of the World Boxing Association, Gilberto Jesus Mendoza. Supervisor, 4-time world champion, Jorge Linares. Our judges at ringside, we have Vincent Santino, along with Tammy Jenkins, along with Anthony Lundy. Presenting first, the challenger. Presentando al retador, vestido de negro con el color de México, verde, blanco y rojo. He steps in wearing black with the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red. Detuvo la báscula al límite de 135 libras. He did the scales at the lightweight limit of 135 pounds. Tonight, he returns to the ProBox TV ring with an outstanding record of 21 victories. Only one defeat, 12 of those victories coming by way of KO. Esta noche regresa al cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con un récord sobresaliente de 21 victorias. Solo una derrota, 12 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. De la colonia Cajeme, Ciudad Obregón, Sonora, México, Luis Coreano Torres. En the red corner, the defending champion, en la esquina roja, el campeón reinante, vestido de azul con dorado. He steps in wearing blue with gold trim. He weighed in at 133.5 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 133 libras y media. Esta noche, este sudamericano con pólvora en los puños entra al cuadrilátero con un récord de 18 victorias, solo una derrota, 15 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, this South American power puncher enters the ring with a record of 18 victories, one lone defeat, 15 of those victories coming by way of KO, defending his WBA Continental North America title from Guarulhos, Sao Paulo, Brazil, Jonathan Cardoso. Our referee, Malik Walid.
Okay, gentlemen, you both have been given the rules. I'm expecting good, clean boxing. When I say break, stop punching, take a full step back. Remember, protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Choke 1, 2. Good luck to you both.
You said it yourself, Chris. This could be a main event. Jonathan Cardoso. And by the way, we're just starting the Contender Series portion of our show, and it could be a main event. Jonathan Cardoso in the blue and gold. His opponent, Luis Torres, in the black and tricolores on the side. We're underway, round number 1. Brazil versus Mexico. Paul, you're a soccer fan. You can appreciate that. Brazil versus Mexico. You know what's up.
Yeah. That's always actually a pretty good game, a pretty good rivalry. I mean, Brazil wins most of it in soccer, but Mexico always gives a good account of
Boxing, I think it's the other way around.
Boxing typically is the other way around.
I mean,
Popo Freitas, I remember him from Brazil.
Marcelino Freitas was one of the premier, probably the premier Brazilian champion in the professional ranks, at least.
But I think Juan Diaz got to Freitas, right? Juan Diaz stopped Freitas.
Yep, Mexican over Brazil in boxing. I'm telling you.
And Maximus Cardoso coming out in the orthodox stance. Torres coming out in southpaw.
Good left hand to the stomach there from Torres. He's trying to get him right to the body.
Those are some pro body shots right away.
Trying to think about that Mexican style, working the ribs so incredibly well.
And that's what I was talking about with Cardoso. He's got to transition defense to offense. So right there, Torres threw some nice body shots. So they were a little bit wide, a little bit daylight in between them. There was a chance to catch and shoot there, but he didn't do it.
And Torres trained with Rancis Bartholomew to get ready for this fight. You know, a very unorthodox fighter, but very effective former world champion.
That's good work.
Yeah.
I mean, the only issue I see with that is it's not going to be the pace.
Yeah.
That Cardoso sets once he gets going.
Bartholomew was called a couple of his fights for PFC. He was a bit more of a judicious puncher.
Yeah, that's the thing with Cardoso. He tried last time to box more, but all it did was slow his pace, and then without the heavy pace, he wasn't able to box the way he wanted to. And then he just became Cardoso after that.
Yeah, and then he just
went to Cardoso style.
Till the wheels fell off. And I mean, he's a pace guy. He's got a great gas tank. He's physically strong. He's big for the weight class. He's got a decent punch. He's not a one-punch guy by any means, but he breaks you down.
I feel like he's looking to establish a slower pace here this round so far. Torres has started pretty well.
Yeah, that was against Eduardo Ramirez on our air here in ProBox TV.
Getting good body shots by Torres.
Torres is doing a nice job with precision of these punches, finding little holes in the defense.
Cardoso flies to the U.S. to train in Plant City. Mark Foray.
One of the reasons that Cardoso has so much trouble when he slows down to box is he's so heavy-footed. He stands stops in his stance and then looks to fire. So you can tell he's coming. Telegraphs those jabs. Whereas you can see Coriano's a lot more smooth.
Cardoso getting closer here is around.
A little abrasion on the nose of Coriano, though.
Yeah. Cardoso's starting to get closer here as the round progresses. Oh, headbutt.
Oh, headbutt.
Oh, no.
Bad one.
Right on the nose. Right on that spot that was. Oof.
Unfortunate headbutt at the end of round number one. Clash of heads, as you pointed out, right on the bridge of the nose. Looked like a little bit of a cut there.
You know what's funny, guys? One of the things, I mean, boxing never makes a lot of sense in a lot of ways, especially with the rules and the way they're interpreted and whatnot. But one thing that I always wonder with boxing, the cut from a headbutt goes to the scorecards after 4 rounds, no contest or draw prior to 4 rounds, depending on which state you're in. There's never a rule where a cut gets open by a punch, but it's not bad enough to stop the fight. And then a butt completely splits it open, and then you got to stop the fight. Is it a TKO or is it a you know, because at that point the cut was already there, and nobody ever establishes that. Yeah. Because there was a slight cut already on Coriano Torres' nose, and then the butt opened it worse.
But really opened it up.
Their heads almost came together again. This
this
might be one of those fights. You know, because Cardoso, he fights very heavy with that front foot. He's an offensive guy. And you see the Mexican style of Coriano fights over that front foot as well, looking at big body shots like that. These guys' heads are going to clash more than once.
And Coriano, of course, the nickname of Torres, means Korean. Those opposite stances. Hopefully headbutts aren't a big factor in this fight, but both guys really warming up their offense.
Ooh. See the big heavy hands of Cardoso there as he trapped Torres along the ropes. Oh, good body shot there from Torres on the inside.
Well, Cardoso certainly starting off banging, not trying to box early like he did in his previous fight.
Well, first round was a boxing match. Second round, the fight broke out.
A whole round. Did it for a whole round.
Cardoso tried to box.
This is Cardoso. This is what his fights always degrade to.
And Torres getting cut with a butt also was going to oblige and say, all right, we can fight. So having the Mexican mentality, good body shots.
That one went a little bit low. Malik Wali warning him about that low shot.
You know, we had Cardoso on our air a couple fights ago against Adam Lopez, and that was an absolute barn burner between those two. Fantastic fight where Cardoso had to dig deep late in the fight to pull it out and win a split decision.
Only person to beat Short Dog White, our main event. That was Adam Lopez.
Yeah, great point, Jimmy. Yeah. Adam Lopez, very tough guy.
Tough dude.
Yeah, dropped Oscar Valdez when he fought him the first time.
Cardoso started out his career 14 straight knockouts. He has finishing power, but it's to be expected. You reach that next level, those guys are hard to finish.
Yeah, and you've seen as he stepped up, we're seeing more decisions coming Cardoso's way. So not quite game-changing power, but physically strong nonetheless. And that nose is looking ugly. This is going to be a bloody affair.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not going to help.
That right
That's not going to help.
I read some defense there from the part of Cardoso. He makes himself small on the ropes and close.
That's an adjustment because he's never made himself small before. So he's been working over in Plant City.
Yeah, punching in between. Good exchanges here. Coriano, though, getting the better of it. Oh, good shots there both ways.
Great two-way action.
And there's no your turn, my turn here. They are both thrown at the same time.
Yeah, in between. Good shots. Good double right hand there by Cardoso. Good counter by Torres.
Well, the fight has broken out in round number 2 for sure. Pretty much what we expected.
Both these guys are super focused.
And some of the action from that second round.
Yeah, we saw some more aggression from Cardoso that round. The boxing's over. Now it's going to be a slugfest from here on out. Both men happy to oblige each other. There we see that right hand to the damaged nose of Torres. Backs him up. Good round for Cardoso.
One of the things about being not necessarily a knockout puncher, but being physically stronger, Chris, you were a wrestler too. When you get inside those bullying kind of positions where it's shoulders and arms, Cardoso's not afraid of that kind of fight. He's a strong guy.
No, and I think that actually we saw some of that when they were on the inside. You saw that Cardoso was the more physically intimidating guy in there. I think Torres is probably the better puncher, definitely the more precise puncher, but I think Torres is the stronger man physically.
Doesn't have a problem being the Brazilian Bull. We begin round number 3.
He's also big, and he cuts a lot of weight. He rehydrates well. I see him on the campus at the ProBox TV facility, and he's always working on getting that weight down and staying as lean as possible.
Torres, for his part, had a 3-month camp, so they had plenty of time to get ready for this fight. Recognize what an opportunity this is. His trainer was complaining that Torres, despite his record 21-1, isn't ranked by any of the major organizations, and his trainer talked about the politics involved in that. And he sees this as his opportunity to break out.
Well, part of that is, like I said, he lost to a guy he was not supposed to lose to, who is an unknown entity. When you have that kind of loss on your record, it wasn't that long ago, it's going to affect your ranking.
Body shots, head shots, and good exchanges. No more jabs. Second warning to Torres for the low blows. Will somebody establish a jab here on the outside? Of course, opposite stances, a lot of times the jab disappears.
Torres not much of a jabber anyway. Haven't seen him really utilize that weapon in his past fights.
Yeah, the number of southpaws that had a really good jab, you probably count on one hand in boxing history. Not a lot of them.
Yeah, Whitaker and Camacho.
I was going to say Pernell Whitaker, Hector Camacho.
Winky right, great jab from the southpaw stance. Michael Moore had a good one, but it's pretty rare, you know.
And Winky Wright, I believe, was actually a right-hander that was converted.
God, his jab was so good.
You know what a good jab too is a southpaw, Chad Dawson.
Chad Dawson.
Yes.
Boxing history. That's why you tune in here at ProBox TV.
Bad Chad Dawson. He was one of my favorite fighters, actually, because he was so technically sound. Good pull there, champ.
I was in the amateurs with Chad. You know.
But his light heavyweight era, absolute monsters around him.
Yes.
It's just he just kind of gets buried.
He was dominant.
Amazing
too,
guy.
He was dominant for a while. I actually went up to Connecticut to watch him fight a few times.
This fight, you know, it's not quite the fight we just had before with Scarro and Pedraita, but on the inside it heats up. Then it does slow down on the outside though. But then when it gets inside, it heats up again.
That's because they're higher level.
Yeah.
These guys, you know, they got double the amount of fights. These are 10-round fighters. It's, you know, they know they can step back and breathe a little bit. They don't have to be a burning building the whole time.
And also, gentlemen, you're asking to follow up on that fight. You're asking a lot.
Yeah. Cardoso has these little side steps though that create punching angles for him.
He's definitely added some folds to his game because he wasn't this crafty in the past.
A little long stare at the end of the round.
I'll see you in a minute.
60 seconds to think about me. But you're right. You can see these are next level guys.
Yeah.
These are guys that are 1 or 2 away from that title opportunity, not 5 or 6.
Yeah, these guys are
knocking on the door.
Really at contender status. These a couple good wins, and you can see these guys in a big fight.
It also means rounds can be a lot harder to separate because it's been very, very close.
Yeah, very, very tight. Nip tuck.
Beginners win fights, professionals win minutes and win rounds because you have to at the elite level. Both of these fighters know how to do that. We are ready. Mexico versus Brazil, round number 4. Jonathan Cardoso, once again from that orthodox stance, taking on the southpaw Luis Torres.
Oof, heads came together again.
You're not surprised. So much infighting from these opposite stances. Not surprising we've seen the clashes of heads that we have.
Yeah, honestly, that cut on Torres' nose hasn't been bad, though.
No.
We thought it was going to debilitate the worst, but it hasn't. Good work in the corner.
It's been 268 days since we have seen Cardoso fight. That was on our air against Eduardo Ramirez, ProBox TV. Very close fight, by the way.
Yeah, very, very close fight. Ooh.
Couple of them drifting low.
Good body work here.
Good body
from
work.
Torres. Some nice shots upstairs.
Trying to catch and shoot as well.
And you've got to have done your core work to go through this kind of fight. Both guys working the body very well.
I'll tell you, man, Cardoso hasn't worked on avoiding heated moments, but he's worked on his defense, at least in those heated moments. He's a little tighter, a little shorter with his motion and on the inside, his sidestepping.
Well, those little cuts that he's making with his feet have been very effective. It's not creating opportunity, making him less susceptible to get hit. Yeah.
Oh, good right hand. Hook over the top.
Southpaw right hook, one of the most dangerous punches in the game. Very difficult punch to see coming.
Cardoso,
as a guy who fought Manny Pacquiao, you would know.
Exactly. Yeah. Manila Ice, that was called. That right hook.
Now it's Torres bringing the physical pressure.
Yes. Ooh, good. That's a shovel punch, too. Another really dangerous punch from a southpaw.
I tell you guys, Cardoso's laying on the inside, too, but when he's the one being backed up, it's not as obvious to the naked eye.
It's also not as devastating. Punchers don't punch the same way on the back foot. I think Torres is having the best moment of the fight for either man here in round 4. Ooh, nice body shot there from Cardoso. Left hook right underneath the elbow.
Tactical back and forth round, but so far a good one from Torres. Little dance in the corner. He's feeling good.
Big smile and a dance for Torres as he comes back to his corner.
Yep. Take a look at some of that action from round number 4 against the ropes. Good body work from the Mexican fighter.
What you call them, shovel punches. They look like shovel shots on the inside. You see Cardoso also returning fire in between as well.
There was that big right hook. Probably the best punch landed by either guy tonight. Tricky right hook right over the top.
This is one of those fights when in the middle of your road work, your coach goes, your opponent's going to be there the whole time. Get that extra sprint. Get that extra run. This is going to be a physically demanding fight for sure.
I was going to say, I mean, if you're going to fight a guy like Cardoso, you got to know that you got to be in awesome shape. But you see these guys, they're not loading up on shots. They're taking some of the power off. They know it's going to be a volume fight. They've made that agreement.
But they're both aggressive by nature, and you could tell it started round number 5. You talk about how Cardoso's defense has gotten better, Paulie, but he's still at his nature an offensive fighter.
Yeah, he is, and it's gotten better in terms of he's tighter. He's not exactly, you know, Mr. Reactive or anything like that, but he's gotten tighter as far as his hand positioning, making himself a smaller target.
So you want to see guys at this age and level advancing their abilities, getting better. A lot of swelling around the face now of Torres. You know, he had that headbutt back in the first round.
See, I feel like at this range, Cardoso is actually better, and this is the range he should identify with, so to speak. While Coriano's range is probably at the closer range. So depending on what distance they're fighting, you can see who's going to have the advantage. So if they're fighting most of the round at close distance, it ends up being Coreano with the better of the exchanges. Even though Cardoso does well at close range, it's not as good as Toriano. While at this range here, you know, Cardoso tends to pick his spots a little better, steps in and out of range well, and pot shots. See the good right hand there, steps out.
And those little defensive movements you're talking about, at medium range you can use them. It's hard to use up close in Torres' kind of range.
Very good double jab there by Cardoso.
That's smart. You want to keep busting up that face, hit that nose that's already been damaged. Ooh,
Again,
good right hand.
Again, this is the range Cardoso needs to identify with here. You know, like, you always have to know what you are and what you're not in a fight. I feel like a lot of times Cardoso misinterprets that. Good body shot there by Coreano Torres on the counter.
You know what also I'm noticing about Cardoso is much more poised, much more relaxed. You should use, like I said, he used to fight like it was a burning building. Like it was a constant, you know, and he looked stressed the whole time. He looks a lot more comfortable fighting at this pace and range.
And one of the things that you guys can attest to is that certain guys just don't wear damage well. Everybody, you know, both guys land 3 punches and one guy's an absolute mess. And Torres looking a little worse for wear. Some swelling around his left eye. Cardoso looking better.
Yeah, part of that's the headbutt, though. You get a headbutt in your nose, you end up with two black eyes. You know, I had a fight where, you know, I got my nose broken in the first round, and by the end of it, I had 2 black eyes. But, oh, man, it was a really tough fight. I'm like, I really didn't get hit that much. I just broke my nose.
It's just the most prominent thing on my face got broken. Yep.
Coreano now getting backed up the ropes. Again, this mid-range fighting of Cardoso been effective this round.
Yeah, it's been a great round for Cardoso.
Good step around there on the southpaw.
Coreano's got to make an adjustment. This range is not working out for him.
Medium range, a fighter from Brazil, definitely in control of this fight.
Okay?
Breathe.
Necesita más pica, necesita más en el cuerpo. Muy fuerte, okay? Mira. Boom, boom, boom.
Ready to begin round number 6. Cardoso, I'm sorry, good round for him so far. It's like he took control of that 5th round. Can he continue to do it? As you say, Paulie, can Torres make the necessary adjustments? Because medium range is not going to work.
Well, we'll see. Sometimes with Cardoso, the adjustment is just putting enough pressure on him to where he'll oblige you.
Halfway through this fight, scheduled for 10 as we begin round number 6. Cardoso from Brazil in the blue and gold. Luis Coreano Torres, black trunks with the tricolores. Torres under pressure to do something different with the range, or medium range, and fight in round number 5. And the Brazilian was doing very well, especially behind that jab.
Yeah, and Torres, he had a really good round 4. Yep. And then round 5, there was an adjustment. They went to the mid-range, and Cardoso was just dominant from that position. And Coreano looked like he was out of answers.
And when you look at the total punches, it shows what our eyes are seeing. Cardoso just having more success at medium range, especially in that last round.
Yeah.
And you know, like we saw Cardoso make the adjustment because he understood it, right? It was either Cardoso in the corner or, you know, joint work together. Did Coreano Torres' corner understand that they need to tell him to get back at close range? Because Coreano's letting himself get backed up here. You know, he's back to the ropes.
He also just looks too complacent, Coreano. Like, he looks like he thinks he's winning, and like that last round, he was certainly not winning. But there's no sense of urgency.
That's what I'm saying. Does he understand the identity crisis here? You know, because sometimes talented fighters don't get to where they need to go because of an identity crisis. They don't know what they are and what they aren't. Coreano here, his identity has to be at close range in this fight in particular.
Oh, he's having a lot of trouble now. He's got hit with some good body shots that seem to be taking some of the will out of him.
And just like with Cardoso on the inside, who was getting the worst of the exchanges, he was still landing and he was still doing decent.
Good combination there from Coreano. 2-3-2, and then followed up.
Oh, nice hook.
Coreano has
the right hand followed by the straight left.
Yes, like I was saying, the Coreano has some moments on the outside as well, but overall, he should still want to be on the inside, even if he can have successful moments on the outside. Now Cardoso back on those pot shots.
Look at the jab.
And again, nice counter again.
But also, that was all set up by jabs, and Cardoso was able to land several jabs, even against a southpaw.
Nice body shot by Cardoso.
Cardoso's looking real sharp. And maybe this measured version of Cardoso actually can be efficient and effective.
And right hand misses, but he comes back with an uppercut. Does Cardoso.
And Torres has not been able to control the real estate. I'm sorry, Torres has not been able to control the real estate and put Cardoso against the ropes. Trying to do it now, and because
he's cutting those angles.
Smart.
He's making those little angle moves.
Smart by Cardoso to step around there.
Now he's switching uppercuts on the while he's in the middle of the
Look
ring.
at that little side
step
step
around. Beautiful.
Nice body shot there by Torres. Again, you see, just like I said, Cardoso had some moments on the inside, but it wasn't enough to win rounds. Coreano Torres also has some moments on the outside, but it's just not where he should be.
And it's not enough.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just like it wasn't enough for Cardoso to be on the inside, even then he was doing well.
Esa es la pelea, meter jab. A veces meter doble jab con la derecha rápido. No te quedes enfrente. Cuando ese frisa, él tira una bomba, papa, y se queda ahí. Pum, 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 pum.
Getting ready for round number 7. Working diligently in the corner on the face of Torres, and this is why a lot of action in the last round.
And that was one of the better exchanges for Torres, but for the most part, this was a Cardoso round. He looked really good from those mid-range. He was switching things up, using angles very, very efficiently. Listen, Cardoso is going to be a hard guy to train for because he's getting better. This is a very different fighter than we've seen in the past. Against arguably the best fighter that he's ever fought.
Now, this guy is doing his work in the gym, and it is showing.
And maybe not even arguably. This is definitely the best fighter that Cardoso's fought.
The idea that the footwork that was absent in the first part of the fight has certainly been here in the last couple rounds. And when you look at the power punches landed, Cardoso leading 87-79 over Torres.
Jeez, look at that round 2. They combined 47 power punches. 27 landed for Cardoso, 20.
You can tell that was one of those rounds where they spent that close range together, right?
Yeah, that was a phone booth round. Yeah, but it's been all mid-distance, controlled mostly by Cardoso. A little surprising.
Well, it's been the lack of urgency from Torres in a sense as well.
Just ran Cardoso into a big left hand. Cardoso smiles and bounces away. All right, now we're seeing some urgency from Coreano. He's coming forward. You know, he's got Bob Santos in the corner. He's an excellent coach. I'm assuming is expressing to him that he needs to step on it here.
Cardoso turning southpaw here for a second. Let's see, now he goes back to right-handed. At this range, he does have that in and out step. There he goes again with that counter shot. So he has that. He does, like I said at the beginning of the show, needs to mix his defense with his offense. He does do that at that mid-range with that
nice right hand.
Blood from the nose of Cardoso here. Yeah, we've seen his nose bloody before. The Adam Lopez fight, I believe the Ramirez fight also.
Another good evenly matched fight here on ProBox TV. Good counter there from Cardoso.
You don't say, Paulie. What else is new? Evenly matched 50-50 fights.
It's a great one.
No A sides. Young, hungry guys putting it all on the line, understanding what's in front of them.
Good defense by Cardoso there as he stepped back and change his height a little bit on the step back.
Yeah, Torres certainly busier in round number 7.
Yeah, it's a very good round. Nice get back round after the last 2 that I thought Cardoso.
And he's done it at mid-range, right? So
yeah, made an adjustment.
He hasn't bowled his way in like he did earlier in the fight.
Oh, there's that jab. So that damaged nose of Cardoso. Oh, good right hook there from Cardoso inside.
Good power punches from the fighter from Mexico.
Bloody back and forth, guys.
And tough round to score in round number 7.
Good left hand at the belt for Torres.
No, it's just the nose right here.
Boom, boom, cae aquí, Juanito aquí. Boom.
Now you're ready for round number 8. But Nicolas Flores, one of the most entertaining fighters on the ProBox TV air. Also, Blas Val Saint versus Lucero. Don't forget Naji Lopez. So many of the great ProBox TV fighters. It's going to be Saturday, September 27th, Kissimmee Event Center in Florida. Get your tickets now. Great venue, great team. And every time I mention Nicolas Flores, of course, you know, Chris Algieri has to start shadow boxing, get that flow state going on. Very entertaining fighter. Don't miss it. We have a very entertaining fight in front of us now. Cardoso versus Torres.
A lot of pressure coming from Torres here to start round 8, which I think is needed. This is the kind of fight that's very much in the air for both of these guys. Got 3 rounds to go.
Oh, good counter uppercut there by Cardoso. But again, Torres undaunted. He's determined to come forward. He's made a decision that he's going to go for it here in the final part of the fight. Good shot around the guard there by Cardoso.
And you like to say it, Paulie, and it's true. The easiest thing for the judges to see is who's coming forward. Yeah. Torres wants to be that guy in those last few rounds.
Torres is that guy coming forward to this round, but so far the cleanest punches have been landed by Cardoso. Yes, so it's an interesting round so far.
Cleaner, heavier shots have been from Cardoso. And also counter shots are a lot more eye-catching.
Yeah. I mean, in Florida it wouldn't matter. Cardoso would be losing the round regardless. He's going backwards. But in any other state, we never know.
The DMV, I mean, I think we...
Yeah, experienced judges.
I would think they'd be a little more savvy. Ooh, good shots there from Coriano.
It's close, though. Close round here as well. A lot of competitive close rounds.
This whole fight's close. I'm glad I'm here on the mic and not behind the scorecards tonight.
Never wanted to be a judge, gentlemen.
No, I'm good. I've done many things in this sport. I've worn many hats. Judge is not one that I want to. Or ref. I don't want to be a ref either. Nope. They catch a lot of heat.
Oh. Good counter punches from Cardoso.
Yeah. Body shots there by Cardoso as well. It's a good step around here.
A little extra footwork in the last few rounds has made a lot of difference. Oh,
that right hook has been
But you know
really
what? The
weapon.
referee half stepped in and then didn't step in. He was going to step in and fix the tape, and then Cardoso stopped defending for a second and got hit with a hook. You're either going to step in or you're not going to step in if you're a ref.
Good job waiting for a break in the action.
Yeah, but he half called time before and got to let Cardoso get hit.
Hey, that's how Evander Holyfield got disqualified in 1984 Olympics.
The ref called break?
The ref did a half break. And he actually, Kevin Barry hit Holyfield, and Holyfield hit him back, but Holyfield hit him a lot harder.
So
Gotti Mayweather, remember that? Stepped in the round one, kind of half stepped, and Gotti froze, and Mayweather just leveled him.
You cannot halfway as a ref.
Yeah.
All in or all out.
Arturo was mad at the ref after that round.
Yeah, he turned toward him, boom.
Yeah.
Mayweather leveled him.
I think it was that Earl Morton. I think he passed away.
Referee
Rest in
Earl
peace.
Morton.
Yeah, rest in peace to Earl Morton. And Arturo Gotti for that matter.
Yeah. Good cutting off of the ring there by the Mexican Torres. Nice little side steps, setting up that right hook.
More blood from the nose of the Brazilian Cardoso.
I think he's landed the better punches this round, though. Yeah. But it's still a tough round to score because Torres has been the one coming forward. Nice triple right hand. Nice sharp. And they all landed.
Speaking of Arturo Gotti and Floyd Mayweather, I think he landed a quadruple right hand in that fight.
Yeah.
He landed everything he threw.
Good right hand there from Cardoso.
Back goes Torres.
Cardoso.
Oh!
Me pida. Pito y coco. Okay, mano pido. Así, 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 así. Cae todo el tiempo así. Boom, sí. Manos para arriba.
A lot of action in that round number 8. A very back and forth round, extremely difficult to score. They were trading right till the end, gentlemen.
Yeah, it was a good right hand. Got the that was the triple right hand from Cardoso, but here he lands on. He actually here did. Oh no, that right hand, and then back came Torres with a nice right hook before walking, or left hook, excuse me, before walking back to his corner.
And more problems with the tape here. This time it is Torres.
It's tough at this stage of the fight where just everything's wet, everything's sweaty. Yeah, the tape is not. Yeah, you essentially have to retape the entire glove.
We are underway. Good job by the referee to spot that tape issue. Round number 9 scheduled for 10. Would you say Cardoso at this point ahead in the fight, but not comfortably, gentlemen?
Yeah, but I wouldn't bet the house on it.
Yeah.
You know, it's that kind of fight.
Yeah. I'm leaning Cardoso at this point, but yeah, I'm not confident in my scorecards.
I think both guys have to try to finish the fight strong to really try to assure themselves of a victory here.
When Torres has pushed forward and controlled the real estate, made this a phone booth fight, he's had success, but Maximus has done well at medium range.
Vast improvements from his past fights on our air.
Good double right hand again from Cardoso.
And he just has the harder
good
punches.
body shots.
Really good body shots. Right hand and a left hook, both land.
Good little body shot on the inside from Torres.
Cardoso in his last couple fights has learned, especially against Eduardo Ramirez last time out on ProBox, to win close fights. Kind of sealed the deal. He tried to box early on in that fight, ended up having to slug a lot more at the end, but had a great final round.
Oh, good exchange there.
Really good. Nice. Cardoso getting the better of it once again.
He knows how to close the show.
You know what it is? A lot of it, I think, is also his reach. He's got very good long arms, and he's added that in and out, like you said, champ. And I think it's making a big difference.
Even that step around on the southpaw, good work there. I remember being in the gym, and Mark Frey was actually trying to work on it with him. And you can see he's using it in spots at close range. Good step around to the weak side of the southpaw. Good, and he's closing out the combinations here. He's closing out every exchange here, which looks good for the judges.
And tape, once again, an issue on the left glove. And there we go with the referee spotting it. Wants it taken care of.
When you see a guy working on something in the gym, and then he does it in a fight against a really good opponent, a good level opponent, that shows you the trust that the fighter has in his coach.
That is Coach Mark Foray in his corner. Just taping up the glove. The action resumes. About a minute left in round number 9.
Quite the stable Mark Foray has.
Top to bottom.
Valle brothers, Aji Lopez, Val Saint, Jonathan Cardoso.
Oh, strafing right hand off that movement.
Cardoso's really pulling away.
Oh! Just as you say that, a rocket left hand! First knockdown of the fight!
Oh, he's hurt bad.
It might not get up.
This could be it.
Gets back to his feet, but he's on wobbly legs.
30 seconds left in the round. Let's see, 20 seconds left.
Referee taking his time, and we're back underway.
See if Cardoso holds.
Coriano going for the finish.
Wow. Oh, he's hurt. He's hurt bad. What's holding him up?
Just his will against the ropes. Was it the bell or is it over? It is over. Wow. Just when Cardoso was pulling away.
Big win.
Wow.
Big win.
That was
unbelievable. celebrating.
Man, maybe that confidence was for real. That was there for a reason. That came out of nowhere.
That came out of nowhere, and he didn't let him off the hook.
No.
It wasn't just a knockdown. He was hurt when he hit the canvas.
Yeah, Bob Santos is mad at the referee for feeling like he gave Cardoso too much time to recover. But
also, even the stoppage, it was too much in and out with the ref. You stepping in to stop the fight. What are you doing?
Yeah, I think he realized that maybe the round was coming to an end, and he was trying to see if if there was enough for Cardoso to be let off the hook. But then he just decided to stop it.
Gordiano's coach is telling us he's pissed about the headbutt in the beginning, but this is how it ended. Gentlemen, look at that. Bang!
Right down the middle, straight left hand.
And Cardoso also didn't hold. Another thing you got to do when you're hurt, you got to hold. If Cardoso holds, he probably gets out of the round.
Yeah, he was trying to
instead
punch.
He's trying to push, fight, punch, everything but hold. And a lot of guys do that. I remember Jermaine Taylor, got himself knocked out a couple times at a high level for never holding.
How about the conditioning for Torres, though? He threw a lot of punches tonight. This is fought at a high pace, high clip.
Yeah.
And hurts his man. End of the round.
Yeah.
That's when you're most tired.
Yeah.
And goes in for the kill like that.
And just went for it. Yeah.
Yeah. That very, very impressive.
The guts of a warrior for Gordiano. A hard-fought victory.
And according to the betting lines, that was the underdog coming out on top.
Booyah. Welcome to ProBox, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at the CompuBox. Power punches exactly the same, 132. It just shows you how close this fight was, Chris.
A lot of body shots from both these guys. You're looking at 90 body punches landed between the two of them. 94 punches landed to the body. That's a lot. Yeah. So that's another thing to speak about these guys' conditioning. Throwing the way they're throwing, but also going to the body the way they were going to the body. Higher percentages mostly for Cardoso, and we kind of saw that. But listen, the only punch that mattered at the end of the night was that left hand down the middle.
The 13th knockout of his career. Wow. Lupe, make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Malik Waleed calls a halt to this contest with an official time of 2 minutes 59 seconds of the 9th and penultimate round. Damas y caballeros, el referee Malik Waleed para la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 2 minutos 59 segundos del penúltimo y noveno asalto. El vencedor por knockout, your winner by way of technical knockout. And now, the new WBA Continental North American Champion, Puro Colonia Cajeme, Luis Gordiano Torres.
Fighters are earning their victories tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, that was absolutely incredible. After a nip and tuck war, getting the knockout in round number 9. Got to look at it again.
Yeah, and neither man was really hurt too bad tonight. And then just one straight left hand that Cardoso didn't see down the middle. And here I was talking about how Torres really went for it and dug deep to get the finish, forcing the action, getting the stoppage, earning the stoppage. There you see Cardoso tumble over. I mean, kudos to Team Torres for coming in very prepared, in excellent condition, dealing with adversity early, headbutt, bust the nose in the first round, and the kid never let it bother him. Stayed completely focused what the task was at hand. Had a guy in front of him who was showing new wrinkles that we'd never seen before from Cardoso. Cardoso is a strong guy, big guy, punches hard. Very, very impressed by both men, by the adjustments made from Cardoso and the ability to finish and close out the way Torres did.
Gentlemen, it's the difference between 10-1 and 20-1, what these guys showed tonight. We showed that contender level, the resilience, the power, it was all there.
This is an excellent fight, back and forth. We expected a barn burner. And it was tough following Francois Scarborough versus Pedraita. That fight was like non-stop. Obviously a lower level. But, man, this is why you tune into the higher level.
This is like
you see finishes like that.
This gave us a walk-off home run.
It's exactly what it did as we head into the co-main event. Wow. This is what you're supposed to do. Tune in and watch ProBox TV and check it out, because our co-main event, featherweights, Suleiman Sagawa versus Brian Aosta. The bar has been set absurdly high. Let's see if these guys can jump over it in our co-main event. Don't go anywhere.
Fight fans, get ready for a night of 50-50 all-action fights. On Saturday, September 27th, ProBox TV returns to Kissimmee, Florida. In the main event, rising Puerto Rican star Nicholas Flores takes on rugged veteran Peter Dobson in a welterweight showdown. Plus, Puerto Rican sensation Najee Lopez will showcase his skills along with Orlando native Jarrell Blast Valsaint.
Oh, everybody all right? As we head into our co-main event, I don't know how much more adrenaline I can give, because this has been an incredible night, Chris.
Long night of very competitive fights, action-packed, excellent top-to-bottom card. And we still have 2 more great fights, 2 10-rounders left, 20 rounds of action. And again, very, very competitive, tough 50-50 matchups to close out the night.
And we know Brian Aosta can fight and win exactly that kind of fight. He's here because of what he pulled off against Ramon Cardenas. He was an underdog, started off late, didn't win the early rounds, was able to knock Ramon Cardenas down. Lost the first fight of his career, but a very close decision in Ramon Cardenas' hometown. So he knows, Paulie, what he's walking into tonight. Aosta knows what ProBox TV is all about.
Absolutely, and he knows the opportunity he has tonight to turn that last loss against Cardenas into more of a positive, because it's a moral. You only get so many moral victories. You eventually got to come up with the big one. He needs to get this win tonight, and maybe he can move on to bigger and better things, the way he saw Cardenas do after beating him.
Now, we are here in Washington, D.C. They call it the DMV area, D.C., Maryland, Virginia. So much boxing talent in and around this area. And we are joined. And, of course, we are now joined by that talent. Joining us ringside, Lamont Roach Jr. here to help us call this fight, man. How are you doing, dude? Are you as worn out as we are watching these fights?
I'm excited. If you guys can hear me. I'm not worn out at all. I'm actually excited. These fights been pretty exciting.
Oh, they've been absolutely fantastic. And the technique, of course, that's been on display has been absolutely incredible. Jimmy Smith, of course, ringside alongside. Well, now I have 3 champs. The champs. We got Chris Algieri, Paulie Malignaggi, Lamont Roach Jr. But the idea of the excitement all these guys feel, a lot of them mention you, Lamont, and go, man, I want to be where Lamont Roach is. I want to be fighting for world titles. I want to be a world champion like you. What does that mean to you that so many of these guys in the DMV look up to you, man?
Oh, it means a lot. It actually means a lot. It just goes to a testament of what I've been doing. Like I've been looking up to guys myself. Like when I've been coming up, like Lamont Peterson.
Yep.
And, even like a Lamar Pearson, Anthony Peterson, just those who came before me. And, I was actually able to see those guys and be around those guys just being in boxing. So, I'm glad that I'm one of those guys that they actually look up to and be like, hey, I want to be like Lamar Roach. I want to be, he's a current world champion, and I get to see him work out. I get to see him train. I get to see him be around at the fights and stuff like that.
And to flip that, how does it feel for you to see the guys that you train with and train in your father's gym, like the Ben Johnsons of the world? Your little brother fought tonight. You got a first-round knockout. Yeah. And the crowd that comes out in this DMV area, how does that feel, seeing it from this perspective now?
Man, it feels great, but I don't look at it in that perspective. Like, I become a fan when I come in. Mm-hmm. So, like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm a big fan of theirs. Like, I'm their #1 supporter. I'm like an extra coach on the side and everything like that.
Lamont, you mentioned, the passing on the torch from generation to generation, and now it's passed on to you as the World Championship representative from this area of the world. It's got a legacy. You mentioned Lamont Peterson. At the top of the show, I was mentioning guys that I saw when I was a prospect coming up, like Sean Ben Mitchell. Yep. And William Joppy and Keith Holmes. Yeah. Lamont was in my generation, but what do we need to do to continue this kind of legacy here as far as you now? Because your next fight is obviously just been announced, right? I mean, with it looks like
Isaac Pitbull Cruz.
It's looking like that's what it's going to be.
He doesn't want. We've been talking about it on ProBox TV. It looks like it's
man. Look, man. If that is to come to fruition, I promise you,
that's
it would be
stylistically. That's fireworks.
Crazy, and I can't wait. I promise you, I cannot wait.
Those are legacy building fights. You know,
Yes.
those are fights that Isaac Cruz himself is an ex-world champion. He's also shared the ring with Gervonta Davis, so there's going to be comparisons there with after your fight with Gervonta Davis, but certainly an opportunity to extend that legacy.
Oh yeah, definitely. And what a lot of people don't know, I think he has like the intern at 140 at the WBC.
Yeah.
So,
and he started at 130 like you.
Yes.
So it's not a huge jump as it looks on paper. It's a guy who's basically been on the same road as you.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
And you guys are meeting at 140.
Yeah, definitely. But that's going to be a fantastic fight. I can only promise that.
And we look forward to it.
We cannot wait to see it. Of course, anytime you make a move, it makes noise, and we love that. I got to get your opinion on this Luis Torres fight against Cardoso with that knockout late. A very close, like nip and tuck fight. Boom, one left hand.
Yeah.
And it is a stunning, stunning reversal. Is that what you tell guys in the gym? One punch and it's over.
Yes, I tell them all the time. Like my brother and Ben, like one punch can change a fight. It no matter what weight you are, whatever the case may be. They hit you the right way, it can be over. It can be momentum changing. It can be everything.
Yeah.
And we hear the music now. Our co-main event getting ready to go. Walking into the ring, Brian Aosta from Mexico, 21-1. That one loss, his last time in the ring. And big question, what does he have to do to win? Paulie, let us know for Brian Aosta.
You got to set that pace, man. You got to set that pace to keep Sagawa on the back foot. Sagawa makes himself known as a sort of a prospect disruptor, a guy who makes you look bad and can even upset you. He's good enough to do it. So you don't want him to let a guy like that get off to a positive start, to a confident start. You want to let him know, hey, listen, I'm the kind of prospect, that's moving on to contender status, and you're not going to get any confidence here in the first round. So I believe Aosta has to get off to a good start and take control of the fight early, because if he doesn't, Sagawa can start making things difficult.
And Team Orange coming in right now. Suleiman Sagawa fighting out of Silver Springs, Maryland. This crowd going nuts for him. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. What do the numbers say about this fight? Suleiman Sagawa, 34, 7 years older than his opponent, also 2 inches taller and a 2-inch reach advantage. How much do you love this DMV crowd? They are making noise. Lupe, let's start our co-main event.
We continue with the action inside the Care First Arena, Washington, D.C. This is ProBox TV, being presented in association with Lamont Roach Sr.'s No Excuse Promotions, as well as Events DC. This is our co-main event of the evening, set for 10 rounds. In the featherweight division, este es el duelo coestelar de la noche, pactado a 10 vueltas, división peso pluma. Los jueces, the judges, Anthony Nundy, David Braslow, and Paul Wallace. In the blue corner, en la esquina azul, vestido de negro con rojo, wearing black with red trim. He weighed in officially at 125.5 pounds. Detuvo la báscula a un peso oficial de 125 libras y media. Esta noche regresa al cuadrilátero de ProBox TV con un récord sobresaliente de 21 victorias, solo una derrota, 8 de sus victorias por la vía de knockout. Tonight, he returns to the ProBox TV ring with an outstanding record of 21 victories. 1 lone defeat, 8 of those victories coming by way of KO. De la colonia Las Jardines, Hermosillo, Sonora, México, Brian Latino Aosta. In the red corner, wearing orange with black trim en la esquina roja, vestido de color naranja con vivos negros. Su peso oficial, 125 libras y 3 cuartos, his official weight, 125.75 pounds. In 23 bouts as a pro, he maintains a record of 17 victories against 5 losses, 1 bout even, 6 victories coming by way of knockout. en 23 combates a nivel profesional. Mantiene un récord de 17 victorias, con 5 derrotas, un empate, 6 victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Representing his homeland of Kampala, Uganda, and fighting out of Silver Springs, Maryland, the underdog, Suleiman Sula Sagawa. Our referee, Brent Bovell.
Okay, protect yourselves at all times. Obey my commands at all times. Touch him up.
The rest of the card has been any indication. It's going to be a great co-main event.
Champ, you called him the prospect disruptor, but by the sound of this crowd of the matching shirts, I don't think he thinks of himself as that.
He feels he is the A side in this fight, round number 1. And it's Suleiman Sagawa in the black and orange.
Yeah, this is a very crafty guy in Sagawa. He's 34 years old, but good shot there by Aosta, big right hand.
That was a beautiful shot. Ducked his head through the right hand over the top. Caught Suleiman Sagawa standing too tall.
The lead up to this fight, Chris, you talked about the slickness of Sagawa. He can be a little bit tricky. He's going to need that tonight against Aosta. Very physically powerful. We saw that against Cardenas.
Sagawa's big, man. I'm looking at him compared to Aosta, who's moving up from 122 in his last fight against Ramon Cardenas. Sagawa looks considerably bigger.
Oh, this is the guy that fought Ramon?
Yeah, Cardenas in Texas.
Oh, yeah. The Mexican is the one.
Oh, he can fight.
Yeah, he can really fight.
I love you. Like, oh, that guy? Yeah, that guy can fight. That was a great fight.
I seen that fight. That was a fight.
Lamont is impressed.
Lamont Roach Jr. joining us ringside here for our co-main event. Brian Aosta in the black and red. Take him on Suleiman Sagawa.
You can see that craftiness of Sagawa, though, throwing out those little probing shots.
He's really crafty. A lot of people don't know he helped me get ready for Hector Garcia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Southpaw. You can see a thinking man's fighter fighting on that back foot nicely.
He slides out real nice. Good judge of range. Understands his distance.
We talked to him about the history of other African fighters, some of the legends of the sport. And he goes, yeah, we come to get it every single time. We're known for our aggression. I am no exception.
Yeah, I was saying that he wants to put Sagawa on the back foot, does Aosta. But right now, Sagawa is off to a pretty confident start.
He's fighting well off the back foot of Sagawa.
Also, opposite stances and both, Sagawa with that kind of herky-jerky style. One surprise move, we see a lot of clash of heads and awkward movement there. Good hook over the top from Sagawa.
Good lead right hook, which is a very dangerous punch going from the southpaw position. Aosta got hurt. Aosta got hurt with the left hand.
Like he's hurt.
He got hurt with the left hand.
Yeah. Sula is calculated, he's calculated with his awkwardness.
Yes, that's a great way to put it. Because these punches come from weird angles.
Yes. Very crafty. And knows how to really take stuff off the punches and put stuff on the punches at the right time as well.
Yeah, and he's good guy gauging range.
Yeah, he's a lot of the traditional African style fighters. High guard, come forward, kind of give to get. Or get to give, rather.
Gives these little feints.
Sagawa's not like that. He's a hybrid.
See the little stutter step feint?
He can be very difficult for someone who's not ready for unorthodox style.
Tight to bring up the cut in. Double the hook to the body, then sneak it up the cut in there. But keep
cuando dejen que te tiren, porque eso está funcionando también, porque tienes que dejar que te tiren, o dejen que te tiren, suéltale, pero suéltale más en vergüenza, no le des tanto tiempo de separarse de ti, para que lo puedas contragolpear bien, usa un poquito más la mano adelantada, y ese...
Welcome back to round number 2. Sagawa having some success in that first round, gentlemen, with that awkward style.
I'd say more than that. I think he had a great round. I mean, he got rocked with an overhand right away, but he came back and he rocked Aosta there with a left hand on the chin. But a lot of that, as you said, Champ, calculated awkwardness from Sagawa was extremely effective in round 1.
Yeah, definitely.
found his rhythm and his range right away.
Now, Lamont Roach Jr. joining us ringside. You said you were a sparring partner of Sagawa, helped you prepare for certain fights. How long does it take to read his style? Lamont, it looks like it's so difficult to time him.
I've did so many rounds with him, so it's definitely at first it was difficult, but I just let him worry about what I have going on more than let him, because he can control without punching. Honestly, he's just so weird with his movement.
He does those little stutter steps and feints and changing levels,
and then
he'll have you overthinking.
Yes, and if you're not ready for it, it's kind of like fighting like amateurs fighting overseas for the first time. You know what I'm saying? It's something that they don't see.
Good hook over the top. He has southpaw Sagawa.
He pulls real nice. He just has a little bit of pull back, like that.
Yeah. He can go low. I mean, he has good balance. He can go low. He can pull back real high. He's like super rangy. And that's why it's difficult for a lot of people that gets in the ring with.
Ryan Aosta, a guy who had a slow start against Ramon Cardenas, so it might just be one of the things of his style. He's a slow starter, but has yet to really unload or find his range at all.
But with this kind of opponent, you risk getting stuck in the mud and never figuring it out.
For sure.
This is the kind of opponent you actually have to be able to think your way through the fight. Right now, Aosta seems a bit befuddled.
But also, you get hit with punches you don't see with a guy like Sagawa, and those are the ones that hurt the most.
Yeah, and the angle's constantly changing, and the height's constantly changing, the distance is constantly changing. So Sagawa does all that, but he's not running. He still kind of presents himself in front of you, so he's constantly got you thinking. There it is again, a half step.
Ooh, good balance, like you said, champ.
Yeah, he has good balance, bro.
We talked about southpaws with good jabs. There aren't a lot of them out there, and Sagawa doing good work with his jabs so far.
Who did Sagawa give a really tough fight to? Carrington? Is it Carrington?
Yeah, Shushu Carrington. Yeah. And Carrington, he's at this point not a prospect. He's a contender because he's looking to get into some of those big fights anytime. So,
nice. Aosta is hurt. Sagawa unloading.
The right hook from the.
Sagawa is hurt.
Yo, ProBox TV, baby. He's hurt again.
Another straight left hand.
Aosta's tough, man. He's still really raw.
Another good left.
Now this kid got balls, bro.
And Aosta landing with the right over the top.
Both of these guys' survival tactic is to fight back.
Wow. They're both taking big punches for it. Under 10 seconds left in the round.
Aosta looks rocked, but is ready to fire and counter immediately.
Wow.
Aosta looks out on his feet.
He's getting it back together. He's trying.
Wow. I expected a good fight. I didn't expect to be like this.
Let's take a look at it, gentlemen.
Look at the right hook. You see how much he stepped over. So Aosta really never saw the right hook coming, because you see when Sagawa threw the left hand, he stepped over so wide that the right hook came for completely blind, and Aosta never saw it. Then here's the attempt at the finish, and both guys going for it, and Aosta actually laying some good right hands. Of course, it's Sagawa to sort of rethink things.
That's one of those shots you get hit with. You come back to the corner and you ask your coach, what did I get hit with?
Yeah.
Because he didn't see that right hook at all.
I'm sure he didn't know what hit him.
Yeah, that hook came from around the corner.
Yeah.
Well, his body was on one side and the
because
fist was on the other.
Sagawa used if you look at it, Sagawa used the first left hand. It was a throwaway punch, but to get him to really step aside so much that the hook ends up coming from an angle that Aosta never sees. Now Aosta comes out southpaw.
For me, I believe Aosta was hurt more than Sagawa was hurt, but Sagawa was hurt as well. It's going to be how much he recovered in between rounds.
Aosta was walking back to his corner, what we call eyes wide shut. His eyes were open. I don't think he was seeing anything.
I'm going to tell y'all, from experience, Sula has a hell of a chin.
Yeah, he's shown that his whole career.
Yes.
And I think Aosta wants to see those right hooks now, so he's turning southpaw and say, maybe I'll see them.
There's a hook right to the jaw again.
He didn't see that straight jab. Yes. And that's the thing.
Another hook over the top.
Didn't see that one either.
Aosta's got to be careful. Now he's back in the right-handed stance.
His punches are starting to accumulate.
These are heavy, hard shots from Sagawa. Oh, good body shot, too.
Sagawa not known as a power puncher, only 6 knockouts and 17 wins, but he's landing heavy leather so far.
There's that little pull from Sagawa. You see how square Aosta gets when he comes forward, right there. Super square.
So a distance change on the part of Sagawa.
Yeah, Sagawa is just too crafty, too strong.
So again, changing
for the
distance.
style that Acosta's trying to bring here.
That was a good shot.
Aosta, you cannot complain about his chin. He's taking some big punches.
Yes.
Has yet to go down.
I think a big mistake Aosta is doing is just walking straight in and not jabbing.
He seems content right now to fight fire with fire.
I mean, he's looking for a firefight. You know, he's not jabbing. Like Oman said, he's not jabbing. He's looking for a firefight. But the Sagawa's so crafty, he won't let you just find that firefight.
Sagawa's not playing that game. I'm sitting here. I'm not playing your game. You want to do that? I don't need to do that. I can pull. I can hit you with shots you don't see. I can jab from the outside. Staying extremely poised.
If you look at how Sagawa's throwing his punches, there's not a lot on any single shot, but they're good snappy shots. And then what they do, they frustrate Aosta. They make him want to get the get back, and he gets more and more frustrated. And then Sagawa ends up walking him into some big ones.
Yeah, he puts the mustard on him when he wants. Nice little body shot there, a little uppercut.
I say the real good world-class fighters know how to take speed off punches, add speed when it's necessary, take power off punches, add the power back when it's necessary. And Sagawa has that.
Both fighters showing their aggression in round number 3.
¿Cómo te sientes ya? Daniel, toma, escúchame, tienes que tirar, tienes que tirar, tienes que tirar, uno arriba y uno abajo y uno arriba, no puedes tirar, Brian, puro arriba.
Round number 4 ready to begin, and there's some action from round number 3. Power punches are continuing.
Sagawa doing everything, man. He was countering, he's setting traps, tricky shots, hard jabs. That right hook has been an excellent weapon that has caused a ton of trouble for Aosta.
Knows how to fight going backwards, knows how to fight going forward.
Added body shots in that last round. And stays super calm. And Sagawa's a guy who's done it the hard way. He's learned in the ring while fighting good fighters.
Too wide there from Aosta. You're not going to catch Sagawa with those wide shots. You got to do a better job of setting it up.
Look at his stance. He's so square in front and gets hit.
He wants to land so badly. He wants to perform so badly, but Sagawa's just not going to let him.
With total punches, Sagawa running away with it. In 30 in round number 2. Aosta only landing 7. Technically a wipeout in terms of numbers.
In the Cardenas fight, he had a willing dance partner. He had a guy who was going to stand in front of him and bang, and he could see those punches coming. He took them well all night long. Tonight is a completely different puzzle in front of him.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, good body shot from Sagawa once again.
Nice hook over the top.
And then defense. And then see the arm poses that. Didn't want him to get out.
But you
kept
see,
him where he was.
How he's standing on Acosta's left side, like he's pinning that left side. That's a good shot.
But that's also because Acosta's so square in front of him. If you stay on that left side, you're now perpendicular to your opponent. He's got no balance. Oh, good little body shot.
That's why he's able to push Aosta back like that with the shoulder.
He's perpendicular to him.
Blades out. Well, Acosta's too square. Aosta throwing some good body shots now.
The corner of Aosta is yelling for him to go downstairs.
He's too wide upstairs, and Sagawa was slippery, so might as well, if you're going to be that close, might as well get to the body.
problem is that you're allowing your head to be open on the inside, where Sagawa is landing everything.
Aosta is trying to get it with hard shots, and I don't think he figured.
Yeah, it's not always a matter of will, it's also a matter of skill, and Aosta is forgetting that part.
I don't think he thought that Sagawa was going to hit this hard or be able to hurt him like this.
Aosta so far wearing it pretty well. Not redness, but not a whole lot of swelling.
But judging by how nonchalantly he keeps coming forward, like as if he's going to change things, doing things this way, I don't think he expected Sagawa to be this good of a boxer.
No.
Because he seemed to keep thinking that if he just keeps pressuring, things are going to change. I don't think so.
Especially at this pace.
That's a good right hand.
Everything about Sagawa is deceptive. With the numbers, you wouldn't think he would hit hard, and he has landed good power punches.
The problem is that the caliber of opposition that he's had his entire career. Good body shot on the inside.
Yeah, Aosta's got to stay on the body. That's the only way. And even then, he's going to take some shots. But if he just keeps going to the body, maybe it'll slow down Sagawa.
Aosta did have some success in that round.
That worked the body well, as you gentlemen pointed out, was a little bit square, but when he would move and create angles, he did have some success.
Y él ya no sabe qué hacerse acá. Lo agarraste y ya después se la cambia correcta, que esa recta se la metiste varias veces.
Maybe recovering slowly from those power punches that he absorbed earlier on in the fight.
Well, he was obviously hurt. That does take a few rounds sometimes.
Now his corner was pretty calm. Watching their man so far box well.
You can see when he's loading up.
And Acosta's body language coming out of the corner is let me at him.
That's a good sign, because I'm not going to lie. Sagawa is like you said, you see that he's very calm. He's going to be like this all 10 rounds. He's in good shape.
Yeah, he's a real pro. You can see a real crafty pro.
Yeah.
He gets better every fight, too. I've watched him progress for years.
Round number 5 scheduled for 10. Suleiman Sagawa out of here, Silver Springs, Maryland. His opponent, Brian Aosta, 20-1, coming off the first loss of his career.
That was a good shot.
Trying not to make it 2 in a row.
Aosta put that right on the chin of Sagawa.
And look at the jabs. Aosta has landed a grand total of 0 in 4 rounds. I don't know if I've ever seen that.
But has he even thrown any? I don't think he's thrown any. That's the thing. You can't land that if you don't throw any. Now he's turning southpaw again.
I mean, gentlemen, should he be throwing the jab?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, always. Yeah. I don't care who you're fighting or what you're fighting. You should be jabbing.
You're right here. You can return it. You know, the guy was giving you a jab. You can return the jab back.
Sagawa's jabbing.
Aosta just missed the jab, so it was, tried it.
Where's the body?
Aosta is tough, man.
Yeah,
He's
he's
just
tough.
walking through these shots.
He showed me he was tough when he fought Ramon, because Ramon can punch.
Yeah.
Cardenas has a vicious left hook, and Aosta was able to take a few of those. Actually scored a knockdown late in that fight.
And I was going to say, before that Cardenas fight, you're watching Aosta, and he fights like a guy who believes in his power, although he only has 8 knockouts. But he showed in the Cardenas fight that he can punch.
Yes.
Got to look past the numbers.
Oh, nice timing on that left hand from Sagawa.
And that's why you should be jabbing, because he can see, Sagawa can see him loading up on everything.
Another hook over the top for the southpaw.
Aosta is taking the shots better now. They're not as jarring as they were a few rounds ago.
He's warmed into it, but is he going to be able to be effective? Because it's still Sagawa who's showing he's the better fighter. You see, distance changing, picking shots, nice, finding the openings.
Oh, he might have hit him with a good body shot right there.
Yeah, you see Aosta bending over a bit, and freezing.
Yeah, and Sagawa was just missing those shots. Aosta wasn't wasn't defending.
Should Aosta be taking something off the punches, guys? I mean, he throws everything with.
Nice right hand.
Just knocked Sagawa's mouthpiece out.
Start shooting that straight shot to the chest, then bring the hook up. Then bring the hook up. You touch that many times with a jab, bring that cross to the chest.
Round number 6 about to begin. We're halfway through this scheduled 10-round fight. And at the end of the round, take a look at the mouthpiece here. Out it goes.
That was the second right hand in the last 2 rounds that Aosta landed right on the chin. Nicely counter. Oof, nicely timed, precise punch. Mouthpiece ended up in the third round.
Close enough to the belt. They're ready to get it to the corner anyway.
Yeah, they got it. You know, someone, I think.
No, I think it's actually a souvenir by a fan right now. So he's got a second mouthpiece ready.
Always bring multiples, ladies and gentlemen. Professional knows that. Round number 6 underway, and what has been an extremely entertaining fight. Lamont, I mean, the fans have gotten their money's worth tonight. It's been incredible.
For sure, man. I knew Sagawa was going to put on a fight, but I didn't, from the name, I didn't know who Aosta was. And then I found out that was the guy that fought him. So I was like, uh-oh.
But Aosta finding some success in the last couple of rounds. I don't know if he's winning rounds, but he's finding his offensive success.
He is.
He definitely righted the ship.
They're still not jabbing, though.
I don't think that's a part of his arsenal, which is odd to say. He just walks in the front door.
Because he's trying to punch him hard.
But to your point, Lamont, Sagawa can see those coming. I mean, he can roll those punches.
And the way stuck. And the way Sagawa lands his power punches is off the jab. He sets everything off the jab.
Yep.
Sagawa looks like he could do this for 15 rounds. This pace is really not that intense.
If that jab's landed, I want to see where any jabs Aosta even threw. He's not throwing anything. Everything he's looking for is power.
Sagawa has a very educated lead hand. In his case, of course, the right hand from the southpaw stance, but good with the jab, good with the hook.
And Sagawa totally okay with landing his shots, stepping around, starting over.
He's figuring that it's easy for him, so why not?
We also realize whenever Aosta picks up his feet, he has to reset. Look, every time Aosta picks up his feet, Sagawa can punch while moving his feet. Aosta can't really do that. He tries, but it comes out real clumsy.
Great balance there from Sagawa. Again, the way he positions himself related to his opponent's feet puts him in very powerful positions on the inside.
Right in the center of the ProBox TV ring.
Acosta's trying, but it's just like he's just a step too late.
And Lamont, you talked about it. You spent rounds and rounds and rounds with this guy. You got his timing.
Yeah.
Acosta's trying to figure this out on the fly.
On the fly. That's why I say he's a tough outing for anyone that hasn't been in the ring with him.
I don't care who you are, though. If you don't jab,
yeah, it's very tough to get good at this.
You have a low ceiling.
Yeah, that's you.
Also, if you notice the last couple rounds, Brian Acosta's mouth hanging open a lot. Maybe some jaw damage. Can't close his mouth all the way.
He's so, for people who haven't been in the ring, he's loading up. He's clenching his fist so hard before he punches, and then there's sometimes that he don't punch. So you got to think that's a lot of energy just waiting to be released.
Body's all tense.
Yes, it's so tense.
Definitely a style that is requiring a lot of energy, and also the first thing a good coach teaches you, hey, the jab doesn't cost a lot. You know, throw that when you have nothing left. Throw the jab.
But also missing is a lot more tiring than landing.
Yeah.
Exactly. He skipped that coach when he learned to box. That coach.
Who was it? George Foreman said, you want to be a good fighter? Don't worry about the jab. You want to be a great fighter? Have a great jab. Yeah.
There you go.
The late, great George Foreman, who had an underrated jab of his own, by the way.
That's because everyone was blown away by the power.
But he had an excellent jab. Round number 7. Scheduled for 10.
Just missed all those hard punches.
And look where they ended up in position in the ring. Sagawa in the center of the ring.
Jabs thrown. You were wondering about that, Paulie?
13.
4 is the most. That was round number 5 for Aosta.
198 in 6 rounds. That's a lot of jabs from Sagawa.
Oh, great hook over the top. Oh, hurt him again.
Oh, look at the range, though. You see the range?
Range, stepping back, and using the power. Look at this. This step back. You guys, the jab right there.
Yes.
Oh, man. You see how he controls the range?
That hurt Aosta. Up and back, down he goes. First knockdown of the fight.
They go crazy in here.
Crowd in D.C. going crazy. Can Sagawa close the show?
I mean, he hasn't missed this whole round.
Aosta trying to land back with his feet on
Aosta is trying.
Aosta too much hard for his own.
His feet is done. He's on his heels.
Yep. But he's still throwing, and he's coming close.
For the heart desire to succeed that Aosta has, he needs a better team around him. I mean, they're not jabbing as crazy to be at this level. And not
There's a jab, and it landed.
Of course, even Sagawa was surprised by it at this point.
Is not a good place for him to be right now. Sagawa is completely in control, picking his spots.
Punches against the ropes.
No, that's
big
I think
shot.
They should stop it.
Yeah, but Acosta's landing back. Looked like the referee was thinking about it.
It's tough. I mean, too many unanswered shots. God damn.
Acosta has a heart of a lion, man.
He need to hold.
That's the thing. I don't know if he's at that in him either.
He need to hold.
He's so hurt.
Every punch is making him stagger across the ring.
That's a good shot, though.
Yeah.
There's nothing on it, though.
I'm surprised at him being so hurt, but still landing and like with precision.
This is not good for him overall, though. Yeah, no. Like I said, he deserves better from his team. You know, this kid, you could see that how much desire he has to succeed, to win. A kid like that deserves a capable team around him.
For sure.
I didn't hear jab from the corner at all.
No,
I heard body shot.
Fighting anything right
He's fighting in all effort. You know, like everything is effort. There's been no adjustment really, except to go to the body a little bit more. So you don't win at this level with just desire. You got to learn.
Yeah, and I think they were relying on Suleiman to run out of gas or something.
Which means you didn't do your homework. The guy does not run out of gas.
At all.
As he continues to
They got to have a look at him in the corner, man.
Yeah, I think so.
He's walking away. And that's the end of the round. And that's the end of the fight.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, that was right.
You know what?
Yeah,
I usually would argue, but I'm not, because I'm
He was
telling
taking
you,
too many shots.
I've already seen such an incapable corner that they wouldn't have even thought about stopping the fight. They wouldn't have even thought about stopping the fight. As you can see there, one of them is on the ground here arguing next to us.
Referee stepped in right at the end and waved it off.
Because you got to at least, because if you're going to send him back to the corner, you got to send him back to a corner that's going to at least consider stopping it. They're not going to. You can already tell they've been so incapable in this corner that you can already tell that they weren't even going to think about figuring out if he could continue or not.
But Paulie, one of the problems tonight has been referees half-stepping. He kind of he didn't wave both hands. It's been a little bit of an indecision.
Because you know what it is too with even the previous fight. Both fights ended at the bell, right? So the referee's trying to figure out, is the round over or should I just stop it?
But look at that wave off. Usually it's both hands real high, letting everybody know. It was like a little wave.
But the bell did ring.
And even the previous fight, it was difficult because, again, it was right at the bell, and I think the referees were cognizant of it.
I think a good time would have been when Aosta turned away, physical surrender, usually that's over.
But I can see Aosta wasn't going to just give himself up. I'm telling you. You got to rescue a kid like that. You got to rescue a kid like that from himself.
He wasn't responding well to these punches either.
Look, you see the replay here, he's falling.
That's not good. He wasn't even looking at Sagawa as he was stumbling away. And again, Chip, like you said, I would normally argue this. I mean, at least let him go see the doctor. But
not with the corner he's got. I'm sorry.
I think the ref should have stopped it earlier. But
yeah.
Look at the intensity of Sagawa.
Because you know what it is? You know why I would usually argue it? Because I hate to see a kid who wants to fight so badly get stopped, right? Like I say, let him go out on the shield. But you know what? He's already gone out on the shield, bro. When you go out on the shield to the point where you need a corner that's capable of figuring out, should you continue, should you not continue? I'm telling you, they weren't even going to consider it. They made no adjustments in that corner.
I think he needs
It's
some
crazy.
ice on his head.
Look at, of course, the jabs. 2 of 15 for Aosta. Virtually a non-existent weapon. 111 out of 245 with the power punches. Sagawa, an absolute wipeout there, but virtuoso performance.
That's where I
for
wish
the
they had
fighter
oxygen.
out of Silver Springs. Unbelievable. Lupe Contreras, make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Brent Bovell steps in and calls a halt to this contest with an official time of 2 minutes 59 seconds of round number 7. Damas y caballeros, el referee Brent Bovell para la contienda con un tiempo oficial de 2 minutos 59 segundos del séptimo asalto, declarando el vencedor por knockout técnico, declaring a winner by way of technical knockout, the underdog, Suleiman Sula Sagawa.
Might need a new nickname soon.
Yeah.
Underdog.
If he was under your radar before, now you know. Suleiman Sagawa getting only the 7th knockout of his professional career, but we saw a lot of skills tonight.
A complete fighter, really. You know, very crafty, a thinking fighter. Could fight going backwards, could fight going forward. Really, really, like Champ, you said, he always improving. You can see that in his style. He's really, really a very capable fighter. But at 34 years old, I would love to see him get a big opportunity soon before the age starts catching up to him.
If this wasn't such a deep weight class, I would say this guy's going to be a world champion. He can do it, but this weight class is super tough.
And will he also be avoided being such a crafty southpaw like this? You know,
He's at a tough spot in his career.
Yeah.
Not a lot of time left. Guys will age him out as well.
Unfortunately, boxing sometimes argues too much against the better fighters, and they don't get opportunities.
And a main event left to go. Jordan Short Dog White taking on Rene Tellez Giron. Unbelievable night of action so far here on ProBox TV. 1 more to go. The lightweights. When we come back, this crowd's going to lose it. Stay with us.
Fight fans, get ready for a night of 50-50 all-action fights. On Saturday, September 27th, ProBox TV returns to Kissimmee, Florida. In the main event, rising Puerto Rican star Nicholas Flores takes on rugged veteran Peter Dobson in a welterweight showdown. Plus, Puerto Rican sensation Najee Lopez will showcase his skills along with Orlando native Jarrell Blast Valsaint.
Champs, can we do one more? I think we can. We have the energy to do it despite what we put into every one of these fights. It has been absolutely incredible, but there is a main event left to go. Jordan White from here in the DMV, Rene Tellez Giron from Mexico. North American Boxing Federation title on the line in the lightweight division, 10 rounds. We know about the skills on display every time we've seen Jordan White fight. The question is, what does White have to do to win? What are the keys for Short Dog, Paulie?
Well, he needs to finish like he starts. He starts fights usually pretty well, showing good power, scoring knockdowns. He's got some early finishes. That front runner stuff won't work.
Is that what the quote says? Look at that quote right here.
I said that quote off. I said that quote
a
off
wise man
camera.
once said that. A wise man once said that.
But not against this level of opponent anyway. You got to really keep the consistency against this level of opponent, because against this level of opponent, sometimes you have the advantage and they actually roar back against you. So it's not just a matter of letting them survive because you don't want to not look impressive. You're going to risk the fight against some of these guys because they'll turn the fight around on you if you're not careful.
He has the kind of fighter in front of him in Rene Giron, who will bring that Mexican style. He'll be in your grill.
Turn the fight around. He might turn the
Beat you.
Turn
your lights off.
Turn your lights off. Turn you right around back to the dressing room.
And also, gentlemen, tonight, all night, we've seen guys who aren't known for their punching power, scoring knockdowns, scoring knockouts. You guys say it all the time. Paulie, even against a non-puncher, it doesn't tickle. All right, when any hit can take you off balance, it can take you out. We're seeing that tonight.
Nobody likes to get punched in the face. Come on. You know, it may not always be concussive, but it definitely still hurts.
Rene Tellez hit on 21 wins in his professional career, 13 wins by knockout. Extremely experienced fighter. Brings that all-action Mexican style. Gonna need it tonight against Jordan, the man they call Short Dog, and you hear the crowd here singing and chanting. Man, these DMV crowds are something else, are they not?
Yeah, I mean, they come early, they stay late, they're into the fights, they're loud.
And there he is, Jordan Short Dog White. Out of the DMV, 19-1, 12 wins by knockout. He's a guy who has had the spotlight on him his entire career. Rated 9th by the WBC. Then began boxing at age 8. Won 9 national titles as an amateur. We talk about having the bright lights focused on you. That's been Jordan White his entire career. Tail of the tape, Jordan White, 28 years old. Hiron is 26. White, 3-inch height advantage, also a 2-inch reach advantage. It is our main event in what has been a spectacular card. Lupe, get us going.
We continue inside the Care First Arena. This is ProBox TV being presented in association with Lamont Roach Seniors. No Excuse Promotions. This contest, 10 rounds on the line, the NABF lightweight title. NABF President Joanna DeBream. Supervisor Jill Diamond. Este duelo 10 vueltas en juego. El título peso ligero de la Federación Norteamericana de Boxeo. Our judges at ringside, los jueces son Paul Wallace, Vincent Santino, and Tammy Jenkins. And now, Washington, D.C., prepare to be entertained. The Pro Box main event is on now. Presenting first, in the blue corner, he enters wearing black with the colors of Mexico, green, white, and red, presentando en la esquina azul, vestido de negro con el tricolor mexicano verde, rojo y blanco. Su peso oficial, 136 libras y un cuarto, is official weight, 136 1/4 pounds. Esta noche, este guerrero azteca entra al cuadrilátero con un récord de 21 victorias, solo 5 derrotas, 13 de sus victorias por la vía del cloroformo. Tonight, this Aztec warrior enters the ring with a record of 21 victories against only 5 losses, 13 of those victories coming by way of KO. De Querétaro, Querétaro, México, el Bravo, René Tellez Girón. Across the ring in the red corner, wearing black with gold trim en la esquina opuesta, vestido de negro con vivos dorados. Su peso oficial, 134 libras y media. His official weight, 134 1/2 pounds. En 20 combates, mantiene un récord de 19 victorias, solo una derrota, 12 de sus victorias por la vía del knockout. Tonight, he enters the ProBox TV ring and puts the DMV on his back with an outstanding record of 19 victories. Against 1 defeat, 12 of those victories coming by way of KO. From the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., Jordan Short Dog White. Our referee, Malik Waleed.
Okay, fellas, you both have been given the rules. I'm expecting good, clean boxing. When I say break, stop punching, take a full step back. Remember, protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves. Good luck to you both.
With the way things have been going tonight, do not blink, ladies and gentlemen. Rene Giron bouncing in the corner. Ready to get out there is Short Dog White. Returning to DC again, hometown crowd behind him. For our main event, we are underway, round number 1.
Oof, real stiff, hard jab immediately from Short Dog.
And out there with the jab, Short Dog White in the black and gold, Tellez in the black, red, tricolores on the side.
This is going to be a very different outing than Brian Aosta when it comes to jabs.
Yeah, we're going to see them.
And they're going to land.
They're going to be there.
Nice hook off the jab by White there.
You talk about the fast starts of Jordan Short Dog White. Does tend to get out there and get after it early, Paulie.
Yeah, he does. He does. Short Dog is not to be worried about early on. He likes to start well, take control. The question is, will he keep control?
No.
Will he cruise in full control? Will he get the stoppage? Or will Giron be able to work his way into the fight at a certain point?
He tends to domesticate his opponents early on. But can Giron be domesticated? That's the question.
Giron is not easily domesticated. There's a certain level that stops.
I mean, Floyd Schofield couldn't do it. And he's one of the top prospects turned contenders in the division.
Man, Jordan White had an early loss against Adam Lopez, who's appeared on our air before as well. Since then, he's won 15 consecutive fights. And that was a prospect battle early on in his career. And we talk on here about how rare that is.
Yep. And
Both guys were undefeated at the time.
Jordan also said he had a hand injury going into that fight, which he did not disclose.
But fighters are always great, right, Chris?
Yeah.
Best camp they've ever had. Best camp ever had. Yeah.
That's
nothing hurts.
Good jab there by Giron. Giron almost has like these leaping punches.
Yeah,
there it goes again.
Literally.
Giron is a very explosive guy. You see that fire hydrant build.
Good body shots there by Giron. White tried to catch and shoot, missed as Giron got underneath the hook.
Good counter jab from White.
You can just see Giron, like he's just shoring up. He's looking for those big explosive power shots.
Yeah.
Oh, good
nice
catch and
left
shoot
hook.
there.
Caught Giron coming in.
What was impressive is Giron feinted and worked his way in, and Short Dog still had the presence of mind to hold position and be able to counter up that. Sometimes that thing will throw off your ability to counter.
A left hook finding a home again.
Giron cutting the ring off here.
Nice efficient movement from White.
Keep that bitch long. You feel me? Hey, look. He's challenging us to use the hook. You gotta fucking double up on that brick hand. If you go under, pick the brick hand up, bring that bitch over. Skip out. All right? But use double pivot. Double pivot's gonna throw him off because we just waiting for him to come right on line. Double pivot a little bit, stay on your toes.
Corner of Short Dog White.
Huh? You good?
Had a good first round. Stayed behind the jab. Good left hook. You see the fundamentals. Paul, you talk about the amateurs building your credentials, the national champion, but also fought internationally a lot.
Yeah.
Saw a lot of different styles, and you can see that in his pro game.
Yeah, and I mean, you see he doesn't panic when Giron throws those big explosive shots and jumps in. Holds on to the style that he's using. Had himself a good first round.
Round 2 scheduled for 10. We haven't seen a lot of final bells tonight. A lot of knockouts. Great fights tonight. Appreciate you staying with us.
That left jab of White, that thing is a spear. I mean, he is launches that thing. There's no fat on the punch. Gets to the target. Oh, there it is again. That time he threw it off of a feint right hand.
You say it a lot, the Pez dispenser shot. You see Giron just snap back every time by the jab. Glove may have touched the canvas, but that was off a push.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think the ref saw it. Ooh. Giron landed a good punch on the inside there. It looked like a stiff jab.
Good body shot there by Giron. He's going to keep trying to press White into mistakes.
Yeah, but he keeps having, as you guys say all the time, coming through the front door, and White's making him pay.
Oh, he'll make him pay, but this is a good body shot again. But this is where he's holding it. He's kind of hurt.
He felt that body shot.
And this is where we're talking about. This is why White has to stay focused the entire fight here. You start letting off the gas against this kind of guy, and it may get even more difficult than just not getting the knockout. Now you'll be risking the fight.
Yeah, Tellez Giron built like an absolute fire hydrant.
Good hard body shot. Back to the body again.
Hurt him again. Hurt him again.
Yeah, he didn't like that. He didn't like that.
White is hurt. He's been hurt twice to the body.
And he is holding on.
Big breaths in, gasping for air. Back to the body goes Giron. Listen, it's only the second round. There's a lot of fight to go. Yeah. If Giron is closing the distance and having an effect like this early, not a good sign for White.
Those hooks to the body, extremely effective for the fighter from Mexico.
Oh, another one.
Oh.
And White is still holding on. White has spent most of this round trying to hold on here. And Giron, look at the look in Giron's eyes. He knows it.
And one thing that we've learned this round, White does not have a poker face.
And his elbows are starting to come in, anticipating the body shot.
He's still breathing, gasping for air.
Good footwork, though.
He winced as a jab landed.
I don't know, that could have been a knockdown. He sat on the rope.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like the ropes were holding him up.
I think if anywhere but DC, it might have been called a knockdown.
I think Giron should be putting a lot more pressure. I don't know why he's not letting his hands go.
Because you know what? Giron is also the kind of fighter who has to plant the throw. So by White using his footwork, Giron won't throw.
But look, I mean, he's running out of time. There's not a lot of time in this round. I don't understand why he's not going going for it.
He's got 5 losses, champ.
Yeah. It's frustrating, very frustrating, because he's talented. He's waving him in, but you're not going to hit him.
No, you're not going to. And that's the paradox of guys like this. Why they are at the level they are, they don't go up further. Because they think they win by waving a guy in, he's going to oblige. You know, instead of learning to cut the ring off themselves.
Happy enough not to score a knockdown, not to stop the fight.
And Jordan White able to make it to the end of the round, but he is breathing very heavily from those body shots. Take a look at him.
Started early and heavy to get on. He threw a straight right hand down the middle. But I think he actually had gotten hit with a body shot earlier that he did affect, actually, because we saw him grab and spin a little. But these became super obvious.
This is against the ropes.
Here he's down.
That's a knockdown. Yeah,
that's a knockdown. In any other state except his home state, that's a 10 round.
Yeah.
The rule is if the ropes were holding you up and you would have been down without them?
Which I see the refs sometimes, not call it a knockdown, but he's on the bottom rope. I've seen guys sit on the second rope and, it's iffy, you get away with it. He's still on the bottom rope, dude. That's a knockdown. I mean,
literally sat on the rope.
Yeah, the bottom one again.
Gut check time for Short Dog.
Quite literally.
Literally.
Those were the body punches that were the problem.
Pun intended.
The body shot by White.
In round number 2, now round number 3. How much can he get back in 60 seconds? That's the question.
Body shots stick with you, man. Like they stick with you to the next day.
Well, I mean, White's going to be in shape. It's still early. If he can turn the momentum around here and not get hit with so many.
But Paulie, it does kind of flip the script a little bit because White tends to start quickly and then fade. Well,
yeah, that's what I meant about being the second round and him being affected.
And he's on the back foot now.
Oh!
Hurt again.
Good shot.
Left hook.
White took that well. That was a good left hook upstairs. Oh, back to the body.
These body shots are wicked. You know what he reminds me of? These wide left hooks. Remember Javier Jauregui?
Yeah.
He used to throw these wide whipping left hooks.
Yeah.
And they would
were slow, too.
Yeah.
They were super slow,
too.
Slow,
but somehow they always got in.
Yep.
This guy's got sort of something similar with these wide left hooks to the body.
Well, that right uppercut left hook to the liver is Canelo Alvarez. That's the Canelo. Because he's throwing it pretty explosive and fast.
That Mexican style.
Blood from the nose.
Oh, good right hand. And then going back to the body.
Blood from the nose of Jordan White.
That ain't just Canelo. That was Cotto, too. That's a lot of left hookers to the body. That's a great setup.
Yeah, pick the head up and rip underneath the elbow.
Yeah, and also what it does is it makes the arms come to the center for the uppercut, and so it opens the opening for the liver on the side.
I used to do the same hand. I would do left uppercut, left body.
Okay, this guy is...
The fact that Jordan has been allowing this shorter man to walk in the front door this way, not a good sign.
Yeah, he's bleeding all over the place now.
Bleeding. So when you're hurt to the body and you're bleeding from the nose, which is 2 obstructions to breathing, very, very tough. Now the mouth is open. Now you get hit with shots in the chin.
And we are early in a 10-round fight, gentlemen. And Short Dog White having a lot of trouble.
Big gasp for air from Short Dog. And Short Dog still can punch, especially early on. He needs to get some respect.
But between the bloody nose and the body shots, the air is going to be sapped, which means less energy, and that means less powerful punching power.
I mean, he's jumping away from body shots at this point.
Still has an excellent jab. The question is, will that be enough?
This is one of those fights where if you decide, you know, this is so you want to be a fighter.
Yeah. Seemed like fun on paper, but my ribs really hurt right now. Oh, they're all just leaning into every shot.
That's the thing, when you're a fighter and you know what body shots feel like, you watch them with your teeth clenched.
Okay. Échame agua, Pelli. Agua.
How your hand feel?
All right.
All right, then guess what? There ain't nothing fucking wrong with you. You know why? That nigga ain't got you down. He ain't did shit to you. Only thing he gets you is the fucking body.
Moving in round number 4. Some of that action from an earlier round. In the round, those body shots. Look at the right hand. Body shot at the end. Always going back to it, Chris.
Yeah, but he landed some shots upstairs this round, which he really hasn't been able to do until there. He's landed a right hook upstairs, the left hook upstairs. That's why you're seeing the blood from the nose of Jordan White on top of the body shots, which have been effective since round 2.
Yeah, and like we said, there's a script being put down. With White usually is the guy with the advantage, and then he sort of slows down. He's going to have to pick things up here early on.
Jab was effective in round number 1. Since then, it's been the close-in body work. Look at it there. Total punches landed.
That was a good right hand by Jordan White.
The numbers favor White, but the power punches, the effective. Good shot.
The numbers favor.
May have landed more, but the idea that Tellez hit on is landing the more effective punches, especially to the body.
Oh, there's another dig to the body with the left hand.
Oh, good punches
uppercut.
landed. Hit on a wipeout, 25-12.
More than doubling.
Over 2-1, yep.
And his are obviously having an effect. We've seen White cringing to the body shots, and he's also got blood from the nose. Not to mention he's backing up and giving ground continually. There's a good shot there from Short Dog.
Looks like Jordan White has recovered a little bit.
Yeah, he's landing some good power shots this round. There's a nice left uppercut as well.
But Giron just cannot wait to get inside that power punching range.
Following now, not cutting off the ring either, is Giron. Now I'd like to see Short Dog walk the shorter man into some shots.
Oh, good job preventing the gap, preventing the tie-up, getting that short uppercut.
Takes 2 to clinch. Do not have to accept the clinch. Giron did not accept it.
Another beautiful body shot.
That's the problem Short Dog's going to have, too. Every time he stops, Giron's going to go to the body, and Short Dog doesn't want to deal with it, so he keeps trying to use that footwork. But with the footwork, he's not able to really leverage his punches. You got to stop to really sit on your punches to throw hard, and that puts him at risk of the body shots of Giron. And Giron doesn't miss an opportunity to throw to the body.
With good body punches, you either have to hit them before they get set, or you need to counter immediately with a catch and shoot. White has done neither.
Giron was a fighter who started out 16-1 in his career. He's had some rough fights since then, but looking to get back in that winning category to be known as a contender.
Again, that uppercut body shot. Uppercut body shot.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. It's been working consistently. And also, you got blood from the nose, too. You just keep touching that uppercut to the nose. There's some cutting off of the ring by Giron. Sidestepping.
I wonder what would happen if Giron was actually landing more than Short Dog, what Short Dog's face will look like.
Yeah, but you know, he does have a 2-to-1 advantage in power punch. A lot of those numbers are jabs, obviously, from White. Take a look at some of the action from the last round.
Good stiff jabs there from Jordan.
But it's really been the only punch he's been managed to land effectively. It's been the jab consistently.
And only for the first half of the round. Yeah. After that, it turns into backstepping and keep off me jabs, not stay where you are jabs.
But Giron's body shots, man. I mean, every time he gets close.
Brutal.
And the body shots, a lot of times, they're the kind of sinking body shots where even if your elbow's in, kind of partially blocks it, you still feel that. You still feel that discomfort.
You get the flack.
Especially if you've already been hurt by them, and so you're not at full.
Round number 5 scheduled for 10.
Already tenderized.
The question in the beginning, Paulie, was could Jordan White finish strong? He's going to have to turn this fight around. Complaining about the back of the head. Referee not appearing to be particularly sympathetic. Jordan White trying to rip body shots of his own.
White doesn't want to be in this corner. Oh.
That was a left hook right on that damaged nose.
Yeah. And that blood, they've not been able to get that blood under control from the nose. Oh, two-fisted to the body now.
Both sides.
Nice right hand over the top. Giron says, yeah, I love it. Let's have that kind of fight.
That's the problem. Yeah. White is so worn down that he can't even follow up when he lands a good punch. He wants to land a good punch just so he can catch a break. But Giron doesn't want to give it to him.
They're keep you off me punches, not stay where you are punches.
Every time Giron lands a punch, he wants to jump on him and get the follow-up. It's the difference in mentality here, and it's been changed since about round 2.
And Paul, you talk about the mental fatigue of not being able to get a guy off you. It isn't just the physical fatigue, but mentally, he's been the one being walked down.
Yeah, and Short Dog's not really jabbing the same way either.
No. And also, Giron has so much time to set up because there's nothing coming back his way. I can tell you, this was not the night that Jordan White was expecting.
Nope.
Oh, he said he was going to dominate. He wasn't worried about what was in front of him. He's going to dominate like he dominates everybody.
But we knew this was this kind of fight.
Yeah. Yep. I remember
uppercut right through the center.
Oh, again, the body shot.
That was a nasty one.
Hurt.
That was a nasty one.
Yeah. He's got him on the run again. Got him on his bike again.
Oh, and the uppercut. White's been taking the headshots well, though.
And look at not accepting the clinch again.
Yep. Yes, looked increasingly.
Oh!
Right hand over the
you
top.
Want a jinx that?
Yep. What a shot!
What'd you say last fight?
What did I say last time? It was right before the knockout. Jinxing everybody.
Round is over.
You're like,
Ya está. Bien.
Eso es, bien. You got any more to give me right now, son? Listen, put your fucking shoulder in his shoulder, in his chest, and tie up like that.
It was already a bad round number 5 for Jordan White, and then this happened.
Boom, boom, and I think it's a right hook. Yep, right over the top.
And Champ says he's been taking the shots to the head good, and just like that, it was like Anthony Mush.
Yeah.
It was like Mush in Goodfellas, in Bronx Tale.
Yep.
You just tear up that horse thick racing ticket. As soon as he said he was taking headshots good, White was guaranteed to go down.
Exactly what he did. Can he recover?
Last fight. He said
it was also the
Cardoso
fight. I was like, oh, he's taking the shots upstairs. Well, boom,
and bang. Round number 6, and Jordan Short Dog White has to come up with something.
No, I should say he was taking the shots well up until now.
Power punches once again, a over 2-1 lead. Oh, Tellez hit on.
The problem is everyone's laughing about these. White's going to try to go out on his shield here.
He's
got to get back somehow.
Oh, he's throwing hard shots. These are really hard shots.
Oh, good right hand.
But now he's holding on again.
He get hit to the body. That's the thing.
While he's going to the head.
When it's tenderized and sensitive, man, it doesn't take much.
Yeah, now you also punch yourself out. Because now, if the body punches were already affecting you, you're fatigued. Now throwing all those hard punches.
Could that have been the last hurrah? Going out on the shield, going for it.
And now it all knows
to come up with something. Beautiful body shot again.
Man.
Yeah, now Edon's not going to leave you alone. Now you pissed him off, too. That's the thing. That's why you got to make
a lot of round left.
You got to calculate those decisions carefully.
A lot of round left.
Both these guys are just throwing caution to the wind here.
You know, we had Rene Tellez Galon on our air against Alex Di Malgani, and it was a similar beatdown where he's just damaging with all of his shots, walking him around the ring, breaking him down round by round. Very damaging puncher. Good body shot there from Jordan White.
Oh. Stalking forward is the fighter from Mexico. Like we knew he would, working the body well.
Oh, again with 2 hands.
Just damaging and punishing punches.
And the sustained attack is always from Giron. It's never, White tries to attack here and there, but it's never sustained.
Only way to describe this is as a torturous fight so far for Jordan White.
Torturous.
He's fighting bravely, though. He's trying a little more this round, but it's just tough.
He's shown the heart you were wondering about, Paulie. He's showing it, but probably he's showing it in what is so far a losing effort.
Oh, a body shot again by Giron.
Looking up at the clock.
But would you trust, if you're Tellez hit on, would you trust the judges here in D.C.? I mean, it's been a wipeout, but remember, you are in the other guy's hometown.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I don't think you could, how you could find enough rounds to give to White to even get a draw.
Especially with the knockdown.
But at this point, like, come on, man, you want a stoppage. Wow.
I'm gonna pull it right now. Tell him I handle it. Huh? I ain't gonna tell him shit. I'm gonna stop it right now. No. Huh? They ain't gonna give a fuck. They gonna tell you to keep going. Huh? That's it. That's it. I'm gonna stop it right now. I ain't gonna let you fight with a bad hand. Fuck that. I ain't gonna let you do it. Hey, Short. Short. Huh? They gonna go to the scorecard about no broke hand. Yeah, they will. If we can't go, Listen here.
Gentlemen, the just look at him argument doesn't always work in combat sports and boxing. It does in this fight. You know,
Jordan White, but at the beginning of the fight, you can't judge a book by its cover. You know, you see the way the specimen that Jordan White is, and you know, Giron looks like a little fire hydrant, but
he's gotten it done.
But now, yes.
Yeah, certain guys, what I mean by that is certain guys don't wear damage well. Well, they just take a couple jabs and they're just an absolute mess. Jordan White looks worse, but he's taking worse punches, for sure.
What is the body shots take when you fatigue from body shots? Everything hurts more. And it just more debilitating. Even psychologically.
It's also like one of those football games you see in the snow where every hit just hurts. Like, that's what it's like. We all know that.
A couple of good jabs from right there.
But he started off well in rounds.
So probably doesn't have the energy to sustain it.
But as you said, can't sustain it. Total punches landed. Tellez Giron has pulled ahead 101 to 83.
He also just can't keep Giron off of him. You know, you look at these numbers and, you know, the shots landed by Tellez Giron are way more punishing and damaging, and having an effect as well. After the first couple rounds, you know, the power from Jordan White just hasn't been there.
And the blood also hasn't helped him. They have not been able to stop that blood from his nose. I'm sure that has hurt his breathing as well.
Between the body shots and the difficulty breathing through the bloody nose, that's going to sap your power very quickly.
Oh, what a body shot.
Oh. And you can hear them ringside, that pop when they land to the body here. That was right above us.
Look at the way that Giron is able to walk in. He's literally just cross-stepping, casually walking across the ring. Not wasting any energy with his footwork, that's for sure.
He's being judicious with his footwork, is what you're saying.
Saving it all for power punch.
Yep. Ready to throw power punches to the ribs.
He might have ended this fight if he would cut off the ring.
Oh, another good body shot. That was a good left hook to the liver.
Uppercut right through the middle. It's been that uppercut body shot combination.
To that damaged nose, too, over and over again. That's another thing that, like, body shots we talk about, once it's hurt, you know, it's tender, it's sensitive. Noses, too, man. Once your nose is damaged, everything hurts. Oh, crushing body shot. I can't believe Jordan hasn't gone down for these body shots. Oh.
Don't be a jinx, champ.
Yet. I'm learning my lesson, yet.
Chris, we call him Magic 8 Ball.
Yeah, jeez.
Yep.
Evil Magic 8 Ball.
Giron just mentally and physically in control of this fight.
Oh,
nice left hook.
You're starting to mix things up a little bit.
Less and less coming back from White. Now he's almost in full survival mode.
Hey, son. I don't want to see this shit no more. You hear me? If that's all you got, I don't want to see what you doing. Listen, we should be touching this motherfucker under his motherfucking... Listen, you can't? All right, that's it then. I'm going to call it. All right? I'm calling it. Oh, 2 more rounds? Huh? 2 more rounds? Hey, sure.
And we are back in the corner of Jordan Short Dog White. Obviously a concerned corner, referee checking on him.
You understand what I'm saying? There's no scorecard. If we stop,
Are we in stoppage territory, gentlemen? Are you starting to worry about your guy if you're in the corner?
I mean, it seems like you're very far behind at this point. I mean, I don't know how you could have it any other way if you want him to take more damage.
Well, he's still on the stool and the bell has rung.
Oh, no, they're fixing the tape on the glove.
Yeah, fixing the tape. If I'm Tellez Giron, I'm like, I don't want him to have any more rest than absolutely necessary.
Sending Tellez Giron to a neutral corner. Every little Every little bit helps, right? Being in the home. It's nice being at home.
Giron's laughing.
Yeah, because he's like, he
knows the deal.
Yeah. He's like, of course.
It's not his first time being the road warrior at somebody else's house.
Yeah.
And the round begins, a bit delayed. Round number 8, scheduled for 10. A desperate Jordan Short Dog White looking to get back into this fight. As Tellez Giron has been punishing the body, throwing power punches throughout. And they've been landing. You can tell by the face of Jordan White. Oh, bloody nose, but trying to fight his way back. And just hasn't really been able to hurt Tellez Giron. He's hitting him with some punches, but
Giron's never been stopped. Yep. I don't know if he's ever even been down.
Well, White has started the last few rounds
like
fast, and then faded. But maybe because he got a 2-minute break this past round, maybe this surge will last a little longer.
But it's still late in the fight. He's taking a lot of damage, especially to the body. That nose is still bleeding. Not accepting the clinch.
Yeah.
We've seen that over and over again from Giron.
Oh, nice left hook. That's a good one.
It's like Giron nodded in approval. Like, all right, that was a nice one.
But if you're Giron, I mean, honestly, you want him to exchange. There's going to be openings for that.
Yeah. That was a good body shot. And that's going to turn the rest of the round around, guys. Going to go back. Oh, good right.
That's been the story the last few rounds.
We got half a round to go. Blood all over the place again.
Yeah, Short Dog looks good until he gets touched to the body, and then he goes into retreat mode.
It's not easy, man. You want to be a boxer, it's not easy.
Being in tough, long fights like this. And the uppercut.
And they're on with a two-fisted attack to the body all night.
Short Dog trying to battle his way back. Good right hand.
You know, and they have a common opponent in Matias Romero, who Short Dog beat 10 rounds to none and scored a knockdown. He actually defeated Giron. So the handlers of Short Dog probably looked at that comparatively. We dominated the guy. This guy beat him. But listen, boxing math doesn't work like that.
No, not at all. It usually never does.
Under 30 seconds left to go. Round number 8.
Oh, good left hook upstairs from Jordan.
Well, Jordan White did have more fight in him in this round.
Yeah,
a little bit more of a sustained attack. Yeah.
Oh, that body shot.
He also got a 2-minute round between 2-minute break between rounds. Good body shot by Jordan.
A little bit of John at the end.
And you know, if I'll tell you, if Giron actually changed up his offense a little bit, he probably could have got a stoppage already. But he's just throwing the same thing over and over again.
Even if he cut off the ring at times, you know, because I noticed he cuts it off well when he moves to his left and Jordan goes to his right. But when Jordan moves to his left and Giron's right, that's when Giron's doing the walk. He doesn't know how to cut off the ring as well when he got to go to his right. He cuts it off better when he's got to go to his own left.
Two rounds to go, and to any reasonable observer, I would say Jordan White needs a knockout to win this fight, or a series of knockdowns at least. Remember, a knockdown earlier in the fight for Tellez Giron. Last round, one of the best of the fight for Jordan White since the beginning.
Yeah. He looked good in round 1. But round 2 is when the trouble started. And that trouble is the left hook to the liver.
Bitter pat punches from Jordan White. His jab has been very effective. Hasn't really been able to use that to set up the rest of his offense. But he's to the point where he may have to throw some very hurtful punches to get back into this fight.
At this point, though, you got to. If White is able to go to distance, you give him credit, man.
I'm giving him credit already because he's taken hellacious punishment to the body, and that's hard to get through. Hasn't gone down from the body shots yet, and I mean, he's showing a ton of heart. Now, a lot of guys in this situation would have stayed in their stool. They would have found ways out of the fight.
Tellez hit on, and we talked about it throughout this fight, just walking forward. Not wasting a whole lot of energy on some fancy footwork.
And Jordan definitely came in shape because his legs are still working. He's still moving. Oh, yikes. That was a hard overhand right, cutting off White as he moved to the left.
But as we've seen before, he starts out with a lot more activity and shuts down a little bit later. Still staying behind the jab, however.
Yeah, he's dug deep these last couple of rounds. I don't know if maybe Giron is not coming on quite as strong.
Giron became a jabber these last couple of rounds. A jab again from Giron. The body shot there from White.
But Giron, he just doesn't respect it.
Nah, yeah, not at all.
One more round to go in our main event. Our main event has seen Jordan White take, as you put it, hellacious punishment.
Enciérralo, no lo estés correteando. Enciérralo ya. Enciérralo. Ya agarraste airecito, enciérralo.
Inside the Care First Arena, 10th and final round.
And then start boxing. And then take the last half of that bitch and do everything you can to stop this motherfucker. You hear
It was
me,
in
man?
the corner of Jordan White.
We good. I need every fucking thing you got.
Trying hard to rally their fighter, gentlemen.
Give it to me, short.
His championship level heart. He's going to need all of it for this final round. In a fight where the fighter from the DMV is very much behind it. He needs a knockout in this final round.
Oh!
And he's going for it.
Man, what a story that would be. Oh! Oh, he's going for it, all right.
And so is Tellez.
Man, if Jordan White was able to pull this out of the fire.
Incredible.
So I guess Tellez doesn't trust that he's in Jordan's hometown. He's attacking himself, right?
Yeah, I mean, his corner was telling him to go for it, to end it.
And here's where the fighter from Mexico has had so much success. In close with power punches.
Oh. That's the thing now. Jordan fights, and then he punches himself out, and you got 2 minutes left.
But also, there's openings. Oh, he's going for it still.
Complaining about the back of the head. To the body again.
And Giron still looks like he's hitting hard. It's not like he's
Jordan's
losing
hurt to
power.
the body again, guys.
Yeah, that was a good left hook. And the blood from the nose. Gasping for air.
Blood from the nose and body shots have been the story of this fight.
Jordan Pye feels like he's been underwater all night tonight.
Oh,
again.
Oh,
and
ripping body shot with the right hand behind
Jordan
it.
White wants to rest. and he gets a rest. As soon as he's touched to the body, he stops resting and moves. You would like to stop and get a rest. And he'll do it until he gets touched to the body. As soon as the hook touches him to the body, he's going to move again. Watch, see, right there, he starts moving again.
There might not be much moving left in him. His feet are getting slower and slower. Still a good
Just
amount of
over
time
a
left.
minute left in the final round.
I think if Giron put on a sustained attack, he can force the ref to stop it.
Jordan White has been down, but can he be finished? That is the question here. As Tellez Giron just walking forward, no fear at all.
I think Giron's making a mistake. He's actually got away from the body. He's just looking for the headshots now.
He's also following.
Yeah, I mean, he's following all night long.
When he's got to go to his left, he doesn't know how to cut off the ring going to his.
He just rocked George
his own head.
with the left hook.
Yeah, to the head. He rocked him. Is there enough time? He's letting him live. Oh, that body
Another
shot.
good body shot up against the ropes.
Man, Jordan's tough. Super tough.
Ten seconds left to go. If there's a moral victory, Jordan White has gone to the final bell. But Rene Tellez Giron fought an incredible fight in his opponent's hometown, ladies and gentlemen. And the fighter from Mexico is celebrating. And barring the most hometown of hometown decisions, he should walk away with this one. What a performance for Luis Tellez Giron. Body shots, bloodied the nose, threw in the hooks, and just walking his man down. Relentless physical pressure, Paulie.
Constant.
And he looks no worse for wear. He can wear damage very well. Took some decent jabs, but Chris, the problem was it was almost exclusively the jab for Jordan White. Wasn't able to get his power shots going. Wasn't able to get good combinations, except in spurts and a lot of times in the beginning of rounds.
And yeah, again, it wasn't consistent enough throughout the round. It was for the first minute and a half. And you know, you can't have a guy who's bringing a sustained pressure that way and not fight the whole round with the jab and control. There was a complete lack of control.
And White,
Jordan White.
You see the advantage with the jabs from White, but power punches. Tellez Giron 134 of 265. When you start getting that 50%, that's when you know it's a wipeout.
Yeah, power punches. It's hard not to get stoppages when you see power punches land at a 50% clip.
And body shots closer than I thought they would be. 67 for Tellez Giron, 21 for White, but Tellez Giron just put so much mustard behind all of those shots to the ribs.
I mean, White showed tremendous resilience to make it to the end of that fight because he was hurt from the second round on.
Knocked down as well, remember that. Tellez Giron, an absolute fire hydrant. Stocky, strong, aggressive,
explosive,
worked the ribs.
Durable, very durable.
Just Mexican through and through, his kind of fight.
He walked through some big shots himself.
And man, what an incredible night of fights. Action, finishes, comebacks, we had it all tonight. And it all ends in our main event. How will the decision go? Lupe Contreras, make it official.
After going all 10 rounds, we consult the official scorecard to determine a winner. Damas y caballeros, después de completar las 10 vueltas, consultamos la tarjeta oficial. El juez Santino anotó 95-93. Judge Santino scores it 95-93. La juez Jenkins anotó 97-92. Judge Jenkins scores it 97-92. And Judge Lundy scores it 95-94. El juez Lundy anotó 95-94. Los tres a favor del vencedor por decisión unánime. All three in favor of the winner by way of unanimous decision. And now, NABF lightweight champion from Mexico, René Tellez Giron.
Tried everything they could to rob Giron. They did. Two judges had 95, which means they had a draw without the knockdown.
Yes, which would have been absolutely absurd given the fight that we saw. The right guy won, but I got to agree with you, Paulie. Those scorecards, way too close. Two of the judges, way too close.
Like I said, the problem we have when we're in Florida is incompetence. When we leave Florida, unfortunately, we end up dealing with politics, commission politics, and this is yet another one of those. This was almost a disaster of a decision. They gave it to Giron barely. I mean,
even a draw would have been awful.
If Giron doesn't win the last round, is it a draw?
Yeah.
Right? If Giron doesn't win the last round, it might be a draw, I think.
Absolutely absurd.
Incredible.
One judge had a 5-round split, which I understand. 5-round spread, which I understand.
Scumbag, disgraceful people. Unbelievable, man. You see this constantly.
Fortunately, the right guy won.
The title remains vacant. Due to the fact that Giron did not make weight, the title remains vacant.
Giron not making weight.
Yep. So
the title remains vacant.
Title remains vacant, but he's still the winner of the fight tonight. That is what matters. Incredible performance by him.
He's got to give the belt back, I guess.
Well,
they calling him back. Oh, give the belt back.
They don't get the victory back, though.
No.
Jordan Short Dog White coming up short in front of his hometown crowd. René Tellez Giron, great job working the body. Moving forward, he was the aggressor. I saw a fight, Chris, that was extremely wide. Let's put it that way, especially with the knockdown.
Yeah, I thought it was a pretty one-sided fight, and yeah, I mean those close scorecards are home cooking, no question. But the right guy won. At the end of the day, well-earned victory from Tellez Giron, and you know he was everything we were expected, and unfortunately Jordan White kind of wasn't. So.
And this idea that we had an incredible night of fights, and one of those fights, that's right, in our co-main event, it was Brian Aosta versus Suleiman Sagawa. Sagawa able to get the knockout. He is with us now. First off, congratulations, man. Incredible performance by you, but it seemed like you were in control of that fight from the beginning. Is that how it felt?
Yeah, I was in control, but sometimes when you're fighting, sometimes punches get through, so it's part of the game. You just have to accept it and deal with it, then keep moving.
How did it feel? It seemed as though that the power shots were really the difference, and he never was able to kind of adjust to your awkward style, but you were landing big with the left hook, big with the power shots. How did everything feel?
Everything felt great. Everything felt great, but also I felt some power from him. He had power in his hands, so I had to be a little bit more adjusting. I had to adjust with his power so that I can, break him down as well.
Yeah, you adjusted on the fly and you got smarter as the fight went on. He caught you a couple times early on once you had him hurt, but later on, your push and your pull and your ability to change angles and hit him with punches that he couldn't see was the difference, because he's shown a great chin before.
True.
But you were able to rock him multiple times throughout the night.
Yeah.
And we were saying that it was because of the shots that he couldn't see. Were you aware of where he was in terms of his footwork and how square he was getting?
I think everything came as we were moving. That's when I started figuring him out. But in the videos, I didn't see that he was taking the angles. I knew that he was kind of a dog fighter. He wanted to be there. But in the ring, as I was fighting him, I kept, planning and seeing him moving different ways. So I decided to adjust with him.
Did you notice his allergies to the jab as much as he had an allergy to the jab tonight? Because he didn't use the jab at all time. It was like he was allergic to it. Did you notice that in this fight, or did you already know that coming in, that maybe he doesn't jab as much?
No, that one coming in, they had told it to me that he throws a lot of hooks. He doesn't throw the jabs.
So tonight he didn't throw any jabs.
Yeah, but also before coming, they told me that he wasn't a jab thrower.
Okay.
So I came expecting him not to throw the jabs.
Yeah.
But I was expecting the hooks. That's why I tried.
That's what you saw.
Yeah.
Very good preparation.
Thank you.
What did this crowd support mean to you? There was chanting, there was yelling. It was absolutely unbelievable. The support you had, did you feel it in the ring? Was it one of those where it gave you energy? It seems like you had a ton.
you know, when you have a whole community behind you, you know, it empowers you and, you know, brings that dogness out of you. So I feel proud and I felt more, you know, yeah, thank you.
It looks right now, as I'm sitting here ringside, like we used more energy calling the fights than you spent in your fight. You look absolutely fantastic.
Oh,
How does everything feel? Can you not wait to get back in there again?
I think it's the experience. You know, the more you stay in the game, the more you learn how to adjust with the game. So I don't usually take a lot of punches on my head. It's not because I'm good, but I just adjust as the game goes on.
No, you're good.
I'd say you're pretty good.
You're good. You're good.
You're good, You're good,
We watched your fight with Lamont Roach Jr., who said you guys have sparred countless rounds together.
True.
He had glowing things to say about you and how good
thank you.
and experienced and skilled and tough you are.
Yeah.
And you showed it tonight for everybody else.
Thank you, man. I appreciate you, and thank you for all, you know, thank you.
What does it mean to you, before we let you go, moving forward, winning on ProBox TV on a platform like this? What does that mean for your career, man?
You know, it means everything, because already I'm signed with them, so it means that, you know, more opportunities are coming along my way. I just have to stay in the gym, stay ready, and wait for the call.
We'll be seeing you soon.
We'll be seeing you soon.
Thank you.
Congratulations,
Thank you once
Suleiman
again.
Sagawa. Thank you so much for everything. Fantastic performance, but that was one of many. An incredible night tonight. Not just Suleiman Sagawa and his knockout over Brian Aosta, but a great card from top to bottom. Well, guess what? We're going to have another one of those in Kissimmee, Florida, September 27th. Flores versus Dobson. Najee Lopez taking on Henderson, and Blast Valsaint, his return to the ProBox TV ring. And don't forget Erickson Lubin, part of the ProBox TV family. The post show, he will talk about his upcoming fight with Virgil Ortiz. His thoughts on not just that fight, but his road to the top and what it means to him to get back in an incredible night here at ProBox TV. But as we said, more to come. September 27th, the whole ProBox TV squad is going to be there. And it's been an incredible night, not just of knockouts, but comebacks, heart, and this DC crowd. So much behind their fighters, incredible performances. We want to thank every single person behind the scenes who made it a possibility. Benjamin Johnson, of course, remaining undefeated. Incredible performance from him. Elijah Flores over Luis Ramos. Outstanding work with him, and his power continues. A barn burner, Francois Scarro Jr. over Kevin Pedraita in an absolute war. And then Luis Torres over Jonathan Cardoso by knockout. And in our co-main event, we just talked to him, Suleiman Sagawa with the knockout victory over Brian Aosta, all over him from start to finish. In a major upset in our main event, Rene Tellez Hiron with a hard-fought unanimous decision over Jordan Short Dog White. Thank you so much, everyone behind the scenes. We'll see you next time.
Welcome into Boxing Scene today here at the ProBox TV studios. Well, it's making news. That's right, at 154 pounds. Virgil Ortiz versus Erickson Lubin. It looks like November 8th is when it's going down. Of course, he's appeared on our air right here at ProBox TV. Well, we have him now to help me talk to him. First, the champ, Paulie Malignaggi in studio, Chris Algieri joining us via Zoom, and Erickson Lubin. Thank you so much for taking time to speak to us, man. First off, talk about this process, right? In choosing an opponent, you had an IBF mandatory lineup, decided to take on Virgil Ortiz. How much were you involved in this process, man?
I was very much involved. Gary Jonas, he was communicating, making the fights for me, and you know, we just felt like this was a better option because you know, obviously the Murtazalia fight, we're going into purse bid with that one. And, you know, it seemed like nobody just wanted to pick up that fight or, you know, no one really wanted to pay for that fight. But, you know, we were finalizing on making that fight. I was all in on that. I wanted to fight Murtazalia. You know, I wouldn't pass up on the opportunity to, you know, win a world title. But, you know, the Virgil fight was just, you know, it was there for me. And it's a bigger fight in my opinion. I feel like, you know, beating a guy like Virgil Ortiz, it sets me up to fight every champion and being, you know, this to me is a big fight. It's a mega fight, but it also sets me up to be in, you know, bigger fights, you know, moving forward.
Champ, so just so I'll make sure I'm understanding you right. So the Murtazalia fight was going to go to purse bid, which is obviously nothing's guaranteed as far as the purse is concerned, right? It all depends on the purse bid. While Virgil, there was a solid offer on the table that you knew is guaranteed, and that's sort of why you hedged towards that way, because with Murtazalia, you couldn't really be sure what the bid was going to be on the winning bid was going to be, right? Therefore, you couldn't be sure that it was going to match.
I've been trying to fight. Murtazaliev. I've been trying to get that done for a while, and it just seemed like it kept getting pushed back, or just things kept happening with that. So I just knew, a guy like Virgil, he has a big promotion behind him, and the zone behind him and stuff like that. So I knew it'd be an easy fight to make.
Yeah, Lubin, this is a massive. You mentioned this being a massive fight. It really is, because Virgil is in terms of profile, is probably the biggest profile in the division right now, other than those other guys like Murtazalia. Not a big profile, but he's a champion. Fundora's profile is growing, and you already fought him, had a fantastic back and forth war with him, which I think a lot of people forget about as well. But Virgil's he might be the guy in the weight class, and you're going right to the top. Which, if you know anything about your track history, and I've been saying all these shows, you fought Charlo, you fought Fundora, and now you're on track to fight Virgil Ortiz. Those are some of the baddest guys around these divisions for years. And you're still in your prime. You're 29 years old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right there. Did that have anything to do with picking this fight? The fact that it was a profile against a guy who really, you knock off Ortiz, you're the guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that the mindset that you and Jonas have going on?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I felt like, fighting Virgil Ortiz for the WBC interim title may have been bigger than fighting Murtazalia for his IBF title. And, plus the 10-pound rehydration rule. I'm still a professional. I would have done it if I'd had to do it. But, I feel like this is a fire fight. This is a big fight. Virgil, they want to make a big fight between Virgil Ortiz and Boots Ennis. And, they feel like my style is, similar to Boots, but I feel like this is a big fight for me regardless, and I feel like it's a big fight for Virgil. And I feel like this sets me up to fight guys like Fundora in a rematch, or just one of these mega fights. And I feel like this fight right here is a big fight itself. So I'm fully focused on this one.
How is Virgil Ortiz tactically different? What does he bring? He brings that Mexican-American style, very, very aggressive, big for the weight class. What tactically does he bring that you're really getting ready for in camp, man?
He is savage. Virgil Ortiz, he's a savage. He comes to fight every time he's out there. I just feel like it's going to be a firefight because, we're about the same height. We're about the same size. And, we come from, like, the same pedigree. So it's going to be one of those matchups, like, people won't forget. I feel like it's an old school matchup.
Erickson, I got a couple of points here. You mentioned that 10-pound clause with the IBF, which I'll say right now, 10 pounds is too universal for all the weight classes. 10 pounds for a 105-pounder is different than 10 pounds for a middleweight, and then 10 pounds is a bit different for a heavyweight.
Stupidest rule in boxing.
So you got the IBF should make a percentage of the weight, not a stipulated number, because 10 pounds is different for every weight class. And I can see why it would become difficult for you being a middleweight, or being a light middleweight. Having said that, we keep making the comparisons of all the big names you fought and whatnot. How do you feel the shootout you had against Fundora, because it was a good fight, shootout, classic shootout kind of fight, can benefit you? And you do realize if you're in Virgil's camp, or you're somebody who's favoring Virgil to win, they're going to look at that fight and say that took everything out of Erickson. That was the one that, he gave it all. It was a fun fight. It was a shootout, but those kind of shootouts take a lot out of you. From your perspective, you obviously go by the mindset of, I've been in that kind of shootout against a high level fighter. I can do that against him, because you figure a young guy like Virgil is going to try to make it a shootout. Usually how it is to be young and enthusiastic about your boxing career and want to still achieve and want to consume every opponent. He's going to have that mentality. What do you take from the Fundora fight that you can use to your benefit in this fight, as opposed to what they're thinking, which is it's going to be to your detriment, the Fundora fight?
Well, I feel like the Fundora fight, it was a shootout, definitely. But I didn't take too much wear and tear besides that fight, like and I only had a hairline fracture on my nose, but I don't feel like in my career, since 2020, I only fought, once a year for probably like the next 4 years or so, 3 years or so. And, I don't feel like I took too much wear and tear. I just feel like that fight, it was a shootout. You get into those type of fights sometimes, he's a hard guy to deal with. He's almost what, 6'6",
Crazy,
6'7",
crazy,
whatever.
crazy
Height, and he got, when
And
he
he
fights,
leverages his
with
punches.
volume.
Yeah, he leverages his
Yeah,
shots.
he lets his hands go. He throws a lot of shots, so he makes you fight. And even when I tried to box him a little bit, he would pretty much catch up to me with just one step. Rather, with me, I had to move around a little bit, try to find my range and find my distance. He closes space
And it's
real
a fellow
quick.
southpaw.
Yeah, southpaw on southpaw. So I'm eager for those matchups though. I'm not in it. I'm not in it to just for the money. Some people are just in it for the money. I don't blame them, but I'm in it to be a legend.
No, because Erickson, that's why I asked the question, because I know your ability and I know your talent. Obviously, anybody who's seen you fight knows the ability you have. You've been at this game for a while, and everybody knows the talent level you have. You know how it is, though, man. When it comes to fighting younger phenoms like this, you've been in that situation where you were the young phenom. Not to say you're old now, but this is the young phenom, and you've been in that situation where you were the guy everybody was talking about. There's a mental aspect of that too, because you're dealing with the intensity they're going to bring, just like how it is to be young and world class. So it comes down to being ready for that intensity, as well as obviously bringing the skill set you bring to the ring.
Yeah, I feel like Virgil's gonna bring a lot out of me. I think he's gonna bring going into training camp. I'm already, I feel like my back's against the wall a little bit, and I feel like he's gonna bring the best out of me. He's gonna bring the best out of me because I know what's at stake. I know, this is one of those moments. It's like Judgment Day for both of us. Cause a lot of people, they may consider him as one of the best 54 pounders, but technically to me he isn't, because he hasn't really fought the best guys in the division. I know he fought Madrimov, which is a great fighter, and he fought Buhachuk, another great fighter, but he hasn't fought the champions like Fundora. I know he's trying to make a fight with Zayas.
And also it's styles, Erickson. They used to criticize Floyd for not fighting the slick African Americans, right? And so even though Boachuk and Madrimov have a certain pedigree, your style is that North American slick style, right? So I get what you're saying. There's a different vibe to that, and yet he hasn't seen so much yet.
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like this is a big test for both of us, a big test for him, and also a big test for me. Honestly, this is one of the biggest fights I've been in as a professional, and going to his backyard and being on another platform with the Zone and Golden Boy is just I feel like my back's against the wall, but I feel like it's a make or break moment for me, and I'm excited. I feel like this is where I get my glory. This is like for everything I've been through in this sport. I fought some of the top guys, didn't get a fair shake after it. But I feel like now I just I'm gonna be able to fight someone like Virgil, go to his backyard and come out victorious.
Yeah, Erickson, we have Robert Garcia as one of our contributors that we deal with, on a daily basis on the show, or weekly basis, I should say, obviously the trainer of Virgil. And they're very much aware of who you are and how dangerous you are. And I was more and more, I was thinking about this fight, and we were talking about it and discussing it. I'm like, I mean, you've got that fight with Fundora, which again, we keep referring to was a shootout. And really it was your face that failed you that day, not your skills. And which happens in fights. It's happened to everyone who's fought here is talking about that. But then you also had the Abel Ramos fight, and I know you weren't super happy with the performance, but listen, a win is a win he's another guy who's a very good fighter and a top prospect, and a guy that is going to be in title contention soon himself. And you showed two very different styles in those fights, and based on your experience, you've got guys like Charlo and Fundora and those rounds with those kinds of guys at this level that Virgil hasn't been in with, and you have the ability to fight in different ways. With Virgil in welterweight, he's blowing through guys. We're seeing now at 54, he's boxing more. He has to. He can't just. He's not cutting through these guys like he was at welterweight. So the more that I looked into this fight, the more I was like, this is a really good fight. And I actually like this fight better than the Murtazalia fight. And hearing you talk about how you got to this position really was opening my eyes to why this fight's happening right now. So that being said, like, I don't want to give away any style points, but like, what do you think about that in terms of what you are bringing to the table that maybe Virgil hasn't even seen yet?
For sure, experience. I don't feel like he really fought too many experienced fighters. The guys that fought at the high level. But honestly, I feel like it's gonna be a shootout, man. I feel like it's gonna be a high-paced, high-level matchup. In my opinion, it's gonna be a shootout. It's gonna be a great fight for the fans. It's gonna be a great fight for myself and Virgil. This is one of those matches I feel like they're gonna talk about for a very long time. The same way they talk about the Fundora fight. I feel like they're gonna be talking about this fight, but not so much in a straight up war, because I'd rather not get hit. But I feel like it's gonna
But
be.
You can't be in the shower without getting wet.
Performance.
It happens though. But no, I agree with you. I agree with you, Eric. I feel like this is going to be a really good fight and possibly one for the ages. The more we talk about this fight, the more I'm getting excited about it. So,
yeah.
When you walk through fire, Erickson, sometimes you get a little burned too. But as long as you come out of it, that's what counts, man.
For people who haven't seen you, last thing I want to ask you, man. For people who haven't seen you on your way up so far, what are they going to learn about you November 8th against Virgil Ortiz?
That I can do it all. I'm just gonna go in the ring and I'm gonna adjust. I'm gonna adjust to see, what Virgil brings to the table. We obviously gonna, we're drawing up a game plan right now, but I'm gonna go in the ring and whatever I choose to do, I'm gonna be my best at it.
All we can ask for you is to bring your best. We know how good that is. Thank you so much for giving us your time. Best of luck to you in November, my man.
Thank you. Thank you, fellas.
November 8th is going to be an outstanding fight. Erickson Lubin versus Virgil Ortiz Jr. As we learn more about it, as it gets closer, we'll break it down more right here on Boxing Scene Today. Join us. Find out why millions are watching.
That November schedule, man.
Ooh, so good.